Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to Riyadh and welcome to the King Abdulaziz racecourse and what's the start of a fantastic week, the best week of racing so far this season. We've got some million Saudi races to come at the back end of the weekend on Friday and Saturday. Saudi Riyadh million Riyadh races at the weekend. Now, if you watch the back of this shot here, that little studio, that is where we are. We wave, but it's probably not very professional to do so, so we'll leave that for the time being. But we're delighted you can join us here on the YouTube service for the English-speaking programme here from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and I'm delighted to be here for the first time. We'll introduce you very shortly to our reporter, Hannah, who is also here for the very first time, but an old face, an old familiar face alongside me, and boy, I'm going to need him today, I think, is Tom Collins. Welcome. You should be welcoming me, Tom, but it's good to be alongside you.
Yeah, it's great to have you out here, Daryl. Obviously, we've worked together plenty of times in the UK before, but it's fantastic that you're here, and hopefully you're going to enjoy all the racing in Saudi. You know, this is a perfectly good card to kickstart things as well. I'm used to seeing races on Thursday where we have maiden, followed by maiden, followed by maiden, and they're all well and good, but today we've got 3 opens, we've got a few conditions events, a couple of handicaps, and there's a lot of variety today, which I think is a really good thing. Yeah,
they're not bad races, you say, to start the week off. And obviously, we're going to build, aren't we? I mean, I highlight at the start of the programme that this week is the best week. And we're not over-egging the pudding,
no,
because the racing on Saturday in particular is a real stepping up another notch, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. We've got 2 Grade 1s on Saturday, 2 Crown Prince Cups. One is, well, both are for a million Saudi Riyal. One is for the local breds and one's for the imported. So, yeah, it's some proper good racing this weekend. And as you say, we're just building up towards it. But hopefully plenty of winners to come today.
Well, exactly. You'll probably know if you've watched this programme before at home that there's a little bit of sort of in-house tipping competition that goes on, purely, I guess, for bragging rights. And
yes.
I fancy I might be up against it, Tom, but we'll give it a whirl during the course of the afternoon. 12 races, so plenty of opportunity to sort of pull yourself out of a bit of a hole if you need to.
Yes, it's a long card. There are plenty of opportunities, as you say. Some short price favourites on the international markets. I'm sure there'll be some longer shots and some shocks throughout the day as well. But it's going to be a fun 12-race card.
It most definitely is. So, first race is coming up in about 15 or so minutes' time. We will get our build-up to that race very, very shortly. We'd love to hear from you. You can get in touch, of course, via the usual channels. So let us know where you're watching. We'd love to know, are you watching in the UK? Are you watching in the United States? Are you watching in Australia? Where are you watching this programme today as we broadcast live here from Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to bring you the very best racing? And that will kick off, as Tom says, very shortly. Now, as promised, let's introduce you to another new member of this team. You're absolutely going to love her because she's adorable. She's a great lady. Let's say good afternoon to Hannah Bycroft, who is our roving reporter. Hello, Hannah.
My goodness, what an introduction that was. Thank you so much. Well, this is so exciting. I'm finally here at King Abdulaziz racecourse. I cannot describe how amazing this racecourse is. It's so beautiful. I wish you'd seen my face yesterday. Daryl and Tom sure did, and I was thinking, oh my goodness, it's amazing. But hopefully we can show you guys that at home. Well, we've got 12 races on the card, 2 of those purebred Arabian races, which I'm very much looking forward to seeing. And I can see the horses in the pre-parade ring already. So very shortly they'll be coming in and we can have a very good look at them. But I want to give a mention to a horse that I'm very much looking forward to, and that is in the second race, the Fillies Open. It is Alfayza Leia under Adel Afaradi. Always a jockey you want to keep in your notepads when his rides come up. Now, this horse was beaten half a length last time out and second in the King Khalid Racecourse Championships back in the summer. So one to keep an eye on for sure. We'll have a good look at her a bit later on. Well, it's time now to head over to our commentator, John Blantz.
Hannah, many thanks. Yeah, welcome to you and Daryl to Saudi Arabia. And we've got our first race coming up now. 18 got a post, the reserves not required. Horse number 1 is Mandushi Abdullah Al Hussein, takes the mount. Horse number 2 is Marcel Abdullah Alofi. Horse number 3 is Moetazam, that's the man of Adel Al Faradi. 4 is Racine for the Red Stable, Osama Al Sharani. He's been in good form of late, and he's on board. Horse number 5 is Taj Al Anea, Alexis Moreno. And horse number 6 is Estifaz, the mount of Mohammed Al Nasser. 7 is Hezref, Peras Al Sunyatan. Horse number 8 is Fair, Rakan Al Abeid. Horse number 9 is Janeer, Ayad Al Turisi. Horse number 10 is Joa Bladi, Hamza Saad. 11 is Kaseb Al Maidan, Rayan Al Toesh. And horse number 12 is Mohib Al Dareal, that's the mount of Mohammed Al Yami. Next up is number 13, Nakela, Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 14 is Night King. That is the mount of Abdullah Al Odib. Horse number 15 is Saif Al Hijaz, Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 16 is Durat Al Fakir, the mount of Mohammed Al Tamimi. And horse number 17 is Ghazal Al Arab, the mount of Asil Al Sahani. And horse number 18 is Lioness, Mohammed Al Daham. Those are your 18 runners going to post for our first due off at 3:20 local time. And it's back to the guys in the studio.
John, thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to enjoying John's commentaries. I'm sure you are, wherever you're watching today during the course of the afternoon. And we start him off light, really, don't we, Tom? Just the 18, just to warm him up for later.
Yeah, exactly. Another big field. I mean, John's used to this by now, but it can be daunting, I imagine, for a commentator first time. We get so many big fields here, which is kind of the opposite to the UK, isn't it?
Well, it is unfortunate in the UK at the moment, of course, particularly with the jump racing. But yeah, I think if you're a commentator, the bigger the field, the better.
Yes, exactly that.
He says not being one.
And we should always get competitive finishes, which is like a staple for here in Riyadh.
For those who may be watching, and there could be people out there for the very first time, so where do we start with a race like this? This is horses who've obviously either maidens or they've won one race. There's a big field. Are we looking for pace? We're looking for low draws. What's the sort of the lead in for this?
Sure. So there are numerous different factors that you need to consider when you're watching racing here at King Abdulaziz racetrack, or maybe even betting on the international markets. In a race like this, a conditions event, a non-winners of 2, as you'd say in the US. Generally, you'd favour the horses that have previous winning form. Obviously, no horse has won more than once. That's the condition of the race. But you'd rather a horse that has previously tasted success over, say, a maiden, unless they represent leading connections. And, you know, there's a reason why they're in here. But generally, here at this racetrack, you want to favour speed, tactical speed, crucially, to get into a good early position. Races are won and
Behind, it's hard to see it walk when it starts jig jogging around. But I keep looking at that hind end, and I'm not particularly overly impressed with the action. But I'm hoping if it calms down going to post, that is the main thing. That's what we're looking for. Now we're going to go to horse number 3 when my cameraman comes back. But I'll tell you about horse 3 because this horse was actually getting worked up in the pre-parade ring. And I actually put a star next to it because I thought, oh my goodness, it's a beautiful horse, a lovely coat on it, but it was stopping, it was having a look around and rearing. You can see it's having a chew as well. A little bit signs of a bit anxious, but you know, it's to be expected. But nevertheless, you can't take away how good its coat looks. It looks marvellous, and its walk isn't too bad either, but I'd like to see it a little bit calmer. I've just noted horse number 6 as well. That horse is jig-jogging around. And the thing is with these horses, as many of you know, once one of them starts playing up a bit, they're herd animals, so they all start to kick off a bit. But horse 6 that I just mentioned is Estefazas. Hopefully I've said that name right, but that one's a little bit on its toes and a little bit jig-joggy. I want to mention now number 4, Racine. 7 runs under his belt, much improved last time out, just beaten by Hakwat. Now he's coming round now. I'm hoping my cameraman can get a good glimpse. He's looking quite relaxed, I have to say. He's got his ears back, but that's just because he's listening to what's going on behind. He's chomping on his bit, but he's not giving signs of anxiety, I'd say. You know, you see the foam around his mouth when my cameraman does catch it. That can be, you know, working up, but I see that signs of happiness. I mean happiness, but I say he's not upset particularly. His hind end is a little bit short in his action, but the muscle overall looking quite well. You can see the fitness lines behind. It's a good sign. Now the bell has gone. The jockeys are about to mount. So guys, it's over to you. Best of luck on these selections.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So yes, as Hannah says, they're about to leave the parade ring, and we're going to give you a couple of clues, a couple of video clues. Do people still say that in 2024? Probably they do. We're going to show you Racine, and this is the run on the 28th of November. And what we'll see here, Tom, is that the first two, including the horse we're focusing on who finishes second, Paul Clear.
Yeah, and this was a clear career best as well for Racine, matching the white stable runner in the noseband on the outside with the green cap, as you can see. look, the jockey's trying to angle the horse in. Obviously, he relishes a fight, a battle, Razine. We hadn't previously seen this in any of his other starts, purely because he was way out the back. But this was a big step back in the today.
There we are. There's a couple of clues, and I'm delighted to say we were talking about the YouTube channel, the fact we want to hear from you, and Abdullah has got involved
Yes.
in Arabic, so we're struggling a wee bit. Maybe one of our friends here can help us out a little bit later on, but it's good to hear from him, and hopefully he has a little grasp of English, and he can receive those comments with our warm thanks indeed for his correspondence. But we'd love to hear from you wherever you are watching. Let us know what draws you to the racing today. That would be really interesting to find out. So we've seen two clips of form. Have we seen the winner in what we've just watched?
I don't think so. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if either Razine or Taj Al-Anai played a major role. They are 5-1 and 130 respectively on the international market, so they're right up there and considered major players in this race. But I prefer horse number 3, Mawatazem, who's around 6-1 on the international market, which is quite surprising to me. Look, he finished behind Marcel over 1,600 metres earlier in the campaign. However, he's not a 1,600 metre horse, he's a sprinter. He wants to be dropped back to this 1,200 metres, and I feel like this distance will definitely see a form reversal there. You know, if you're taking handicap ratings into consideration, he's got plenty to find. But I love the booking of Adel Al-Faradi. Gaith Al-Gaith wouldn't book Adel for no reason. It was a big run last time up when he won, and this horse has plenty of upside. So Mawatazem will be the pick for me, and I don't mind stall 13 either.
Now, we're just hearing, Tom, that I think number 15, Saif Al-Hajaz, has just been scratched. So if that was the horse that you were considering, you will have to come up with an alternative. That is literally just in. So horse 15 has been taken out the race. It's interesting you referenced the handicap mark, the rating, if you like, for your selection being quite low, isn't it? 60. We've got a couple in here sort of in the high 70s. So that was an angle that had me a little bit concerned, although I totally get the booking, obviously, of the leading rider, Al-Faradi.
Yes, it's a big angle. It's a big angle. Look, he can have the choice of the majority of these. He has one of the better agents here, and he generally picks up some really good rides. So I like that angle. Maybe he's short enough in the market purely on the handicap figures alone, but equally he had been running over trips that are just too long for him. He's definitely a 6 furlong, 1,200 metre horse, and Adel is the best rider here at getting his horse into the prime position. Now, not necessarily being aggressive and leading, that's not his style. He's more of a stalking, wait and see where I can put the horse in the race. And hopefully Mawatazem can sit in that second flight just behind the front runners and pick them off. Taj Al-Anai is the current favourite, right, 100-30. There are a couple of others at single figure odds, like Mandashi, horse number 1. What did you make of Mandashi?
Well, Mandashi's obviously another one on that sort of top mark, isn't it, of 78, which kind of therefore will draw your attention, but hasn't run since September, was disappointing at Taif on that occasion. So I wonder whether, in fairness, the rating probably isn't kind of where he's at the moment.
Exactly, and the thing here with Mandashi is the people who create these international markets, they don't know necessarily whether Taif is the same as Riyadh. That's the difference. They're completely different tracks.
That would have been the obvious next question.
Yeah,
so
Taif is very deep.
We can't marry the form at all together then?
You can, but horses don't necessarily run exactly the same here as they would in Taif. So Mandashi, if you go back to July, he finished second in the Al Hada Cup. On that evidence, you suggest he's the horse to beat. But the recent runs haven't been there. He's coming off the layoff, now first up in Riyadh. I think there are big question marks with Mandashi, and I would have him a bigger price than Mawatazem. And that's not reflected in the international market.
Yeah, you gave those prices, and we will draw upon the international prices, of course, through in the course of the programme. So Taj Al-Anai, the 5, 100-30, Mandashi at 4 is the top horse, Mawatazem at 6-1, number 3. Razine was just ahead of that at 5s, I think, and then it was about 7-1 bar those.
Should we talk about the horse who's 7-1?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Horse number 10, Hamza Saad gets on board here. Again, I feel like this horse has an inflated mark. Rated 80, that is the highest rated in the race. But it's just not really seen in the form at the moment. He actually began his career pretty strongly, and he's just kind of regressed ever since. Breaks from Middlegate today, could play a role, but the international market might have him right. He's obviously top rated, but he's not the favourite in this race.
Yeah. The horse you just referenced there again. I think it's Thai form that goes
Exactly.
back a little bit. Right, we've got to nail ourselves down to selections. I'm feeling quite confident about selection because I'm feeling with this many runners, I'm not going to be too embarrassed if I'm very wrong, and there are 11 races to go. Do we have a pecking order as to who goes first? We take it in turns, or
Whoever you want to go first can go first. Do you want me to go?
well, I'm not going to copy you, so please go first.
Sure. Okay, so horse number 3, Moatazem, is my selection. Adel Al-Faradi hopefully sits in the middle flight, maybe around 4th, 5th in the early stages and pounces in the home straight. I think he's well above his mark right now and hopefully can win. I will also mention quickly that horse number 13, Nakila, I anticipate will be the speed. He will likely lead from his good gate in 6, so he could play a role. But horse number 3, Moatazem for me.
Okay, I'm hearing that the 6th one is coming under pressure immediately. Look, I've heard the negatives for, but I did like Taj Alanea, the 5, when I looked at this yesterday, so I've got to stick with number 5. But let's find out who Hannah likes.
Well, you can't really go wrong with both of your selections, really. I mean, I have to say, Tom, the number 3, Moatazem, your selection, I completely agree with Adel Al-Faradi on board. However, like I said, it was working up in the parade ring. When I saw it whiz by to post, I did see him have a bit of a sweat on. But I am going to have to go with the number 4 horse, Racine. I think if he can get an early lead, he's got a good chance, and that's for the Red Stable. So, yeah, I think I've got a good chance here, but that's what I liked in the parade ring. John Blance, it's over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, the horses are making their way. They've got about half the field in now. I think Racine stepped up very nicely last time and could well move on from that as well. But it's a little ticklish little opener to get you underway. There's no absolute warm order on the international markets, as Tom and Darryl were saying. So we will see how the first of the 12 races here at Riyadh today goes in a few moments' time. Racine goes in. This is horse number 13, Nakela, that Tom mentioned could well be the speed angle. The 16 is Durat Al-Fakar going in. And the 8 is Erta Fair. If you're new to Saudi racing, a feature is the very, very quick loading process. Blink and you'll sometimes miss it. Mandoshi to go in as well. Horse number 1 into gate 15. Saddle cloths do not correspond to gates, again, if you're new to Saudi racing. Stand by. Now, Mandushi just backed out now, got the blindfold on. Abdullah Al Hussein doing the steering on this one today. Down at the 1200 metres for locally bred horses. Non-winners of 2 lifetime. Mandushi at 3/4 of the way in. Wouldn't mess with one or two of those stalls handlers. Stand by. They're just about ready for our opening race here at Riyadh. Away they go. They are racing. Good start from Moatazem. That one got away quite nicely. So too did Kaseb Al-Maidan, who moves forward, as indeed does Nakela, who looked the pace on paper, and that's how it's eventuating in reality. Jcsa is also prominent as well. So there's Jcsa and Nakela, followed then towards the outside by Marcel, the big white face there, the check jacket, who's also prominent in the run. They're followed by Erta Fair, the yellow cap, who races in 4th. In 5th is Taj Alanea, followed then towards the outside by Kaseb Al-Maidan, who's just been taken back a little bit. Then Moatazem, who's racing in 6th as they start to make the turn towards the back of the field at the moment. Estivzaz and Ezref, both of those two got a bit of work on their plate as they make their way around the turn. They're levelling up for home very shortly, and just over 400 metres left to go. Marcel has now cruised through into the lead. Nakela's being driven along in 2nd. Erta Fair is in 3rd. Now down the centre of the track trying to rally is Kaseb Al-Maidan in the red blinkers, the silver cap, also trying to get going as well as Mohib Al-Darea. And as they make their way down towards the final 200 metres, it's the 11 that kicks on here. Kaseb Al-Maidan quickly into a 2-length lead and extending away. Kaseb Al-Maidan for Rayan Al-Tawesh is out in front as they race up towards the winning line. Kaseb Al-Maidan has beaten Taj Alanea, who stayed on for 2nd. In 3rd spot was Mohib Al-Darea, and the 4th was Moatazem. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4 in the opener. Kaseb Al-Maidan got a good start, was then just, I might have said taken back in the run, was probably just allowed to drift into a position just in behind the leaders. And Rayan Al-Tawesh has judged the speed to a nicety there, because whilst there wasn't a big pace collapse, the 2 or 3 that went on in the early stages were a bit out of puff as they headed towards the final 200 metres or so. Kaseb Al-Maidan wasn't, though, and has one going away in a time of 1 minute 15.65 seconds. That's not exactly lightning quick for the 1200 metres here at Riyadh. Taj Al-Anaya is a pretty consistent type that has now just the one win from 10 starts, but has run another good race. Moheb Alderera's finished in third, and the fourth horse home there was Moatezam. So that was the 1, 2, 3, 4 in our opening race. The fifth over the line was Ghazal Al Arab. That's our first of 12. Plenty more still to enjoy.
So Kasib Al Maidan wins for the first time. Look, obviously was becoming a little exposed, Tom, on the back of what, 14 previous starts, mid-division over the 1200 last time, but not ignored in the market.
No, he was 10-1 in the international market, so he wasn't too big a price. Look, he's been consistent prior to his previous run. He had a couple of placed efforts, finished 4th and 5th on occasion. So, look, the form was there. It's just, was he going to repeat it against horses who were, quite frankly, higher rated and looked like they had better chances in this spot? Thought it was a very good ride from Riyadh to Aish. They went hard up front. There were 4 horses across the track, which we'll look at in a minute when we cover the full race in the replay. But it was a great ride. He judged the speed to perfection, pounced in the straight, and none of the closers could pick him up.
Yeah, breaks his duck. It's taken a while, but does it nicely, and he beats Taj Al-Anaya. And just for the record, I get nothing for a second.
You don't, but not a bad selection. I know it was favourite, but it wasn't a bad selection. He came there with every chance. He just couldn't pick up the leader.
Nobody was picking up the leader today, were they? 11, 5, 12, and there's the jockey taking to the scales, so the officials can check the weight, of course, and gets the first winner of the week, the first of our 36 races done and dusted over the next 3 days, of course. Now they are turning in with. We can just have a look at this, can't we, here? And as you say, suited by perhaps the way the race was set up with all that pace.
Yeah, Marcel, the horse with the big white face on the inside in the white and blue checks. He's the only one of the front runners. There were 4 across the track. The only one that was able to sustain his effort until maybe 3/4 of the way down the home straight. Pace completely collapsed. Riyadh Al made a lovely move on the home turn of this horse, in red blinkers, as you'll see when we cover the drone footage. And he was just able to get the job done. Here is the drone footage from the outset. I mean, the horse drawn inside had a slow start, but it was a pretty safe start elsewhere. That was Jcsa who missed it and then showed early speed. But yeah, I don't think there were any excuses from the outset, Daryl.
No, he got across from 14 quite early, didn't he, to get a position just in behind the principals. There he's in the sort of second rank, 3 from the fence early, but a contested lead.
Yeah, we see so many winners from that second flight there, just in behind the pace. So hopefully, we'll see many more like that throughout the course of the day. But yeah, it was a lovely spot that Rayhan found in the race, and from there he was able to.
confirmed result. So we're not sure whether the stewards are looking into something before giving this race the official rubber stamp. But we will let you know as soon as that has been announced. As we just draw into the closing stages now, and of well, yours is in the green, isn't it? There, just in behind.
They made the move at the same time, the eventual winner and Moettazem, but Adel Al-Faredi unfortunately couldn't get my selection going, and also you can see he's hanging quite badly to the left. He's either tired or, well, I presume he's just tired. He doesn't look hurt or anything, so he just wasn't good enough today. He had every chance. Adel had him in the right spot, just wasn't able to go through the effort. Your selection, Taj Al Anaya, came from a little bit further back, I believe, the flight just behind.
I mean, it's plugged on well enough, but
at this point he's coming there, but he's just not able to finish with the same kind of verve as the eventual winner.
No, but encouragement to be gleaned, I guess, from that performance. And we had a big price horse back in third, didn't we, in Moheb Al Diraya, who I think was around 20 to 1 on the international markets beforehand. So that would have boosted up any dividends or produced a nice return for those that might have found that one each way.
He was tough to find, to be fair, on form and official ratings. You know, he's only rated 62, but the winner's only rated 68, so it wasn't like the highest rated horses came out on top.
No.
And we do see this in races like this. You know, you can have these young and improving horses. They can take big steps forwards from their previous outings. And that was definitely the case with both the winner and the third.
Yeah, I think we did. We explored, particularly with Mandashi, rated 78, and we talked about that beforehand. And sometimes, look, you need a starting point, don't you?
You do.
But sometimes those ratings have been established on form that goes back a while, perhaps form at a different venue.
Exactly, and the Thai form is the key factor here. These are all 3-year-olds, so we don't have much in the way of previous experience, you know, between maybe 4 and 9 starts between them, aside from the winner who was more experienced. And the majority of those runs had come in Thai. So we know these horses handle Thai, the ones that are higher rated, but we don't know necessarily that we're going to handle here. And as you've seen, the 2 highest rated horses, not in the first 4.
Not in the first 4, so there we go. There's hope for all those who've put their horses in later races that are sort of a little way off the of what appears to be the necessary mark, but as we've seen, that is not always to be the case. Now, we're going to move swiftly on because there's only a 25-minute turnaround, as you'll know if you've watched this programme before, in the early races. So let's have a look at the lineup for race number 2, and I think John can get us up to speed.
Certainly can, Darryl. Yes, this is a fillies open contest worth 36,000 Saudi Real. Horse number 1 is Dora Penny. Fawaz Wanas is aboard. 2 is Alpha Sailor. Plenty on that one to come, I would have thought. Adel Al-Faredi rides. Second, horse number 3 is Ted Jahom, the man of Anthony Campos. Horse number 4 is Bint Al-Ri, the man of Ahmed Al-Shra. Number 5 is Lajal Thati, the man of Abdullah Al-Lofi. 6 is Tarabot, Mohammed Al-Nasser. Horse number 7 is Flame of Freedom, Ahmed Al-Azari. Horse number 8 is Melawar, Mohammed Al-Hubail. Horse number 9 is Not Even Close, Tariq Al-Mansour. 10 is Monte Keba, that is the mount of Ayad Al-Tarisi. Horse number 11 is Princess Yara, Alexis Moreno. And horse number 12 is Prism, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Horse number 13 is Celestial Star. Fahed Al-Faredi gets the mount on that one. Number 14 is Clodovere, Thab Al-Timyat. 15 is Hill Run, Osama Al-Sharani. And 16 is Noon Najd, the mount of Abdullah Al-Khamis. So 16 go to post for race number 2. Alpha Salea is the even money favourite on the international market as we get back to the studio.
Thank you very much, John. So fillies will go here, then 1,200 locally bred and horses imported. The first of the features, if you want to say, 36,000 is the prize money they're playing for here. So one of our 3 feature races, and nice to have a little bit of a quality on show, I guess, so early on the card.
Absolutely, and talking about quality, we see that in our screen right now with Alpha Salea. She's rated 96, which is obviously pretty high. Especially in terms of this race, where she's facing largely inferior rivals. Hannah will give us a great perspective of what she actually looks like in the paddock. We are here in the studio, but she did look a little bit on her toes. That wouldn't necessarily put me off, and you know, on form alone, Alpha Salea is definitely the horse to beat in here.
Just hearing there's a disqualification in the first race. It's the 3rd horse that has been taken down. We will try and find out exactly the reason, but Mohib Alda Raya has been demoted, so 3 now becomes the 3rd horse for those that may have played the international market each way.
I'm claiming that, Darryl. I'm claiming that as a place. You can claim yours as a place too.
It's only a third place, Tom. It's not a second place. I feel I still have an edge.
It's not a score on the leaderboard, but it's a place.
No, it's, you're a little closer than you were a few moments ago. This is going to be a tough afternoon, this. Let's go to Hannah, who is doing the important thing as far as this race is concerned, and that's having a look at the runners, Hannah.
Oh dear, chaps, it's not looking good for the selection that I was hoping for. Well, I mean, that's a bit mean, really, because she's looking all right. I'm talking about the 2-horse Alpha. She's a little bit on her toes. She has calmed down a bit. I could see the whites of her eyes earlier, so she's having a good look around. She's moving her tongue around. She's thinking. You can tell a lot by a horse by its mouth. So she's having a look around. She's walking better than she was before, because in the pre-parade ring I could see her moving a little bit too much, and I was thinking, please don't use that energy up. So that's number 2, Alpha, the one that I was very much looking forward to. But the one behind, horse number 3, Jcsa. Hopefully I've said that right. This one is on its toes, still looking great in its coat. Now the thing is, on its toes, I don't always think that's a terribly bad thing unless it's jumping around all over the place, you see. But she's actually working up a little bit of a sweat, but she's looking very race fit, I have to say. So she could just be wanting to get on with the job. So it's not really a negative in my books. The main thing is that she gets up to post and still has the energy to run. Oh, goodness, guys, I'm out of breath. I just only walked a little bit down the parade ring. Now, I want to give a mention to the 5-horse, Jcsa. This horse was very relaxed in the pre-parade ring. And actually, even so now, when the 2 horses in front are picking up to a little bit of a jig jog, there's plenty of relaxed horses in here, I have to say, and they look really, really well. And I don't know if you can tell by my voice, but honestly, these horses look very good, and all I can see is shiny coats. The 10-horse, beautifully turned out, got some quarter marks behind, does have blinkers on. And then I want to give another mention, actually, to another horse that I was quite keen on, the 11-horse, Princess Yara, currently 12-1 in the international market, and this will be ridden by Alex Moreno. First one this season at this track, had a good season, and this year's notable second in the Taif Cup. So this is a horse I have been looking at. So originally, of course, I said I was looking forward to the 2-horse, but the 11-horse Princess Yara, I wouldn't be going against that horse either. So these are the ones that I'm very much looking forward to. It's over to you. They're ready to jock up now.
Thank you very much for your words and your thoughts. And look, we know that our for Sailor is going to be a warm order, even money on the international markets, and I think justifiably so here. I mean, I know we've sort of queried marks with some of the others in the first race, but this is a long way clear on a marker 96. I mean, just to put that into perspective, the sort of best of the rest, I think there's a 90 in there, isn't there, an 87, but comes here in great hearts.
Yeah, it's in fantastic form, placed on the last 3 efforts, and we'll see some footage of this horse as well last time up, where she ran a winning race, but she just got beat by a horse who was more officially ridden. As you say, in the last race, those with the high official figures were beaten, but it was a completely different race to this. They were 3-year-olds, inexperienced, largely with form in Taif, as we've already talked about. These are older horses generally, plenty of form figures and previous efforts next to their name, and we know a lot more about them. So their handicap mark is probably a little bit more accurate than the horse in the first race. I think Alpha is a 96 weighted horse. And then the question is, 1, is she giving weight to anything that is slightly lower rated but can then beat her? And 2, is she going to run to that mark today? If the answer is yes to number 2, then she should be winning. She should be justifying a short price favouritism on the international markets.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, look, one of the more obvious selections of the whole day, in my opinion. So I'm not going to argue with anything you've said there. And stall 16, but we've seen that is not necessarily a worry. Yeah,
I have no problem with stall 16. She's also got Adele Alfredi on board, who, as we've already talked about, despite being just on to race 2 on the card today, he is brilliant at getting a horse into the best tactical position. He'll just edge across. She'll, again, be in the second flight, just behind the leaders, I imagine. And, I think from there she'll pounce in the home straight, much like what she tried to do last time when she just fell short. We'll have a look at some form quickly while I briefly talk about who she's been running against. Here she is here in the yellow and the green silks, just making her move on the outside before eventually being worn down by the grey in behind. But her previous runs prior to this effort had come in cup races when she finished behind Hala, who is one of the better fillies in the country of Saudi Arabia, and then finished second behind Adat, who has won 3 starts since, all cups. So her form is rock solid. she drops into this Fillies Open. And even if she produces anything like this display that we're currently watching, I think she's going to be too good, Daryl.
Yeah, as you say, just picked off in the closing stages on this occasion. This was a good run. This was only a couple of weeks ago as well, and they do finish clear of the rest. And we've also got Montekiba to have a look at, haven't we? This was a run from that same week as well, finishing second.
Yeah, look, this is a good performance, but the problem with Montekiba is that she's very one pace and she doesn't have early speed. So you see this many, many times from her. She'll plug on.
This is behind ADAT, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And she'll plug on, and she just won't be able to reel in the leaders. That's why she's 3 from 50 in her career. It's not an enticing strike rate. She warrants her mark of 90 purely because she's so consistent at this kind of level. But she just doesn't win often enough, just due to that lack of early speed.
And I suppose when you deal with strike rates like that, it doesn't matter where you're watching a racing in the world and how good a mark a horse has got and how consistent it is. A strike rate of 3 from 50 makes a horse like that quite difficult to go in and back with confidence at the kind of price, which is 11 to 4 on the international prices that you're going to have to take.
Exactly. If the international market had her at 5 to 1, then she's a cracking each way bet.
Of course, yeah.
Because she's likely to be in the first 3, but is she likely to win? Probably not. There are form horses like Alpha Salea with a more pressing claims of winning this race, and also she just doesn't win often enough. And there is a nagging doubt in your mind, isn't there, with a horse like this, where you think, is she just chasing horses? Does she actually want to win? That's the problem.
Right, we're going to go straight back to the paddock because Hannah's got news.
Well, everything kind of grounded to a halt for a moment, but it's all good now, let me just say. But the 13 horse Celestial Star, Farid Al Faradi, had to jump off. Their horse did spook, so it was kind of stopped for a second, but the horse did calm down and he did get back on board. So all good from there. And then number 15, Hill Run, was looking quite keen. But like I said earlier, you know, when one gets upset, they tend to all start to have a little bit of a look. But good news, they are all on the way to post.
Thank you, Hannah. I think both of those horses on the international market are very, very big. We've touched upon those international prices, so
yeah.
Even money about Al Fasela as we expected, a warm order. Montekiba is on 11 to 4, and then I think we're looking at sevens, aren't we? Bint Al Ria, who is the 4 and not even close to 9.
Yeah.
Flame of Freedom is in behind those, the 7, around 8 to 1.
Yeah, not even close is an interesting horse, just purely on the fact that she also finished behind ADAT in Taif, so there is collateral form there with Montekiba and Alpha Salea. I prefer Alpha Salea personally, and the market does too, which is unsurprising. But Not Even Close has a brilliant apprentice on in Tariq Al Mansour. He's only 17, I believe, and he's fantastic. So if you are watching for the first time, just keep an eye on those bright green silks. And the other horse at 7 to 1 that you mentioned there, Bint Al Ria, represents Jimmy Jerkins. It'd be fantastic if Jimmy could have a winner today. He's only got 2 runners, I believe, on the whole card. You know, she's a solid performer. She's 3 from 9, but she's yet to run outside handicap company. And this step up to an open is a little bit tougher for her today.
We'll talk about this later, of course, but Sylvester Sousa's coming over. He's going to ride, isn't he, for Jimmy Jerkins on Saturday? I think one of 4 rides he's got. So that spices things up a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's exciting. James Doyle came over this time last year. Sylvester's the chosen man this time around. Partners one for Roger Varian as well. So there's a lot of interesting angles leading towards Saturday and specifically Jimmy Jerkins and Prince Faisal horses.
Yeah, all very exciting. And I should mention at this stage that Wait to Excel's out of one of the big races on Saturday. That is official now, so that's unfortunately one that won't be running, but I think it's going to run in a couple of weeks' time. I think it's just a case of too many numbers for the same connections,
Sure.
and they've just decided to have a rethink more than anything else.
Which isn't good for me because he's my favourite horse here.
And
if he runs in 2 weeks,
Tom. Oh, you
I
won't be here in 2 weeks.
I won't be here.
Well,
I do
you have
love
to come
him.
back, you know. Yeah. Right, selection, Tom. I think I know what we're both going to pick, aren't we? We're just going to go number 2, aren't we?
I think so. Alpha Salea is just a clear standout in here. If Adele can get her across from 16 into a prominent position, which is highly likely, I think she just runs on by them, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be fascinated if Hannah's found an alternative, but if you have, don't keep it yourself.
Well, I think I am going to go against the pair of you. And I only say this because, look, I am looking in the paddock and I'm going with what I see. And Alpha Zalea, I mean, I was so excited to see her. She does look great, don't get me wrong. She probably is the one to beat, but I am going to go for number 11, Princess Yara, that I mentioned earlier, ridden by Alex Moreno. 12-1 in the international market. Progressive, of course, she's only 3. I think she's got a bright future ahead. So I'm looking forward to seeing her performance coming up. So I'm sticking with Princess Yara.
There we go. I had this inkling that Hannah was going to go with an alternative.
Yes.
And look, she's gone with a selection that's solid enough in the market in Princess Lara, who's lightly raced, was running at Tifes, had a bit of a break as well. I wrote sort of one to keep an eye on in the market. I don't know if there's been any market activity, but even so, it's still fairly strong in the betting.
Yeah, she's around 12-1 when we took these prices just before the start of the first race. So maybe she's come in a point or two, or maybe she's solid at the price. Alex Moreno is a big positive on her back. He's a very aggressive rider, and he'll try to get her into a prominent position. She's drawn in 12, so kind of just inside a couple of her main market protagonists, Montekiba in 15 and Alfasalar in 16. So Alex will need to be a little bit aggressive to get into that forward position. But as you say, lightly raced, unexposed and open to improvement.
Yeah, good luck with your selection at home. And we can pop across to John Blance, who's got his beady eye over these 16 runners ahead of our second race, John.
Thank you very much, Daryl. Yes, the horses are about to load up. Yeah, Alpha Soler, as soon as Tom Collins mentioned as well. This is a decent little race, but Alpha Soler does look to have a bit more upside to her. She's slightly less exposed than quite a few and has already shown lots of promise. And as the guys have mentioned, from a ratings perspective, is the best of these. Just a question of how. I mean, gate 16 would be the slight concern, but as we've said many times in these non-handicap races, the draw, while still not totally something you should ignore, is not quite as important as it is when we're talking about fine margins in handicaps with horses that are all weighted to finish in close proximity to one another. Clodovea goes in. Horse number 15 is Hill Run. The 6 is Tarabot to come forward, and the 2 will be Alpha Soler. And we will have a full complement for race number 2. Once again, we're over the 1,200 metres for this open contest. Tarabot goes in. Stand by. Starter waiting for them. Gates back and away they go. They are racing very slowly. Away was Dora Penny. That one has lost plenty of lengths at the start as they make their way through the early stages. Nunajed has gone forward. The favourite just working across from a wide gate, looking to try and slot in behind the front rank as it's Nunajed that leads. To Tedjahom, who's also prominent there. Then the green colours of Flame of Freedom, who races in 3rd. Hill Run is racing in 4th there in the blue colours. Then the sheepskin noseband of Alpha Soler, the international market's favourite. Gap of a couple of lengths then to Bintal Ree in the white face. Flame of Freedom just dropping back a little bit. One that's also prominent is Not Even Close as they make the turn. They'll be levelling up for home very shortly. Favourites coming the scenic route here, Alpha Soler, but she's still travelling well. Tedjahom the leader as they hit the home turn. Alpha Soler, Adel Alfaredi has had a look through his legs to see what's going on behind, and the answer is not a lot as far as this filly's concerned. She's hit the front. Alpha Soler to Tedjahom in 2nd. Long gap back now to Not Even Close. Tarabot is staying on quite well, and after that we've got Bintal Ree, but this is the one-horse affair as they go inside the final furlong. Alpha Soler, she had a wide trip, but it didn't matter one iota, and racing well inside the final 16th and up towards the line. Alpha Soler, thank you very much. Racing up to the line as far as second's concerned, that is tight between Tarabot, who was finishing well, and also Tedjahom, who was prominent throughout, and 4th shortly. The Shrewdies in the studio, they knew Alpha Soler in the hands of Adel Alfaredi, top jock here over in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And yeah, she was drawn 16. She got out, didn't have enough speed to get right to the lead, but just nestled in behind the pace. And then was 4 wide as they turned for home. But like I said, she could have been 10 wide and still won that race. It's nowhere near as important when we're talking about horses with a that differential in terms of their ability. And 1 minute 13.90 seconds as well, a time almost 2 seconds faster than the opening race over the same trip. And she's done that not fully extended as well. Alpha Saleh, the winner, very tight for second. Tarabot's just got that over Tajahom, and it was close for fourth as well. Hopefully we'll be getting that shortly. That could well have been staying on Monte Keba, who generally tends to do that. She might have got fourth there. Yes, indeed she has. That's now been confirmed. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Alpha Saleh for Tom Collins, and Daryl in the studio has got the job done in no uncertain terms.
I think John drew reference to the fact that us experts found it. I think the world and his wife were on the favourite. Well, hopefully anyway, Tom.
Yeah, she was definitely the horse to beat. I loved the ride. I thought it was fantastic. And again, we'll go into this into more detail when we look at the proper drone shot and the full race replay. But Adele Al-Faradi was A+ on her. She moved into a prominent spot coming around the home turn. Just had to pick up Tej who wasn't a proven stayer over the trip. Powered clear, never in danger.
Any would-be jockeys out there will be well advised to watch with us that replay in a moment, and you will track the path. And it was, it was perfection personified from Al-Faradi, who had 4 winners here last week. And I'm probably sort of throwing that statement out there, but he's almost like you're guaranteed a winner a day, if not more, with him.
Absolutely, he gets the best rides purely because he's been a multiple champion jockey in the past. He's got a great agent, and the best thing about him isn't the fact that he gets the best rides, it's the fact that he'll give every horse a similar kind of mount where they have the best opportunity to win. You saw in the first race he was on a loser. My selection, Moatasemi, finished 3rd, but that horse was always in the right spot, just wasn't able to win. Alpha Saleh was able to win, pounced on the home turn, powered clear, strong stayer at the trip, never in doubt, as I say.
Yeah, so 2 winners, both from high draws, which is encouraging. Going forward, I guess, for the rest of the day. Let's get more reaction with Hannah.
Right then, well, I have got a great interview for you guys for the very special horse. Sad, it's great to meet you. This horse, an exceptional filly. Tell me about that race. Well, firstly, actually, we need to explain that you're the owner and assistant trainer to this horse.
Yeah, I'm the owner and the assistant trainer. The trainer is my brother, Hisham. This filly is amazing. Since last year, she's amazing. She's been doing great. She was qualified to the sprint race in the Saudi Cup last year. Hopefully we'll do it again this year.
Yeah, she's great. I saw her in the parade ring. I did say earlier, I thought she was on her toes, but actually in hindsight, I think she just wanted to get on with the job. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do agree. Last time she came second, she was a little bit heavy. This time she was great. We came here, we expected to win, but there's many good horses in the race. Like, we can't exclude them, but she did the job.
Well, tell me, what is next for this very special filly? Anything in the pipeline?
We'll see how it goes. We'll try to raise her rate a little bit, and we'll see good races for her. She's a more than decent filly. She's a great filly, and we hope we go too far with her this year.
And yet again, Adele Al-Faradi, a perfect ride on her. Fabulous jockey.
Adel Al-Faradi is a fabulous jockey. He works with us since 10 years, 12 years. Now he's not currently working with us, but every good horse that we have, he's the #1 jockey alongside Alexis Moreno.
Great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time and good luck with this filly going forward.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was fantastic, wasn't it, Tom, to hear from the owner. And look, he said, didn't he, to Hannah, he expected to win right on the outside, right on the right-hand side. But as you say, watch this path.
Yeah, this is the key to the race. If he gets stuck wide, Al Fasileh is going to have to do a lot of work in the early part of the race. Look at that, though. Adele found a slot in between the front runners and the horses that were going to be closing out. Manages to move all the way across into a prominent position, just 3 off the rail, coming around the home turn. That turn comes up quickly over the 1,200 metres. So it's no easy thing to do.
He's made it look easy, hasn't he?
He has. And we've already talked about being wide is okay on this track, but you don't want to be too wide. There's obviously, a barrier there. You need to be 4 wide, maximum. Anything else, you're giving away too much ground. Adele found that right position. He tracked the horse that was going to take him into the race in Tej Dahom. And at this stage, he looked behind because he was thinking, wow, this has gone easier than I was anticipating. Takes up the running, turning for home. Where are the closers? There aren't any.
Yeah, when he has that look, I think as John described it, through his legs to see what was going on in behind. I mean, he must have thought this could not have gone better. Exactly. He must have been very happy himself with the way he's ridden the horse.
For sure. It's what Adele does, though. He won't be surprised. He'll just be thinking, oh, OK, we've got a winner on the board. Yeah. He always finds a great spot. You never get hard luck stories with Adele Al-Furedi. That's the main selling point here. As we see from the head-on as they turn for home, Adele looks to his left briefly there, nothing. Between the legs as he kicks on the horse, there's no closers. He can see there's nothing directly behind him. He knows the race is won. He's just got to nudge her out for an easy success. She switches leads there, briefly hangs in to the left-hand side, but causes no interference of Tej Dahom, who is weakening out of contention at this point. It was just an A-plus ride on the best horse anyway, and a good selection from both of us, I'd say. I know she was a short price, but it's good to get off the board.
It was an absolute gimme, wasn't it?
It
really?
was, but
I mean, how could you have not selected?
Well, what is Hannah doing?
I don't know, but
we shouldn't be.
Listen, it's early days, Tom. Hannah may come striking back. I'm sure she will with some impressive wins later. And we saw the grey running on from a little way off the speed, didn't we? That was Tarabot to get involved in this close photograph for second place with Tej Dahom. But it really is all about the 96 rated runner in front, and she is mighty good.
She is, and as you say, 96 rated Al Fasileh, Tarabot in seconds rated 81, Tej Dahom's rated 83, and Montequiba's rated 90. So I think that the figures have they'd be justified here. Al Fasileh was the best horse, and she's won by that margin.
I think you're right, aren't you? Because when you're dealing with races like this, where there's more established form at a slightly higher level, I think you can give the figures have a little bit more about them.
Yeah, more depth.
Yes, more depth.
Exactly.
So that's fantastic. Now, Louis, I was going to ask this, Louis Lee. Well, I was going to ask everybody, but Louis Lee's got in touch to say he's on the winner. I want to give a round of applause to Louis Lee, which is absolutely brilliant. And I'm sure there are others out there. Don't be shy. Don't be keeping it to yourself, because this is what it's all about, isn't it? It doesn't matter where you're watching racing, Tom. When you're seeing, rides like that, you're seeing class fillies run how we know that she can and deliver. It's that feel-good factor, isn't it?
Exactly. This channel not only just shows everyone the brilliant Saudi Arabian racing, especially here in Riyadh, but also in Taif earlier in the season, but it provides opportunities for people at home to find winners, to know these jockeys for the first time. They may not have seen Adele Al-Furedi before. But I tell you something, as having watched racing all across the globe, like you have as well, USA, UK, Ireland, France, etc., he's right up there with some of the best.
Do you know what? I was going to ask you that. I mean, it's very hard, isn't it, to sort of rank jockeys worldwide. But just in the brief period that I've been getting to grips with the racing here over the last few months, immediately, you're thinking, well, this guy knows how to ride. This guy rides a lot of winners. I mean, if he was to go, we don't want him to leave where he is, but if he was to go somewhere else, he'd more than hold his own, wouldn't he?
Yeah, if he went to Meydan, for example, in the spring, he'd hold his own. If he came over for the Shergar Cup at Ascot, where it's an international jockey challenge,
that would be interesting.
It would, and it'd be fantastic for Saudi Arabia in general. So, look, I think he's the shining light of Saudi Arabia, and that's taking nothing away from Camilo Spina, Alex Moreno, the riders that have come over from South America. But Adele Al-Furedi, born and bred here, he's the shining light right now.
And I think that's important, isn't it? Because you mentioned some of those other names, they're internationally recognised jockeys.
Yes.
But it's fantastic that in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that they've got one of their own who is basically leading the way.
Exactly, and it's not just Adel Al-Furedi. Obviously, he is the number one right now. He's going to win the Jockeys Championship unless something happens. But there are lots of young apprentices as well that are coming through and are aspiring to be the next Adel Al-Furedi. So it's a fantastic weighing room right now, especially full of local, Saudi Arabian riders who we're going to see for years to come.
Yeah, and that works, doesn't it? In all walks of life, you want to try and imitate and be the next big name. There'll be a lot of people watching at home who want to be the next big race commentator, and they'll be listening to every word that John Blance has to say.
Darryl, that's a fantastic link. I'm not entirely sure it's justified, but there we go. There are many other people to listen other than me. But anyway, this is race number 3. Horse number 1 is Akrama, the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 2 is Al Dazi. That's the mount of Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 3 is Al Mataib Rizden. That's the mount of Asil Al Sahani. 4 is Al Saad. That's Alexis Moreno. 5 is Ana Al Ham, Tariq Al Mansour. And 6 is Ana Al Zaim, the mount of Feras Al Sunyatan. Next is number 7, Aziz Al Muhammadiyah, Adel Al Furedi, that man again. Horse number 8 is Beachco, the mount of Mohammed Al Nevzi. Horse number 9 is Hey Falak, Camilo Ospina, of course, recently raised his 1,000th Saudi winner. Horse number 10 is a non-runner. Number 11 is Naha Al Shadid. Victor Gutierrez, one of quite a large colony of South American jockeys here in Saudi. Horse number 12 is Robot, Mohammed Al Hubail. And horse number 13 is Saif Hezam, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 14 is Simeon, that's the man of Fahed Al Faredi. Horse number 15 is a non-runner. Number 16 is Yagik Al Elm, the man of Mohammed Al Habib. 17 is Yansa Ed Al Turisi. 18 is Yeglik Ryan Al Obeid. Horse number 17 is A plus Mohammed Al Yami. Horse number 20 is Wasef Shuk Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 21 is Dajir. That's the mount of Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Quite a few non-runners here. One that's definitely not, though, is Hannah, who's in the parade ring, casting her eye over this still rather big field.
Well, here we are, and I have got a special interview lined up. We're going to have a chat to Camillo Ospina, who rides number 9, Hey Falak, in the next. Camillo, great to meet you. Before we go on to your horse that you're riding today, I just want to have a chat about your last weekend incident. What actually happened? I see you've got a plaster on your nose there.
No, yeah, thank you very much. And in the start, the filly, when she broke, she hacked me a little bit, but thanks God, I'm very good, no problem, nothing strong.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, you scared us all. I was watching from the UK and we were worried about you. So we're glad to see you back here, back on top form.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, no, it's difficult. It's difficult when it happen this thing, but this is normally in the jockeys, the races. But thanks God, I come back very good. I feel very good and I got a chance to win some races this way.
Well, the bell's just gone, so I just want to grab quickly. Tell me about this horse that you're riding in next.
No, he's a good horse, he finished third and tie, and the trainer, he told me he's improving now, and we'll see, yeah.
Well, best of luck. Thank you so much. We'll be cheering for you.
Yeah, you're telling me, Tom, he's not, he's not the normally bubbly, enthusiastic jockey he is, but I'm guessing, he's probably a little bit thinking about last week's injury late on Saturday, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was a little bit more downbeat than usual, that's for sure. But I imagine a winner or two will definitely perk Camillo up. The best news here is that he's able to ride today after what happened last week, and he's on the international market leader here at 6-4, Hey Falak, so he could be having his just tonic in this first race.
Yeah, Hey Falak, who ran well enough at Taif back in September, and where do we go from there? Well, the market thinks we go with a potential victory, second time on the racetrack. How are you seeing that form? I mean, are we able to argue a case justifiably for this horse to be as short as 6-4 internationally?
There are ways of doing the international market from the traders. They like to put white stable horses up high in the market no matter what they've achieved.
Okay,
so maybe this horse is shorter in the international market than he should be. That being said, there is a clear angle for why he's going to improve today. First up, he didn't break overly well. He raced behind traffic and He just didn't get a clear run, as we see Camilo going out on track, out onto the parade ring there earlier, and now onto the horse. He didn't get a clear run, but he did stay on well. Now, the difference coming into Riyadh, I think they're going to be aggressive. I think they're going to try and make all the running. It's the white stable MO. They generally want to go forward, especially in maidens. And the fact that he could be on the front end means we could get a much better display from him. So the price is short enough, but I understand why.
I mean, it was an amazing week, wasn't it, for Camilo last week to finish the week like that. And of course, earlier in the week, he'd hit the 1,000 winners, the first jockey ever to do so.
Yes.
Here. So, I mean, that is the perfect description of, you know, the ups and downs of a jockey's life, if you want.
Exactly, it happens, doesn't it? It's race riding and it's horse racing. It's what happens. You can go from hero 1 second to zero the next, and that's not necessarily to do with bad rides or anything. It could be an incident like Camilo had last week. So he'll be hoping to bounce right back. He has plenty of chances today. He rides one later for Lucas Gaetan in a combination we don't see very often. So that's interesting. He's got a couple for the white stable, including this horse, and it would just be good to see him back in the winner's circle, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that will be happening at some stage, if not in this race, during the course of the programme here as we head towards race number 3. These are local bred horses. They're on the dirt going 1,600, these juveniles. So obviously we've got limited amounts of form to go on here. Lots of horses like the favourite, the international favourite, only having a second start. Where are you leaning?
Well, I am leaning towards the favourite. I know it's really boring, but Hey Falak has by far the most upside. And as I say, with those different tactics, I think we could see a better horse. I have to admit, it's not confirmed they will go forward, but I just think it's highly likely. You look at the other horses in here, they're all very inexperienced. You know, you're going to see big improvement from some. You're going to see some start to maybe regress at this point of their career. But the interesting factor, 1,600 metres, the majority of these haven't run over this trip before. So, you know, there is a big question mark about whether they'll stay, and if they do stay, how much improvement are they going to find? For example, horse number 2, Al Dazi. Now, I don't necessarily like this colt from a winning perspective, but he's by Premium Tap, and Premium Tap's offspring all stay 1,600 up to 2,000 metres. So you would anticipate this colt, trained by Bedan Al-Sabai and ridden by Naif Al-Anazi, will improve from that debut 8th. He's one of a number who is definitely going to improve for the step up in trip. You could say the same for horse number 3, Al Mataib Rizden, 10-1 in the international market, but it's by Territories, whose progeny stay. Al Saad by Bandini, another one that puts a lot of stamina influence into his progeny. That's horse number 4. He's ridden by Alex Moreno and only had the 1 outing. So all 3 of those, just for example, could easily take a step forward, but are they going to take as big a step as Hey Falak? I'm not overly sure. And then, Daryl, we come to the unknown quantity. Horse number 7, Aziz Al Muhammadia, ridden by Adel Al Faredi. He's looking for back-to-back winners.
He is already, and we're only heading towards race number 3, of course. So they are making their way down to the start. Be interested to see how the international market moves. We'll try and keep across that. But 6-4, Hey Falak, 130, Aziz Al Muhammadia, and then I think it was 7's Bar bringing in number 4, Al Saad, and Anna Alham, number 5 at around 8-1. Are you going to be steering towards the favourite, do you think, in terms of selection?
My selection's definitely going to be horse number 9, right, Hey Falak. Okay. Look, I think the price is fair. Anyone looking at the international market right now, I wouldn't advise betting this horse maybe at shorter price, but 6-4 I think is fair based on the likely improvement. The biggest danger is the second favourite in the international market, the newcomer, Aziz Al Muhammadia, horse number 7, just purely because we don't really know what this horse is capable of. Gaith Al Gaith has fitted a tongue tie for the debut, which isn't necessarily considered a positive worldwide, but it happens a lot here, so I wouldn't read too much into that. The draw in stall 2, he's going to have to break, because if you're drawing in stall 2 and miss it, all the horses congregate across, even over this mile trip. So Adele's task would be much tougher from there, but he should stay being by Taprit, and the 7 is definitely the biggest danger to Hey Falak. But I will stick to the favourite in here, and I expect Camilo to get a nice winner early on the card.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Just doing a late scratch in race number 6, horse number 12 in race number 6, when we get there, has just been announced as a non-runner. That is Meloff, so would have been an outsider anyway. I'm going to go with Al Mataib Rizden, the 3 here, who I thought showed a little bit of encouragement with the first run around here over this trip a couple of weeks ago. Whether it's quite good enough, Only time will tell. I think it was 10-1 on the international odds when we last checked them. So 3 for myself and 9 for Tom.
Can I quickly mention 2 more?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Okay, really quickly. Horse number 5, Anna Alaham, who you talked about briefly, just the price, 8-1 in the international market. Never run before, but this trainer, Sami Al-Muteri, can definitely ready one. He's the trainer of Vizier, one of the best Arabian horses in the country. So I wouldn't be surprised if the 5 ran a nice race with Tariq Al-Mansour on board. And one other, a big price, just to watch out for, not likely winner today, but it's horse number 14, Samihan. Farhad Al-Faradi, the brother of Adele, on board this son of Hainesfield. Connections again, can ready one. So just watch out on this horse, and maybe he'll produce a nice effort first time up. But he'll have to be pretty good to beat the likes of Hay Falak.
OK, so we've got a couple of selections locked in, and once they're locked in, that is it. There's no changing your mind. Who are you going to lock in as your choice, Hannah?
I am going for the 4-horse Al Saad. Now, I know this looks like, oh, she's picked another Alex Moreno horse, but actually, I got a glimpse of it just leaving the parade ring. And he was just a little bit on his toes, but in the way of looking keen, wanting to get going. And I know this horse, he's only had 1 run, and that was at 1,200 metres, finished 10th from 11th. But when I watched that race, I saw, you know, it's his first run, and a lot for most of these horses, a lot of education will happen today. So, you know, we'll find out more about them. But I just thought you could see actually it had quite a good start when it got going. A little bit of encouragement was needed and reacted okay to it. I'm just interested in this horse. I've got 7-1 from the international market here. You guys can tell me if that's changed in any way. But yeah, I'm sticking with the 4-horse Al Saad. John Balance, what are your thoughts on this race?
Well, Hannah, it's obviously a little bit tricky. I'm never a huge fan of betting in races where you have horses that are making their debut, because you never quite know enough about them to make a strong enough assessment, and therefore you can't really make a good enough assessment about whether the horses that have run are going to be good enough to win. It's interesting that Aziz Al Mohammedia is as prominent as he is in the market. Hay Falak is probably the most likely winner, but it's probably not the type of race to be having a large investment in. And all that aside as well, you'd probably want to be listening to someone like Tom rather than me anyway from a tipping perspective. But there will be better betting opportunities on the rest of the card. Good to see Camillo Ospina as well back in the saddle. When we first started doing the English broadcast, he really was a winning machine, and he's still not exactly got a bad strike rate now, but it'll be good to see him back to that level of performance. And like I said before, there are a lot of very good Latin American and, well, in the case of Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, Portuguese jockey here in the kingdom. And obviously they are preeminent around the world, Latin American jockeys. And there's 1 or 2 good ones here. Camilo Ospina, of course, hailing from Colombia as they put them in. Horse number 18 to go forward. That's Yeglik. Rakan Al Obeid will be riding that one. The 11 is Naha Al Shadaid. Victor Gutierrez to come forward. Number 14 will be Simeon. Fahed Al Faradi, brother of Adil. The 2 is Al Dazi. Horse number 1 to go in is Akrama. Abdullah Al Saidi rides that one. Striped jacket of Yansur to go forward. So we've still got about 5 or 6 left to move in. 3 Al Dazi, Naif Al Anazi. The green jacket of Bijko, I think that's how it's pronounced, Mohammed Al Nevsi. Like I always say as well, if I ever make an absolute mangling of an Arabic pronunciation, feel free to correct me via the YouTube channel. Horse number 14 is Simeon to go in. I don't think we'll have just about a full complement of runners. Simeon in that two-tone blue set of silks. 1,600 metres, the metric mile for 2-year-olds on the dirt, of course. Locally bred horses. Stand by. Gate back and away they go. Yegik Al Elm was very slowly away. Another very slow starter was A+. Certainly didn't get that grade from the starting gate as they make their way through the early stages. One that's prominent is Robot, the huge white face there showing up very prominently. Another one that's making good early headway is Yeglik towards the outside. Yeglik and Robot. Followed then right down on the rail by Al Saad in the grey colours there, the sheepskin noseband, who's made effortless progress to the front. Then Bijko, the green cap, who's racing in 4th position. Aziz Al Mohammedir is also pretty prominent. Spot the orange saddlecloth there for Adel Al Faradi, who's moving up quite stealthily. That's the front rank, followed then towards the outer by Saif Azam. Also up there with the pace is Robot. I say that's gone back to the field, but now it's just making headway once more, right towards the rear of the field at the moment. Anna Al Zaim is just about the back marker as they start to make the turn for home. Yeglik has now been tackled and passed by Ekrama, who's also on the scene as well as they start to make the turn. Right round the outside, Robot is making ground once more, but done it somewhat inefficiently, but still goes on to take it up. It's Robot who strolls into the lead. Ekrama in second is now suddenly being driven along. After that, in 3rd position, Yeglik is trying to box on. Down the centre of the track, making a bit of a run for things now is Aldazi. But look at this Robot, well clear, resplendent white face. Couldn't miss this one in a lineup. And it's Mohammed Al Hubail, who's 6 or 7 lengths clear now aboard Robot. No wins from 2 starts prior to today, but they can put 1 in the wins ledger now as they race up towards the line. Robot got a good start, just lost a bit of ground mid part of the race, getting a bit tired now as well, but the winning move came at the turn for home. Robot the winner. So in 2nd position, that's Almatabe Risdon, who stayed on quite well for Darrell Williams fans. The 14 has stayed on well as well, Simeon from the back of the field. Victory then for horse number 12, Robot, for Mohammed Al Hubail. As I said, striking individual. Got into a pretty good position early, showed really good speed, and then was kind of outsped by quite a few who were jostling for position, and seemed to be just losing its posse. But then a spectacular move around the bend. Like I said in the call, somewhat inefficiently. You don't really like to see horses making that sort of wide move round a turn, but when it can kick in the turbo like this one, no problems at all. 1:43.88. The winning time there for Robot. Almatabe Risdon finished in 2nd, beaten 4 3/4 lengths into that spot. And then there was another big gap back to the rest. And that was Simeon, who did get 3rd in the end. And the 4th horse home was Ekrama in the hands of Abdullah Al Saidi. So Robot, the winner of race number 3. Another impressive scorer here in Riyadh.
Robot being brought in by the grooms, wonderfully decked out in the colours, of course, of the owner, which looks really, really good, and went beyond recall, which has got me kicking something here, because yet again I've bagged another second, Tom.
You've been super consistent though, 2-1-2. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. You'll find the winner in the next race, judging by that trend. Yeah, this horse was tough to find, the winner. 16 to 1 in the international market. Had the 2 outings. Finished
I thought they were
midfield.
solid. They were the
They
right
were.
half of the party, if you want.
They were, but this is a big step forward. I mean, we didn't see anything like that move that he showed on the home turn in his previous outings. I've got written down on my notes, actually, could have a chance midfield both times, but wasn't in my top 3 selections. That move on the home turn was the deciding factor here, wasn't it? Just Mohamed Al Hubail trying to get the race won at the halfway point. They went hard up front, but he was always in a good spot. The horse obviously had plenty left in the tank coming into the home straight. And yes, he did get tired in the latter part of the race, which kind of says to me 1600 is the limit for him. He still kind of put the winning stamp on things with 2 furlongs to go. Ended up winning by 4 3/4 lengths over your selection, Almatay Brisden, who ran very well. And it was
Stayed on, but just, I mean, they all had too much to do to get anywhere near the winner.
But he was a further 9 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher. He looks a potential local bred horses maiden winner in waiting, if you want. Yeah,
hopefully it won't be too long. The dark colours making headway, but the bird had flown, as they say, and well done to the connections. Badar Rizek, former champion trainer in these parts on the score sheet here, and it was all over bar the shouting, a long way from home. So unexposed type wins at what was I suppose a fair enough price. There might have been 1 or 2 who could have been tempted just because the unexposed presence of this horse, and I think 2 reasonably promising runs.
Sure, he was definitely promising. It's just he wasn't a clear standout in here. No. And look, he's obviously a very flashy individual, but you can see he got really tight. Wow, one horse absolutely exploded out of the gates. Oh, that was the eventual winner. That obviously helped.
From 11, wasn't it?
Yeah, he gained 2 lengths out the start.
I didn't realise that first time.
No, me neither. Gained 2 lengths out the start, was taken back into a prominent role. That's a clear reason as to why he's potentially built on his previous 2 runs. Obviously, it's not the defining factor as to why he's won. He was the best horse in the race on the day anyway, but that's a massive advantage. Your selection was just on the outside. You can see green and white in around 7th right now, maybe a length or 2 behind the eventual winner. Closes up at the end, but didn't have the kick on the home turn. And the 3rd place finisher was one of the ones, the first-time starter that I said watch out for, Simihan.
You did, didn't you? That was a little bit inspired, Tom.
Came from nowhere, literally nowhere. Not in shot right now. You're looking for light blue with dark blue epaulets and a white cap. Not in shot, but runs home powerfully down the outside and could be one for next time. Obviously, was learning on the job today, Darryl.
Yeah, OK, we'll keep a close eye on that horse. But that was a perfect start, I have to say. That passed us both by on first viewing, but from gate number 11 right through the middle, and was basically then able to run the race that Mohammed would have wanted, and as you can see has already gone shooting clear. The runner-up is in they're back in yellow, isn't it? I think just making headway towards the outside, and is going to eventually get the 2nd slot.
So many races are won on the bend here. We said this at the top of the show, but that wide move, there is a bit of a camber on the turns, which definitely helps that wide kind of sweeping motion around the bend. It feels like every horse is asked for a little bit of effort on that turn, and if they can produce something, then they go into the leading brigade and power into the home straight with a great chance. Most horses come up flat on that turn, and then they're out of the picture in the end. As you can see here, just coming off the turn, look, you can see those on the rail just scrubbed along, not really finding much, whereas Robot firmly on the bridle out in front, and yes, he gets tired late, but it's that move that wins the race. We should briefly talk about the
favourite, Hey for Luck. Yeah.
I mean, he fell out the stalls. Camilo was never able to get him into a prominent role, and he was just out on the outside of the track and never really showed much. It was a clear regression, I think, from the first outing, and connections will be wondering what went wrong.
Yeah, I think you knew your fate very early, didn't you, with Hey for Luck, who had shown plenty of promise first time, but wasn't able to reproduce that run here. Look, we heard, didn't we, from Camilla with Hannah a little bit earlier on, Tom. You never quite know as a jockey, what is going to happen at any given moment. 1 minute you're riding high. He's got this injury. He seemed a little bit subdued going in. That's understandable. Yeah. First ride back, is he sort of feeling his way back in? Is it going to take a ride or 2, or not for someone like him?
I don't think so. He just didn't have the horse, to be honest. Like, if that horse was able to win or even get close today, you'd have seen Camilo doing as Camilo does every single day right here. It would make no difference to him. Yeah, he was subdued. Maybe he's just still feeling the after effects of the incident, but he'll be fine. And hopefully later on he'll get that winner that he deserves.
I'm sure he will. Right, we're going to go back to John Blance because we need to have a look at the runners. We're already on to race number 4, John.
Yeah, we certainly are, Darren. Another big field to have a look at here. Here are the runners and riders for race number 4. Number 1 is Adha, that's the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 2 is Al Andawan, the mount of Mohammed Al Hubail. 3 is Al Rajay, Abdullah Al Rashed. Number 4 is Atsha Fawas Wanas. 5 is Daz, Alexis Moreno. And horse number 6 is Hamza, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 7 is Motta Basil, of Camilo Ospina. Horse number 8 is Muhibukum, Khalid Al Mamoni. Horse number 9 is Tawi Al Baid, Hamza Saad. Horse number 10 is Abu Al Bashir, Victor Gutierrez. Number 11 is Energy, Adel Al Faradi. Horse number 12 is Ghazal Al Saudia, Ayad Al Turisi. Number 13 is Green of Truth, Thab Al Timyat. 14 is Harbour, Fahed Al Faradi. 5 is Mucho Karasis, Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 6 is Mutfail Al Darea, Adel Al Fairuz. Horse number 17 is Jamarat Al Arab, Osama Al Sharani. And horse number 18 is Tilda, the man of Rakan Al Obeid. Horse number 19 is Tusti, that's the man of Abdullah Al Odib. And number 20 is Wahij Ahmed Al Shrab. So those are your 20 runners and riders for race number 4. Back to Hannah in the parade ring.
Right then, here we go. So I'm going to start with number 5, Das. Alex Moreno will be on board, got the blinkers and the noseband, having a little chew away, but, you know, probably looking forward to that race. Nothing to worry about there. Nice muscle on its hind end, walking quite well. Wouldn't be overly happy with its hind end action, but could just be a little bit tight from its muscle, but looking nice nevertheless. Now behind number 6, this is the horse that really caught my eye as soon as it came into the parade ring. Hamza, ridden by Ricardo Ferreira. Now this horse is a leggy type and real standout in the parade ring. Nice markings actually, which is probably what I looked at first of all, but it's hind end, the muscle definition. Oh, those fitness lines at the back looking incredible. You can see his veins coming out, getting prepared for this race. Nice and shiny in the coat, tucked underneath, looking very race fit. The horse behind, number 7, we're going to go to next. Motta Basil. Camilo Ospina takes the ride. Nice chestnut. I don't know if you can see what I'm talking about here, but the hind end action, the leg nearest to me, you can just see it looks a little bit tight, and that is something you'll hear me say a lot with this hind end action, because this is where the engine is. So this is the important part of the horse, and we want that working nice and freely. Looks a little bit tight, but there is muscle there, so hopefully that can propel that horse forward. And then finally, I've been looking at horse number 14, Habar. Faid Al Faradi takes the ride on this horse. 16 runs and returns today after a break, drop down in trip today following his longer distance. So I'm looking forward to watching this horse, but these are the 4 that I've been having a look at. But I have to say, guys, that number 6 I really like the look of, and that is Hamza. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, Hamza and Motta Basil, 6 and 7, they're sort of next to each other in the race card, and they're kind of sort of next to each other in the betting market, dominating the scene here, Tom.
They are, yes. Motta Basil 7-4 in the international market, Hamza 11-4. Both of them represent the leading owners here. Motta Basil with the white stables, Hamza with the red stable. Hopefully we can see some form now, and we'll move on to Motta Basil.
Yeah, this is the maiden win, isn't it? For is this Motta Basil first? We're having a look at, I think, and winning for the white stable, as you say, quite impressively, really.
Yeah, it was really impressive. It was a typical white stable horse performance. You know, off the front end, kicking clear and staying better than all of his rivals. It was a big step up on the debut run, albeit that was a pretty strong performance as well, finishing second. It's just whether there's more to come from this son of command. Camilo will be looking to get that winner on the board, as we've already talked about, and it's likely that they're going to adopt the same tactics, go forward from the outset and look to hold on.
Yeah, it went really well. And here we're having a look at a bigger priced horse in Al Raj, who's also winning a maiden, also winning by a long, long way.
And also ridden forwardly in the race, kicking off the home turn and just putting distance between himself and the remainder. Now, this was a big step forward from the previous 2 runs where he finished out the back of the TV, not in the first 9. So, you know, maybe this horse found something different they found something different in the training, or he came up against a particularly weak group. I would presume it was the latter, and to be honest, from stall 20 today, he's going to find it tough to replicate that.
Well, that is a high draw. Look, we've talked about, we've seen how the high draws have done all right today, but that is a tough one to work from. Of course, it is the highest draw in a race where we've got a maximum field and no room for the reserves. But we touched upon the horse we just had a look at, Mutabasil, and Hamza dominating the market. Is that how you're reading it?
Kind of. Obviously, we do all of our prep without knowing the prices. We should put that out there.
Yeah, we should mention that, absolutely.
Yeah, so albeit I have put up 3 favourites so far, I did think those 3 favourites were the most logical winners. In this race, I do agree with the market, but I have them in a slightly different order. I thought Hamza actually has done enough to warrant favouritism in here, and that's nothing against Mutabasil by any means. Of course, he's open to improvement and could easily win this race, but his victory last time earned him a rating of just 70, and yes, that may be a little bit short of what he's actually capable of. I still think Hamza's victory was a little bit more impressive. So I would have Hamza as favourite over Mutabasil, and the other horse we will move on to, who I also think is a logical player, is horse number 5, Das, who both similar form figures to both Hamza and Mutabasil actually, but it's probably the third most logical play in here.
Okay, so that's another one to consider. Dars, who is settled just in behind the top 2 in the market. I kind of ended up coming down on Mutabasil. Maybe I was just carried away by the moment in just how well the maiden win was executed.
He hacked up.
Well, this is it, and I mean, you tell me, but we're dealing with horses who I suppose in the main have won one race. We've got some maidens here as well, but I'm thinking this doesn't seem a particularly big jump. No, it's not, and he could easily win this Mutabasil. He warrants a relatively short price, and I'm not dead against him. I'm glad you're selecting him because I won't be, and based on what Hannah said in the paddock, I don't think she will be either. So it's good that you're picking him. At least one of us has got the winner coming. Exactly. Hopefully, anyway, for your sake, Mutabasil could get the job done. Look, I won't be surprised. The only reason I prefer Hamza is that we saw a bigger jump from the first to second outing in terms of improvement. First time up ran over a sprint trip and just didn't showcase much, to be honest, finishing 8th. Last time, over 1,800 metres, it was a much better display. Now, he did finish tired that day, but it was much like the race we've just seen here, actually, with Robot. He kicked off a home turn, put a big gap between himself and the remainder, and then just got a little bit weary late on. The drop down to 1,600 metres, 200 metres shorter than last time up, I think is a huge positive for Hamza. Don't love the draw, but should sit in a prominent position with Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board. And I wouldn't be surprised if this son of Not This Time, who was a very good horse in the US actually, for Dale Romans, only had the 4 outings. I wouldn't be surprised if Hamza managed to back up. But it could be one of those battles that we see quite often here at King Abdulaziz racetrack between the red stable and white stable and who will come out on top. And I think that's one of the great added attractions, isn't it, to watching the racing here, because you've got this sort of ongoing little battle between the 2 leading owners. It's a regular added little attraction and bonus here. Look, I want to mention Ricardo Souza Ferreira because he had a brilliant week last week. He had 2 on Thursday, 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. I mean, the Super 6 if you want. But that, that's consistency in your riding, isn't it? It is. And the thing about Ricardo is he ships in from Europe at this time of year. He doesn't ride in Taif. And he just picks up where he leaves off in Europe. He's a very good rider over there. Maybe not as well known as Plenty, but he's a very good rider in his own right. Over here, he comes in, gets some plum rides. He rides a lot for Thamar Al-Dahani and Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al-Sabah. He rides for the Red Stable, as we can see in this race. He gets some good mounts, and rightly so. He's one of the better riders when he's over here. Yeah, most definitely. So let's hope he has another very good week. Others we should touch upon, Tom? Well, let's talk about Das first. I hinted that I wanted to mention him earlier. He's the mount of Alex Moreno, who is still seeking his first winner this week, albeit we've only had 3 races. Das last time bolted up. The runner-up, however, has not done anything for the form. It's 0 from 2 since. So maybe you can look at that race and think, maybe Das didn't beat enough to warrant support in this event today, where he's facing 2 other last two out winners who look highly promising. However, the manner in which he won that race suggests you can't overlook him. The hood goes on today, and maybe he could be a player for a place, definitely, but maybe a win contender as well. They're the only 3, I believe, that are under 10 to 1 in the international market. There are a couple at bigger prices that are worthy of mention. Maybe the 13, Green of Truth, who was good on the penultimate outing but completely blew out from the front last time. He's drawn inside. He's drawn inside. I had that on my shortlist as well. Definitely. She should go forward. Green of Truth, she should be part of this. That's in the Hackwart race, I think, that we may have explored in the first contest. She's likely to go forward. She's also rated 70, much like Mutabasil, but Mutabasil's open to a lot more improvement, I would say, than Green of Truth. We could also talk about the 4,
at Shah, who is 16 to 1 in the international market, the Mount of Fawaz Wanas. This horse, I believe, wants shorter in terms of distance. I don't think he'll stay the 1600 metres, so that's a little bit of a concern.
Quick question
for me.
on actually that horse, at Shah and also Dars, they both fit in the same category. They've not raced since last spring.
Yes.
In terms of getting horses ready here, is that not normally an issue?
I like to see a run, I do.
Right, okay.
But some trainers and owners are good at getting them back fresh and winning, but I generally think that horses are better for a run. So it would be a negative for both of those, in my opinion. Especially at Shah, who, as I say, I don't believe will stay. So stamina is going to be a bit of a negative on both fitness aspect and also just generally doesn't want the trip.
Okay, right, confirmation selection. So 7 Mutabasil for me.
Horse number 6, Hamza for me. We're going head to head with the two big stables.
We are, yeah, absolutely. And there's sort of be, I'm sure, even groups of people lining up to back both of them, or almost anyway. So let's get to you, Hannah, for your pick, please.
I am going with Hamza, the 6th horse. I was just looking on the screen, actually. Looks ready to rock and roll at the post. But yes, I am going with the Red Stable runner. Honestly, when I mean an eye catcher, as soon as he came into the parade ring, that was the horse I was immediately drawn to. Its frame is beautiful, and the way he walks, very leggy type, and I'm sure this horse is going to do very well. So that's the horse I'm siding with. Just to let you guys know, at home and in the studio, so the 12th horse, Ghazal Al Saudia, that horse looked very keen to post, and I saw it go tearing up there, and it looked flashy in the parade ring. It looked actually it could go on to a dressage career following his racing career, but yeah, I did see that one pulling to post. But by the looks of it on the screen, it seems to be walking okay and quite well. But you know, like I said before, the important part is that they are all right at the post. If they're calm there, then that's fine, and that's what we like to see. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much. So, right, okay, we know how Hannah's seeing it now. She's siding with you, Tom. So,
which is good, because in the previous
I'll just
race...
be on my own.
Hey, look, you'll be the one celebrating when Mutabasil crosses the line first. But it's a good thing, because Hannah in the previous races was saying that my selections, and obviously Hannah's in the paddock for a reason, I'm in the studio for a reason. She said that
No
the
idea
horses...
why I'm here, but anyway.
Hey, look, you're here to pick winners, seemingly.
Possibly. We'll swap chairs, yeah? No.
Based on your previous exploits. But Hannah was saying that my 2 in the last couple of races haven't looked overly well in the prelims, whether they be picking up a sweat or, you know, they've been on their toes or whatever. But I'm happy that Hannah's given some positives here for Hamza, especially considering these are young horses. You know, you don't want to be seeing them getting het up and overwhelmed by the experience. So, yeah, I'm happy that Hannah's also sided with Hamza, and hopefully not only will one of us be celebrating a winner, but hopefully we can pick the first and second in
Hope
this
so.
contest.
I'm just watching that shot's just disappeared now, but watching them circle round behind the stalls, they're almost in a perfect circle.
Yes,
you know, we could be marking them on that. It looks absolutely brilliant from the camera from above.
And also, if anyone hasn't watched this feed before or racing here in Riyadh, this is what happens down at the start. The horses are brought into the middle of the circle if they need tack adjustments or anything like that. Horses are taken behind the tape if the vet's going to look at them. Obviously, everything's like A-OK now, and they're starting to load up.
They are, so they're moving in then. So let's go across to John. Race 4 already, John. Would you believe it?
Yeah, we're rattling through them, as is often the case here in Saudi, as the horses are being brought in. Al Rajay comes forward into a very wide gate there. Stall number 20, the purple and white colours. Also going in there was Muhibukum in that pink saddlecloth, the orange saddlecloth for Mutabasil. Next to go in will be Alan Dawan. Horse number 5 is Dars, Alexis Moreno. There's the 13, the spots of green of truth. There's Dars, the sort of mauve, purpley colours on the inside. Still got the one horse to go in, Adhar. The 12 still to move forward as well, Ghazal Al Saudia. 2 to go. One of them's backing away now. That's the 12, Ghazal Al Saudia. The 13, Green of Truth, waiting as well. Still 2 to go. Ghazal Al Saudia goes in. Green of Truth, stall 1. Tharbal Timyat aboard. Big field here, 1600 metres once more. Bars getting a little bit, or Dars I should say, getting a little bit lively. Blindfolds are off. Starter happy. They are off and racing. Pretty good beginning, it has to be said. Nice start, though, from Motta Basil. The green cap there, the white stable colours is prominent in the run. Also up with the early pace in the white, red and blue colours is Alandawan. That's your leading duo at the moment. Also pushing on into a prominent posse is Mucho Caracis. That one often likes to front run. Hamzar towards the outside, the red stable colours there, the red with the white epaulets. They're followed just in behind by Dars, who's got a nice position there in the mauve jacket. Followed then towards that one's outside by Muhibukum, who's also prominent. Field trails back at the moment to Haber, who's towards the rear of the field. Jamrat Al Arab also amongst the back markers as they make their way towards the end of the back straight. And it's Alandawan that leads them in the hands of Mohammed Al Ubail. To Motta Basil, Camilla just getting a little bit more animated in the saddle. Hamza is travelling nicely round the outside in third. Mucho Caracis now being asked a question or two. Dars up the inside. Muhibukum is still there, the white cap, trying to produce a run. Then after that, the spotted jacket of Green of Truth. The rest of them have got plenty to do from there. Making the turn for home, and it's Alandawan. Mohammed Al Ubail had a look over his shoulder there, saw his mount go into a 4-length advantage. Now right round the outside, Al Rajay is trying to get into this. Motta Basil is trying to stay on, not a huge amount forthcoming at the moment. Hamza can only find the one pace too. Inside the closing stages they go. Has this leader gone a little bit too early here? Alandawan is out in front but beginning to tire. Motta Basil's getting a second wind, is now down to only 2 lengths behind this long time leader. Inside the final 200 they go. Alandawan still the leader, to Motta Basil in second. Staying on well is Green of Truth, also Muhibukum right from the rear of the field as well, getting going very late is Harbour from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula. Couldn't quite get there though, because the victory in the end goes to Green of Truth, who reeled in Alandawan, but they were finishing from all over the place there. And it's Green of Truth in the spotted jacket in the hands of Tharbal Timyat. So that one had gate 1, has used it to pretty good effect there. But it was an interesting race from a tactical perspective. 1 or 2 I think might have shot their bolt a little bit on the early side, most notably Alandawan, who hit the front, went well clear, and then has been reeled in by a whole host of them coming from quite a long way off the pace. One of them being Green of Truth. That other horse, Harbour, was miles off the early pace and has absolutely flown home as well. But in the end, it's gone the way of Green of Truth. Harbour in second, Alandawan in third, half a length separating the first and second, and also the second and third. And Muhibukum has finished in fourth. A thrilling end to race number 4, but in the end, it goes the way of Green of Truth.
Yeah, Green of Truth, who won over the 2000 in the maiden, just a couple of runs ago. So this drop down and the way the race set up was always going to be a positive. And yeah, it's bounced home. What should be a fairly decent price, I think.
Yeah, it was 10-1 in the international market. She was running forward last time, and I don't know, things didn't go right for her. I know our colleagues, Mark Francis and Roy Delaghi, they liked her after that victory too back, and I feel like they're both on today.
I've seen a bit of keep the faith, I think,
I have.
going somewhere, you know.
Yeah.
So well done to those gents for indeed doing just that. And it was a stirring finish, wasn't it?
It was a great finish, a great call as well by John, we should say. That late finisher, Harbour, where did he come from? He was way out the back. You don't see horses close up ground like that all that often here at King Abdulaziz racetrack. And on form, it was hard to have him as well. He was 0 from 16, last 2 runs with duck eggs. But he's produced a much better display today. Look, he's not even in the picture at this point of the race. There he is, right on the outside in the beige silks. Finishes off to great effect.
Long-standing maiden. I mean, still is, but maybe not for much longer, right down the outside. But, you know, there was almost too many horses for your eyes to keep up with as to what might make an impact.
Exactly. They've obviously gone a little bit too hard up front. The pace has completely collapsed in the home straight. Motabasil ran home at the 1 speed, but was quite clearly tired. Same can apply to Hamza, who got balked at the top of the turn. But the horse who looked like the most logical winner turning in was Al Handawan for Mohammed Al Hubail. The same connections that won the previous race.
Exactly. I think I was trying to calculate the double price.
Yeah, and he's unfortunately capitulated in the last 100 yards, but he ran a clear career best here, and it was just a great race to watch, Darryl.
Right on the inside, Green of Truth, bagged gate number 1 and ultimately came through, but Mutabasil was right there with the early pace, one of those up with the speed, and the 2 horse, I think, Al Handawan was also moving forward.
Yes, exactly. Al Handawan at this point is in the lead, looking to move across towards the rail. Mutabasil is in a great spot. I mean, you must have been watching this thinking I wouldn't trade positions.
Not at this stage, but it became apparent was coming under a bit of pressure, and admittedly did get going again.
Yeah, exactly. My selection, Hamza's right on the outside. It was no negative being that wide at this part of the race. He just didn't have the firepower to go through and pass the leader at this point, Al Handawan. But the 2 that come through to win the race and finish second are just way out the back. So Green of Truth, you can just see at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, just poking into the bottom of the picture, isn't it, in the yellow colours.
Starting to make up some ground, but there's nowhere to go at this point, Darryl.
No, listen, this is the problem, isn't it? When you've got big fields, you've got a wall of horses, you need a little bit of luck in your run, don't you? You need to get an opening, and I don't know, at this stage, I mean, you stop the picture now and you ask the question who's going to win, and
you wouldn't say Green of Truth.
You would not be going for the 13 horse, would you know?
No, Thurb Al-Timyat, who was on board the winner, finds a gap in between horses in the home straight. As you can see, these top 4 in the shot right now, they're all tiring. Motabasil, Hamza, Al Rajay, Al Handawan, they're all starting to tire, and it's whether any horse can come through. Here's Green of Truth at the bottom of the screen, yellow silks, starting to go between horses and finish with aplomb. And right on the outside is your eventual runner-up, Harbour, who flies home in the latter stages. And you would have to suggest that maybe this horse either wants further, but definitely wants a fast-run race, because this is a clear career best.
It does. I mean, it's 20 runs. He's had a break, actually. I think he's been off for about 3 months, Harbour, so maybe that's done him the world of good, but it certainly appears to. And, you know, if he's ever going to win a race, at least there's some hope now.
Yeah, definitely. And these maidens, well, obviously this isn't a maiden, but there will be a local bred maiden that is perfect for him to break that duck. And that's the great thing about racing here in Saudi Arabia. There are loads of opportunities for horses that have never won before to win. This was obviously a pretty tough opportunity for this horse, considering he's a maiden, yet to break through, and he's facing previous winners. But he's done himself some great justice by finishing second here to a horse in Green of Truth, who's obviously improving and still capable of going on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, I think Connections will be so pleased with the runner-up, because I think, you know, when you're involved in a horse who gets to that kind of number of runs without a victory. I know we're still talking about without a victory, but there's a real hope going forward. And this was the moment where those who were on Al Handawan suddenly think, oh dear, it's not going to quite happen.
Absolutely, but he ran a great race again. Like, this was a career best. I know he's won in the past, but I imagine this will be his best effort on handicap ratings. And he did everything but win. He led for much of the contest. He just got overhauled in the final 20 metres or so. It was a very good effort and a good ride by Mohammed Al Hubail. Unfortunately, just had to go a touch too quick in the early part of the race to maintain that early lead, and that ended up being his downfall.
Yeah, and this is the thing, isn't it? Every race plays out differently. I mean, we've seen I'd say a really entertaining race as much as anything else. You might be sat at home thinking, yeah, but not the one I wanted won. But so many horses have been able to get involved that looked as though they probably wouldn't. And to watch that again with those shots and track the path of the winner, it just shows that this track is very playable, whatever your running style is.
Yeah, it's exceptionally fair. We do see a little bias towards front running or prominent races, but that race right there just proved you can come from the back and play a role in the finish. You just need them to go hard enough up front for that to happen.
Yeah, there we go. Green of Truth. We know at least two gentlemen who are very happy with that. Let's get back to John, who can tell us more about race 5.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, well done to Mark and to Rory, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from them again if they find any more winners this afternoon. Ajmal Thea is horse number 1 in this maiden contest. Abdullah Al Rashed is aboard. Number 2 is Alati, Manaferas Al Sunayatan. Horse number 3 is Al Nazak, Mohammed Al Nasser. 4 is Asal, Abdullah Al Kradis. 5 is Ascari, Camilo Ospina. And horse number 6 is Quador, Adel Al Faradi. Horse number 7 is Fayaf Al Sayel, Osama Al Sharani. Horse number 8 is Fahad, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 9 is Fayad, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 10 is Mujali, Jose Rodriguez. Horse number 11 is Northern Diplomat, Thab Al Timyat. And horse number 12 is Tarf Al Bada, the man of Fahed Al Faradi. Number 13 will be Tribute, Sultan Al Mimoni. Number 14, Cute Chloe, Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 15 is Moa Jassom, the man of Hamza Saad. Horse number 16 is Sakaka, Nawaf Al Fairuz. Number 17 is Sandala, the man of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. And number 18 is Shukrana, Mohammed Al Nevzi. 9 is Simpt, Naif Al Anazi. And last but not least is 20, Unagi, Abdullah Al Khamis. So 20 runners in our 5th race of the day. It's a maiden contest, and back to Hannah, who's in the parade ring.
Right then, as you can see, horse 7, Far Yaf Al Sayal, ridden by Osama Al Sharani. This horse, excuse me, while I just hold my papers, if you can hear rustling, do apologise. This horse had 2 runs, progresses each time. Now, I'm looking at this horse and I'm thinking this is the one that draws me in. Leggy type, but looking very fit. Calm in the parade ring, nothing too exciting, just having a little look around. Not too fussed about anything going on. It's what we like to see. I want to have a look now at the favourite, on the international market, the favourite, 100 to 30, number 19, Simpt, ridden by Naif Al-Anazi. Top rated in the field, 20 runs, 7th in open company last time. Could it be lucky this time, 21st trip? Let me see if my cameraman can get a hold of that one for you. He's looking quite calm in the parade ring. Not the cameraman, this is the horse I'm on about, number 19. He's got his tongue out, not looking too excited or anything like that. Nice and calm, looking fit, walking lovely. And I heard you still looking at number 7, but that's okay because that's the horse I really like. But let me tell you about some of the others that I have been looking at. Number 17, Sandala, ridden by Ricardo Sosa Ferreira for the Red Stable. 2nd in a smaller field. This horse is looking right. I mean, to be honest with you, most of the horses are looking quite calm in here, which is great because there's a lot of them in here. We don't want any of them to get too upset. I'm just going to wait for them to come around. He's chewing a little bit, nothing too much, walking quite nicely. You can see some muscle on him. I could probably do with a bit more on the top line, but I'm sure there's more to come with this horse. Aha, you can see number 17, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You see the foam on his mouth? He's just chewing a bit, pulling a little bit, but like I said, nothing too exciting. Looks fit though, doesn't he? I do like the look of this horse. Number 12 is another horse I have been looking at, Tarf Al Bada, ridden by Fares Al Faradi. Progressive at this track. Again, another one that I've been looking at. So these are the 4 that I have got on paper, everyone. So it's tricky because they do look very good. But this 12 horse, another leggy type, in my opinion, could do with a bit more muscle on the hind end, but I like how rangy it looks. It's back to you guys. There's quite a lot of nice ones in here.
Yeah, hard to get the shortlist down, I guess, to any more than that. But we will get Hannah's pick, of course, and indeed Tom and my own a little bit later on. I scribbled across the top of my notes here, the fancy runners could be exposed, which I suppose I've got to try and back up now. But Yeah, I was going to maybe look for something at a slightly bigger price, but the market is open, isn't it, Tom? It's 130 the field, I think?
It is, yeah, 130 the field. I imagine that the traders have kind of gone down the same route by thinking they're exposed and therefore they're not overly appealing. I suppose Simpt is definitely the horse to beat in here. She's rated 72. On figures, she's the one you have to look at. Naif Al-Nazi takes the mount. She's drawn outside, but I think she's going to be pushed forward and try to make all the running. The reason why Simpt has a phenomenal chance, obviously the rating has to be factored in, but also she's been running in open company lately, and this is a big drop down in grade. She's actually been competitive as well. It's not like she's been pitched in above her weight. She's now back in a race where she definitely should contest the finish. And yes, she's had 20 starts, but she won't get many better opportunities than this.
We're going to go back to Hannah, actually, for an update.
Well then, yeah, I mean, a little update here. I was looking at horse number 1. And I know you can't see this horse, but you probably had a glimpse of it to start with. I did see the cameraman on him. Chunky horse, on his toes. He looks keen to go, but he is a nice sort. There's plenty of muscle on his top line, let me tell you that. A little bit more definition is what I'd be looking for in the hind end. But you can see he essentially is chomping at the bit, and that's exactly what we mean. So he needs to be jocked up and gone. That's what he's looking for. There's a couple of others as well that are getting a little bit worked up, not terribly, but they are on their toes. They're just wanting to get on with the job. So I can give you an update when they go to post, but most of them are on board now. So we'll be looking to get going very soon.
Thank you, Hannah. So, yeah, we've got a full field again, haven't we, for this maiden? And these are all 4-year-olds, and they are over the 1,600 local breds and horses imported into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So, where would you like to manoeuvre next, Tom, in terms of chances?
Well, I thought Simpt was the most logical winner. We've already talked about her.
Despite the 0 from 20s.
Yes.
Yeah, because I get that, the dropping class, etc.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're looking at it, there aren't that many unexposed types. There are a few, and we'll talk about a couple of them in a second, but there aren't many unexposed. So, yes, she is exposed. She's had plenty of opportunities, but so have the majority of these. And you have to remember that when you're looking at the race. Let's talk about a couple of the joint second favourites, 11-2 for both horses 9 and 17. Horse 9, Fayard, the ride of Alex Moreno. I don't like this one, I have to admit. He's a son of Medaglia d'Oro, good pedigree, and he's more than capable on his performances this time last year, but the 3-year-old performances have been way below what we saw last campaign. And he just looks like a type that's levelled off now. He's beginning to become regressive, and they're not the horses that I like to play, Darryl.
No, I've scribbled here just not progressing for me. Not 0 from 8, so yeah, I could resist Fayard, I think.
Exactly. And the other horse that's 11-2 is horse number 17, Sandalar, who I've got third in on my shortlist, but is only rated 49, and on that rating alone, you'd have to suggest she has a lot to do. That being said, her last 2 outings have been much better. They've been improved efforts. She's slowly progressive. Last time she got beaten by a horse with better acceleration, and that could happen again today. She is very one-pace, Sandalar, but you can't ignore her. She represents leading connections. Ricardo Souza Ferreira is a positive in the saddle, and she has to be a player. So I understand why she's 11-2. And actually, out of those 2 horses at 11-2 in the international market, Fayard and Sandalar, I would prefer Sandalar.
Yeah, I think I'd go along that pure, if it was A against B, purely because I'm not convinced about Fayard. I was a little more interested in Faryaf Al-Asael, who is the 7 on the colour. I think that might have been one that Hannah mentioned, actually.
Yes,
that ties in with Couador, the horse above it. They're in the same race behind Nawar over the 1800 last time, and they both are lightly raced. I mean, that's part of the sort of argument for me.
Exactly, yeah. These are 2 of the more unexposed types. We'll start with Faryaf Al-Asael, because this horse I had 4th in on my shortlist, so we talked about the horse I've got 1st, 3rd and 4th. We'll come to the 2nd in a minute. I thought he ran pretty well last time up, as you've already said. Unexposed, open to improvement, likely to get a ground-saving trip as well from stall 6. Gets a young jockey on board, but he claims 3 kilos, which is obviously handy in this kind of race. And yeah, I mean, he's one of the most logical players in the race. It's just whether he's shown enough to warrant support over a horse like Simpt, who's rated 72.
Yeah, no, that's the scenario, isn't it? And look, I mean, I can get put off Simp because of the fact that there've been many opportunities, but I am drawn in on the fact that the company that you know, he's been keeping has been much stronger. So, yeah, mixed. I suppose I'd say mixed messages, mixed thoughts for me. Wouldn't surprise me, but
yeah, I think she's the most logical play. It's just, do you trust her fully to get the job done now that she drops down in class? She's going to be there or thereabouts. If she's not in the top 3, I would be shocked. This is Simpt we're talking about here. But she could find one that's more unexposed to win. I'll quickly mention the horse I had second in, who's not the pick. Simpt is going to be my selection. I don't love her price from a betting perspective, but I do think she's the most likely winner. The horse that could be the biggest danger is 12-1 in the international market. Horse number 3, Al Nazak. Mohamed Al Nissar claims 2 kilos on board. Her last 2 runs have been very solid. Al Nazak. She stayed on stoutly over 1,800 metres last time. Previous forms suggested that he was capable of running better over shorter trips, and therefore I don't mind the drop down. Al Nazak could be a bit of a dark horse in here at a price, but I'll stick with Simpt. If anything, the main positive for her is that she'll be there or thereabouts at the finish. Whether she wins, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, you should get a run for your money, most definitely. I'm going to go with 7, as I kind of hinted there. Far Yaf Al-Sayal, number 7 for me, and I wonder if Hannah's on the same one, actually.
Well, you know, as you've been talking, I've just been going through because, like I said, when the horses were going around, there were quite a few that I had my eye on. But of course, we have to pick one, don't we? So I am going with the Red Stable once again. Sandala, that is the horse I am going with. I do like the look of this horse, but I tell you what, I am so impressed by the way these horses look in the parade ring. They look amazing. And I've got a few notes as well on some of them that were kicking up a fuss. In particular, number 18, Shukruna. This horse, this is what I mentioned in the parade ring. It was raring to go and it was shaking its head, essentially saying to the handler, I need to get on with the job. And actually, before it got let go and go down to post, it was doing the same thing. It was shaking its head, jumping. And I had in my head, I was thinking, I bet the trainer's thinking, let it go, let it get on with the job. And you know what? As soon as that horse was let go, it cantered nicely to post. So it just goes to show that even if they look like they are messing around a bit in the parade ring, sometimes they just want to get on with the job, and that is an example of that horse. Number 15 as well was pulling hard, and this is a special mention to the jockeys. If you're watching at home, these jockeys are incredible. The way they can sit on when these horses are pulling and keen to post, and they've got their feet out of the stirrups. Let me tell you now, riding without your feet in the stirrups is tricky. So this is just I commend these jockeys because they have some serious strength. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So circling and getting ready to load this big field then of 20, another maximum field. And we should point out, well, we've got a moment, of course, that the racing is good today, but the racing goes up there tomorrow, and then it goes up there on Saturday.
It does. I've never
is.
heard your voice do that before. That was really nice.
No, I didn't think I could get there, but anyway, I'll bring it back.
Anyone who's tuned in today should watch tomorrow and especially Saturday. Good horse racing, lots of jockeys coming over that you may not have seen in Riyadh before, Sebastian D'Souza being number 1, and yeah, it'll be good to watch.
We'd love your input as well on the programme, on the YouTube channel as well. Antonio, you've beat me to the punch. I didn't realise that Antonio was going to message in so quickly, but that's wonderful to hear. Chatan, I think, is that right? Yeah,
nice.
Chatan's
Yep.
been on. Or tips for race 4. Yeah, you probably don't want those.
Yeah,
really.
we're on race 5, so that's a bit of a shame.
I don't think you want the race 4 tips. And Louis been back on as well. Oh, number 7. Is that just every race, or is that for this race?
I hope it's this race.
I hope it's
the
this
one
race.
you like.
Yeah.
If you guys are watching at home and sticking with us, give us tips for later as well. Horses you like later on the card.
No, we have to give them tips, don't
Well,
we?
yeah, of course, but horses they like, you know. It's good to know
Well, it's both ways, yeah.
It's good to know what other people like before we give our selections too.
OK, right, we're going to go to John because he's got the, well, I was going to say arduous task of calling 20 home. To John, it's a walk in the park.
Let's hope so, Daryl. It's not always an easy task, but Sandalar is about to go in. That's horse number 17. Just the 5 runs, as my old colleague out in Hong Kong, Mark Richards, used to say. He's got fewer convictions than some of these. The 8 goes in. That's Fahad. We've got a full complement. Very, very swift loading process as ever. Once again, down at the 1600 metres, and they're off and racing. Pretty level break as well. A nice start, though, was made by Fahad right down on the rail, using that good gate speed and stall one to full effect. Another one that's going on in the early stages is Alati in the blue and orange colours, looking to float into a prominent position and close to the rail as well. Towards the outside, another one that's making early headway is Ascari, the black and white colours, and it's Ascari now that leads, to Alati racing in second. Northern Diplomat is racing in third, gets a nice posse there for Tharbal Timyat right up the rail. They're followed in fourth position by Unagi, the grey there in the pink and purple colours. Towards the outside, it's Sandalar in those red stable colours, followed then by Fayaf Al-Asayel, who's racing in around about sixth at the moment as they begin to make the turn. Ajmal Taher is making headway right round the outside. One that's coming very, very wide indeed is Tarf Al-Bada, but as they start to make the turn, they'll be squaring up for home very shortly, and on the inside, Northern Diplomat is making really nice headway to now tackle Ascari. Northern Diplomat and Ascari. Right round the outside now, getting into this, is Tribute in the brown and white colours, and it's Tribute who appears on the scene to lead. To in second position, Sandalar, the red colours, followed then down the centre of the track now by staying on Quador, and it's Quador now who's got clear running and beginning to stay on pretty well and has Tribute in its sights. Tributes to Quador, followed by Sandalar. Then from the back of the field, Tarf Al-Bada, who's had a torrid trip 4 or 5 wide, is now staying on as well. Inside the final furlong they go. Quador to Tribute, but here still making good headway is Tarf Al-Bada, and racing up towards the line. Tarf Al-Bada got there. Beats into second Quador, who almost managed to get the job done, but not quite. Tribute has finished in third. Tarf Al-Bada, late, wide, high and handsome to win there in the hands of Fahed Al-Faradi, the second Al-Faradi to get his name on the winner's board today. Tribute came with a run that looked like a decisive one. Then Quador was doing the same as well. But in the end, it was the horse that left it the latest as possible who's got the job done there. And that's Tarf Al-Bada, who's had 19 runs prior to today without a win, but finally has got that victory notched up. 1 minute 43.53 seconds, the winning time in the end for Tarf Al-Bada. Beats Quador into second. And that was on start number 4. There's surely a race of this nature in this horse very shortly. And then Tribute's run a pretty good race as well for Sultan Al-Mamoni. Those three were well clear of the rest. We'll try and confirm the fourth in due course. And it was a 1-2 for the Al-Faradi brothers as well there. The family carving things up here at the moment. Sibt came from a long way back to finish there in fourth. But it's Tarf Al-Bada with the late charge, covering plenty of ground to score in race 5.
Well, the maiden has been broken by Tarf Al-Bada. It's taken a long time, though. That was run number 20, third last time. So maybe, was there a hint there? I don't know. But, yeah, big price winner, I fancy. And from a high draw as well. Training at 20s earlier.
Very tough to find. Yes, the last two efforts were a step forward, but they were at the 19th and 20th attempt. Coming into this race, I thought that the wide draw would be a problem. It's drawn out in 19. It seemed like he had a lot against him, but he's managed to overcome it and come through in the latter stages. Another thrilling finish as well, with Tribute banged there at the finish. So was Quador, and a 1-2 for the Alfaredi brothers.
Yeah, which is nice for them, of course. And we saw the rider on the 7, Faryaf Al-Sayal, in real trouble and sort of all getting knocked through the field and almost coming down.
Yeah, we'll watch it again in the replay in a second as you see Farhad just celebrating after weighing in there. He's got one of the biggest smiles in Saudi Arabia. It's a phenomenal smile. Yes, the incident involving your selection, Faryaf Al-Sayal, was tough. We'll see it here. Horse in the white silks, blue epaulets, blue stripes on the sleeves, orange saddle cloth, maybe 4 off the rail. It's about to happen. He's lugging into the left-hand side, and in a second he's going to clip heels and almost almost come down and then stumble. I have seen the horse just walk away. He looks a-okay. And the vet didn't look, didn't ask for a second look. So the horse is fine. The jockey obviously is fine. He managed to stay on board. But a horrible incident. A big stumble followed by a secondary stumble as well.
Yeah, I mean, this was always going to be a tough race to try and find the winner in, given the open nature of it. But when we have a look at it again, I wonder what we can draw from the performance of the winner and those around. I think they were all drawn quite high, actually, the first 3 home, but that may just be coincidental. Yeah,
I think it probably was, albeit I'd rather a high draw than still 1 or 2 in most races. Look, they've gone quite hard again. The pace hasn't held up. Horse number 2, Alati, horse number 5, Ascari, and horse number 11, Northern Diplomat. They all went forward and made the speed. The 17, Sandala, who wasn't beaten overly far, actually finished 5th in the end, is right up there for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Horse number 7, your pick, was just in behind the speed as well before the incident occurred. And it's only really at this point where you start to clock the eventual winner, who, Taf Al-Bada, is far enough back, he's not getting the dream run through. Tribute is the horse that's actually getting the best run through on the outside and about to take over.
Yeah, that's in a good pitch, isn't it now?
Exactly.
Lightly raced, I think 4th run, wasn't it, Tribute? So
yeah, and at this point you'd say probably Tribute's the most logical winner. But the eventual winner comes through in a second and finds the right spot. He's just angling out into a nice position right now. Simpt runs home well from way back in the pack to finish 4th. Kind of a Simpt performance. Just constantly runs to the same level. Yeah. But yeah, look, this is not a race where I'll be taking serious form clues moving forward. They're very exposed, and maybe Quador, the runner-up, is the one to take just purely from the unexposed angle. But otherwise, I feel like you could run this race 5 times and you get 5 different winners.
Yeah, I think you probably run it 5 times to get 6 different winners. It's almost that kind of race. But look, it's good again, isn't it, when you see a horse who has been hard pressed to win a race and finally get that. I don't think it matters where you're watching your racing and what level it is. If you're involved in a horse that's gone 19 without a win, to get the magical victory, it must be a wonderful feeling. So well done to Connections there.
Just watching this replay back, I didn't realise how good the ride was from Farhad. He was firmly on the bridle even with 200 metres to go. It's not like the majority of these races where the horses come under pressure on the home turn. He sat and waited and then produced the horse right on the line. It was a great ride.
It was perfect ride, and you almost wonder why it's taken this long, but Taf Al-Bada has entered the winner's circle for the first and hopefully not the only time with that victory this afternoon. Quador in second and Tribute back in third. So it was 12, 6 and 13 in race number 5 from Riyadh. We do hope you're enjoying our coverage today, and as we were saying, obviously so much good racing to come later on in the week, but we've not got bad racing still to bring you today. Got an Open coming up, that'll be the race after next, and there's a handicap a little bit further along the way, and of course our usual brace of Arabian races as well still to come.
Yeah, exactly, a couple of Arabian races. I know everyone that watches this channel loves the Arabian horses, so yeah, both of those will be interesting. One of them's a desert bred Arabian contest, which you don't see on every card.
With very few runners, actually.
Which is not great for us.
No, we're going to be put to the test there.
We will.
Yeah, that'll be something to look forward to a little bit later on. Of course, the handicap is for the apprentice riders, a Hands and Hills race as well.
Yeah, that'll be where we get to see the true young guns come up and see if they're capable of winning. This next race as well is featuring the horse I'm most looking forward to today.
Oh, OK. Now, of course, whatever's happening today and at the weekend, we are all building towards the Saudi Cup, which takes place, of course, in late February.
All to look forward to. All to look forward to there in February. This is to look forward to, though, in a few moments' time. Adas is the mount of Nawaf Al Mudiani. That's horse number 1. 2 is Al Mohit, Khalid Al Mamoni. 3 is Al Sail, Tharb Al Timya. 4 is Al. 17 is Spoog, the mount of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. 18 is Wahed, Fahid Al Faradi. And 19 is Waziri. That's the mount of Mohammed Saeed. And horse number 20 is Zaka Crown. Rakad Al Obeid is your jockey. Straight to Hannah in the parade ring.
Well, here we are in the pre-parade ring, and we've got horse 14 here, Kashan. This is one of my favourite places to be, watching the horses be saddled up. And a moment ago, I actually would have liked you to seen this, but what they do is they pull the legs forward once they've done up the girth, and essentially that just kind of, if there's any hair stuck underneath the girth, it just makes sure it's not uncomfortable for the horse. Now, I think a moment ago, actually, the horse just bit its tongue or its lip. Nothing to worry about at all, and they just gave it a quick wash. And right now, they're about to put the tongue tie on as well. But you see, this horse is very good. He's got the blinkers on and the noseband. I mean, these horses are phenomenal. Very calm and very quiet over here in the pre-parade ring. And I think it's always interesting for people to watch how it's done and see the horses up close, how their bridle's put on, how the tongue tie's put on. And actually, it's important to know that for those of you that don't know, the tongue tie is there to essentially keep the horse's tongue out the way when racing, because some of them do like to flop their tongues all over the place, so it just keeps it in place. He's now just putting some water in there, I think just to wash his nose if there's any bits of blood, but like I said, it just like us biting our lip, nothing to worry about. Final checks would now be happening, giving him a pat. And I also don't know if you heard, but the whistling. Now, a lot of handlers do that basically to keep the horse calm and sort of distract them as well at the same time, just so they can kind of listen to the whistling and know that everything's all right. But like I said, it's a lovely place in this pre-parade ring, nice and calm, and it's a place to see these horses before they head to the track for all the action. I hope you enjoyed that. Guys, it's back to you in the studio.
We're loving your insight into what goes on sort of before they get into the main parade ring. We're looking at the pre-parade ring and just getting a little feel for the preparations for the horses. So hopefully at home you're enjoying that as much as we are here. Very, very good watch, I'm sure you will agree. So maidens coming up then, 2-year-olds, and yeah, it's time. Is it time for the good thing?
I hope so, yeah. This is the horse I'm most looking forward to today. It's a horse called Jeddah Beach, horse number 9 for the White Stable and Camilo Ospina. Look, this one was purchased for $370,000 at the Arcana 2-year-old breeze-up sales. Now, that came back in May, plenty of time for the horse to acclimatise to Saudi Arabia, and there are numerous reasons why that line is important. Obviously, you're thinking, oh, this horse costs a lot. Yeah, price tag is important. Also, it costs that price for a reason. Not only was was Jeddah Beach very quick in the work at the breeze-up sales, but also the pedigree is lovely by Omaha Beach, whose progeny have been extremely precocious. The White Stable horses had a bit of a blip at the start of this Riyadh campaign. They had an illness in the barn and they just weren't firing, but now they seem to be in much better form, and hopefully Jeddah Beach is going to make a winning debut. It doesn't look the best of maidens. It's not a terrible maiden, but it doesn't look the best of maidens. So this is a good opportunity for the White Stable to really unleash this US bred colt, and hopefully from stall 8 he'll bounce out, show some professionalism, show that early speed and kick clear. I would love to see him win this because the sky's the limit for him, whereas it's probably not for some of the others.
And the price on the international markets, have I scribbled correctly, 9 to 4?
9 to 4,
It's 9
yeah.
to 4.
I think that's very, very fair.
Yeah.
Especially considering they're normally quite aggressive with White Stable horses in terms of price. So, yeah, I was expecting shorter, and I'm happy to see 9 to 4.
Okay, so I'm not sure 9 to 4 is still there at the moment. I'm not.
Won't be for long, eh?
Well, if it was, yeah, might be going fairly sharpish. Who else should we have a look at here? Who else is?
Let's talk about the Red Stable horse, horse
Yeah,
number 13, Cannon, owned by Prince Faisal bin Khalid, ridden by Naif Al-Anazi. Naif wouldn't ride too many horses for Prince Faisal. This is a son of Mendelssohn, had the 2 outings so far. Look, he's drawn out wide in 17, and the 2 outings haven't really suggested that he's more than ready to win a maiden. He looks more of a longer term prospect. That being said, the 2 maidens so far have come over 1,200 metres. He's now stepping up in distance, which will undoubtedly help on pedigree. Mendelssohn progeny generally want further. And also the fact that he represents leading connections and they're sticking with him suggests that he is that long-term project. They're just warming him up, ready to get him over his ideal trip. I wouldn't be surprised if he ran a much better race today, and he was the second in for me, second on my shortlist. The price reflects kind of his chance in the race, and if the favourite Jeddah Beach doesn't perform up to standard on debut, then maybe he's the one to take advantage.
Yeah, I certainly concur with what you were saying about the 1200 metre form, and now going a little bit further, you get the impression that will suit. I was leaning towards Wahed, who is the 18 on the card here, finished second over the 6 at the back end of November last time. Looks had a few chances. Admittedly, I was probably drawn a little bit to sort of where that horse ranks at the moment, and it may well be, and I fear it probably won't be good enough, a mark of 59 ultimately to win this race, but I thought that last one was solid enough to be prepared to lean in that direction. But 2-year-olds, of course, you know, there's not a huge amount of form here. We've got more than a sprinkling of debutants. I think I lost count, but there might be 7 of them first time up here, and plenty have only had the one run.
Yeah, exactly. Loads of them open to further improvement. We haven't really reached the depth of these horses' abilities just yet. And, you know, in races like this, there are a lot of question marks. There are no fast and easy answers, basically.
There's yours.
Looks lovely as well. I love it. He's just stood there waiting. Sometimes these 2-year-olds can get a little bit agitated in situations like this, where they're kind of held up. At this point, it's horse number 3 that is causing the problems. Just looking over my shoulder right now, that is Al Sale, who is 16 to 1 in the international market. He's currently in the infield part of the paddock and not willing to walk, but it looks like he's now obliging and going to take up his position, hopefully in the paddock. He is.
We should point out, actually, and you know, hopefully just what Thomas said there, you're benefiting from that at home, because Hannah's there in the paddock, of course, but she can't be everywhere.
No.
And we have this wonderful position where we are literally turning our heads and looking at the horses in the paddock. And when you get something like you've just referred to there with Al Sal the 3, that's when that kind of comes into its own. And we can also monitor what Hannah's doing.
Exactly. Now that the tint on the screen is
very
gone.
busy. She's here, there, and everywhere.
She is, and we should say it does look like a green screen, doesn't it, on the YouTube channel behind us. We are live on course, so as you say, we can see everything, and we are like a second pair of eyes for Hannah, who is down in the paddock right now.
Number 9 is the horse we're going to look at first. Jeddah Beach, ridden by Camillo Ospina for the White Stable. This combination could lead to a winning debut. Beautifully turned out, nice quarter marks on the hind, and some effort there with Palazzo in the tail. Nice and shiny, looking a good bill of health, this horse, and walking quite nice. Next up, we are going to go to horse number 13. I have a type, guys, and I like this one. It's a bigger type, muscly, looks very, very well. That is Kunan. That's the horse we saw earlier on. That'll be ridden by Naif Alanazi. Now, next up, I want to go to 17, Spoog, ridden by Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. This is by Havana Gold. So these are the horses I quite like to look at. But I've got a special mention to, it was horse number 18. It looks very, very fit. So that's one to pop down in your notebooks and keep an eye on. Looked really nice in the pre-parade ring and walking round as well. So that's what I like in the parade ring. The bell has gone. Jockeys are about to mount. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Just whilst I remember, race number 7, number 13, American Dancer, who would have been a big prize, has been scratched. And there may be another one. We're just waiting on confirmation, not in that race, but a bit later on race number 10. But I'll save that until we know that's absolutely for sure. But that horse is definitely out in the 7th race. Right, so they are about to leave the paddock, as Hannah says, and make their way down. There's Zaka Crown, who was 6th, I think it was, on debut. Will be one of the bigger price runners here, though, at 16 to 1. Others towards the top end, or others that you're keen on, I guess, more importantly.
Shall I just spin through all of them? Why not? I'll give
What,
a
from
quick...
the top?
Yeah, well...
Yeah, let's have a line on...
Yeah, a line on each.
Yeah,
okay.
all right, that's good.
Horse number 1, Adas, by Tonalist, out of a Malibu Moon mare who failed to win in 5 races. So the pedigree's okay, hasn't drawn well for the debut. That one's 25 to 1. Horse number 2, Al Nuhit, trailed home in 13th of 16 on the debut at Taif. First time up in Riyadh, needs marked improvement. 33 to 1's about fair. Horse number 3, Al Sale, was the one that we've already talked about, playing
Bred
up
by
in
Cornwall.
Yeah, well bred by Wootton Bassett as well. You don't see
Yeah,
too many of them over here. Was playing up in the prelims, hasn't done much on the track, but the pedigree's lovely. Horse number 4, Altarab, 33 to 1. Again, another big outsider. Was tailed off from an early stage on the debut, but that was in an open race, so this is a step down. By Instagram, though, he was a very good horse in the US, so there's a little bit of interest if he can break well from 19. Horse number 5, Ashgard Desert, taking some money, 9 to 2 in the international market.
Again, no surprise. Jockey booking, breeding,
Yep.
Mendelssohn.
By Mendelssohn, yep, so should stay well. Not much on the downside. Before I go on to horse 6, let's go to Hannah.
I think we should, yeah.
Okay, horse number 20, the final horse to go out to the track, ready to go to post. This is one I quite like the look as well. Sakir Crown, slowly getting going, missing the break on debut. This horse looks ready to rock and roll, just keeping out the way there, because these horses, you just have to stay away from that hind end to make sure you don't get kicked. Now, he did well to make up ground on last run when finishing, so I quite like the look of this horse. Now I've matched my notes up to looking at this horse. His hind end looks nice and muscly, lovely fitness lines on the back, tucked up. You can see those muscles underneath. He is on his toes, but it's nothing to worry about. He just looks like he wants to get going. A little bit of a shake of the head there, saying, come on, I want to go. I want to get on with the job. So that is another one I like the look of. Horse 20, Zakir Crown.
The benefit of looking at that as you're speaking about horse number 20, Zakir Crown, Hannah, who, as you say, is very, very close now to stepping onto the racetrack. Right, having got to, what was it, horse 6?
Horse 6, yeah, we're up to horse 6, which is Foul Care, 7 to 1 in the international market, or was anyway, at the time of doing these notes. Far West Wine takes the mount. He's a very good young rider. This horse is rated 60. Fair efforts on the first 2 outings, was readily outpointed last time, but again, that was in a cup contest, and is a plausible contender now that he drops down in grade, so he was one on my shortlist. Horse 7 wasn't on my shortlist. That's Golden Trippet by Golden Lad, 12 to 1 on the international market. Makes the debut here, but the down was a turf sprinter. Doesn't really scream 1600 metres on the dirt, so Golden Trippet's not for me. And the final one on the first page of our race card is Hazoom, who's 20 to 1, horse number 8, by Dialed In, finished 9th on the debut, never really featured, that was over 1200. Hopes are pinned to going up in trip, I think.
Yeah, and then obviously we're jumping to the favourite. We've talked plenty about, so we can probably swing on, can't we, to 10, Kareem USA?
Yeah, Kareem USA, horse number 10, for Bedan Al Sabai. These owners had a great success with a horse last year, especially in Taif. Maybe they can get similar success in the future with his son of Connect. He had posted a fair effort, I thought, when he finished 7th on the debut. Shouldn't be completely dismissed, but does need to take a step forward. He would also be on my shortlist, but not the most logical winner. Horse number 11, I'll give a very quick line to. He's a mastery colt, Major Wabel, 33 to 1, about right. Doesn't have much of a chance in here. 12's a non-runner, 13, Cannon, we've already talked about. And that brings us to several outsiders, 14, 15, 16, which I'm going to group together. Kashan, 16 to 1, failed to beat a rival here in October and is opposable. Raydan makes the debut, doesn't appeal, despite the fact he's by Vino Rosso, who Breeders' Cup classic champion. And horse number 16, Sam Al Makdaba, 33 to 1. Again, very limited kind of effort on the debut and is definitely opposable. 17's interesting though, Daryl.
Okay.
Spoog. Now, everyone who's watched this before and seen me on this channel knows I love Tharma Al Dahani, so there's the main angle. This is the first runner for Tharma today. Ricardo Souza Ferreira takes the mount. The question is, was that first run the proper, Spoog? Is that his best effort? Is that what we're expecting
not,
today?
Otherwise we're going to be in trouble, aren't we? Anyone who's backing Spoog.
But why was he in a conditions event if they thought he wasn't capable? You would usually go to an open because you can't find weak opens for 2-year-olds, or you'd run in a maiden. Conditions event different. You go into a non-winners of 2 first up. I think we might see better from him. You do need to see better. He's not going to play a part if he runs to that first run. But don't write off Spoog. You've talked about number 18, Wahed, for Bedan Al Sabai, the other string. And then we're just left with horse number 19, Wizare, who's turf-based pedigree. Again, looks a longer-term prospect and probably not today for the son of Nube. And finally, horse number 20, who Hannah's already talked about in the paddock. That's Zakir Crown, 16 to 1 in the international market. Rakan Al Ubaid on board. Finished 6th on the debut. It was a perfectly fine effort. Also by precocious sire in Mitoli, whose progeny are doing very well over in the US right now. Has to step forward, but draws well.
Do you think we should put the selections into the mix here?
Let's
then?
do it.
Yeah. So I've already mentioned I'm going to be with 18 Wildhead for better or worse. Tom?
Yes, I'm going to be with horse number 9, Jeddah Beach. I think 9 to 4 is a very fair price if it's still available, and hopefully he makes a winning debut, because out of all of these horses, the inexperienced horses that we're going to see on today's card, he's the one I'm most excited about as a long-term prospect. I imagine Connections are too, paying $370,000 for him. By Omaha Beach, he's kind of this horse they purchased
I
from
don't
the
think we
US.
mentioned the money, did we, beforehand? Did you touch on it
briefly? Not
Okay,
very much.
yeah.
But White Stable, I know for a fact, having talked to a couple of the members of the team last year, that they were going over to the US to purchase, and Europe actually, to purchase some of these really nice young horses to bring them over here, and potentially go on to good things on the track, but then become stallions over here as well. So this is number one of plenty that they've got that could go on to bigger and better things.
Okay, so yeah, that's Tom's. Mine is Wildhead 18, which means we just need to find a hand selection.
Oh, I was torn again. Now, I am going to side with you, Daryl. On so this horse I hadn't originally picked out on paper. Okay, so this is a horse that I saw in the pre-parade ring, looked very fit, and then when I looked at it again in the paddock, it looked phenomenal. And I think this horse is race ready to go. I was stuck between number 9, Jeddah Beach. So between the two of you, I'm either with one of you or without one of you. But I am going to. Yes, I am. That is locked in, my friends. Horse 18. John Blance, it's over to you.
Anna, many thanks. Yeah, the loading up process will be getting underway pretty shortly. Again, this is a tricky little race to bet from a form perspective, but it's interesting that Tom was talking about the White Stable, the owner, of course, being King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons, going across and scouring the racing world to try and find recruits to bring back to Saudi Arabia, and getting the old checkbook out. And there are quite a lot of checkbooks around the world that are getting dusted off at the moment at these sales. The Ammo Racing colours, of course, getting more and more ubiquitous in the UK, and Wafnan Racing as well. They've got lots of money to throw around, as indeed have the boys and girls at the White Stable. So Jeddah Beach, Camilo Ospina, is the one international markets like. We can see Spoog there in shot. It was interesting what Tom was saying about how this horse was quite highly tried on debut. And, well, you'd have thought on that basis that they think a bit of Spoog. Gate 18, though, on start number 2 is not going to be easy. There was horse number 14, Kashan, just going through shot as well. And then the back there we can see Falcare, Fawas Wanas. This one's not totally unsupported in the international markets as well. Fawas Wanas, I say, aboard, and was last, I looked at 7-1 chance, so clearly not unfancied at all. Lovely drone shot there. We do a good drone here in Saudi Arabia. That's Kareem USA that you can see there, horse number 10. Just going out of shot. Number 20 is Zaka Crown. Rakan Al Abeid rides. Just the one run so far. In terms of those that actually have ratings, well, there aren't many who've run enough to actually get one. Wahed is rated 59, Falcare is rated 60. So those horses, either with no experience or little experience, wouldn't have to be brilliant to beat them. So you'd have thought that the opportunity is here either for a newcomer or indeed a horse to improve markedly from start 1 to start 2 or start 2 to start 3. This is Sam Al Makdabar going in. I think that's how it's pronounced. The word looks more difficult to pronounce to these English eyes than I think it actually is. Sam Al Makdabar goes in. Abdullah Al Hussein aboard. Wahed has gone in. Spoog goes forward as well. Horse number 18 is Wahed. That one just making its way in now. We've got that one and Spoog mixed up. Hopefully that won't happen in the race, ladies and gentlemen. Adas to go in. The 9 is Jeddah Beach. The 6 is Ashkar Desert. And the 20 is Zaka Crown. Jeddah Beach goes in. The white with the red disc there is Falcare. You can see Sam Al Makdabar. Ashgar Desert in stall 2. Just waiting for the 20 horse now to go in. And he's not playing ball at all. Jcsa Crown, Rakan Alabade, a rather nervous moment for that one. Now, this one is due to go to stall 4. It's not going in anywhere at the moment. As I said before, only start 2. All the rest are being very well behaved for the inexperienced 2-year-olds that they are. Going to try the old jockeyless entrance here. It appears to have worked. Rakan Alabade to get back on board. Get me doing that for all the tea in China just shows how brave jockeys and all horsemen and women are, really. Stand by. Off they go. They're racing over the 1,600 metres. These 2-year-olds, one or two slightly raggedy starts there. Wizari was very slowly away. Another one that was slow out was Raydan from a very wide draw. Both of those need a miracle from there, even at this early stage. Jeddah Beach for Camilo Ospina, the green cap, the white stable, has gone on. Also prominent in the early run, Wahed there in the yellow and red colours. Another one that's up with the early pace towards the outside in the red jacket is Canoon, around about 5th or 6th at the moment. Another one that's trying to get across from a very wide draw is Spoog, the yellow colours, as the horses sort themselves out through the early stages. Kashan, the 14, is prominent as well, and also up with the pace at the moment is Al Mohit in the black and white colours. So they're lined up rather wide here as they take the turn. The box seat, though, definitely with Jeddah Beach, who's sticking to that rail like the proverbial limpet and leads by about a length and a half to, in second position, Wahed in the yellow and red colours, followed then on the outside by Al Mohit, who races in third. Right round the outer now, Canoon is making a bit of a bid, but is doing so rather wide. So as they make the turn for home, none has had a better run than Jeddah Beach. Camilo Ospina has been in the A1 position throughout. The Canoon round the outside in second spot. Al Mohit is in third. They've then kicked on from Falker, who's staying on from the back, getting a first mention, and the rest then are headed by a staying on Major Wabel. But they've all got to go to catch this leader. Jeddah Beach is clear. 4, 5, 6 lengths to the good, really piling it on out in front. Camilo Ospina is well clear of the rest of the field. One that's making interesting headway into second spot is Falker, being ridden desperately, vigorously as they race up towards the line. The leader is Jeddah Beach. Look at this 6-horse. Falker hasn't got up to beat Jeddah Beach in the end. An eccentric ride, I think it's fair to say. Al Mohit has finished in third, and the 4th horse home was Ashgar Desert. Now, I'm not in the first flush of youth, ladies and gentlemen, as I think those of you who watch my shows will know this. I've watched lots of horse racing. I don't think I've ever seen a race like that, or very few. You can see Jeddah Beach, Camilo Ospina, vigorous in the finish, all out, and Falker, Fawaz Wanas, has made no effort to pass that horse at all. He's cruised up, made effortless headway, but not gone past. I'll leave you to form your own conclusions, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not entirely sure what's gone on there at all. Sometimes you don't quite believe what you've just seen. Al Mohit is in third, and Ashgar Desert has finished in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4. Jeddah Beach has won 1:43.36. Interesting stuff. The analysis will be good on this afterwards.
Well, you heard from John Blance, our commentator, of course. Most amazing finish. You don't see many like that, can we defend at all the ride of the jockey on the runner-up?
No, that was an absolute shambles. Look, I like Fawaz Wanas. He knows that we're friends on the channel with him, but he should have won the race. I don't know what more I can say without it sounding ridiculous, but it looks like he's stopped the horse from winning, which is obviously very good for me because I like Jeddah Beach. It's very good for anyone who was on this favourite, the White Stable. Very well done with your horse. He's very promising, but the runner-up has quite clearly had enough to win. Fawaz has sat up in the saddle for the last furlong. He's decided not to ride the horse out. I would love to see the replay again so we can talk over exactly what's happened, but there was no urgings. Yeah. There was no urgings in the saddle, and he's lost by a length at the wire. The stewards are going to look at it. I anticipate there'll be a ban.
You would almost guarantee it, wouldn't you? I think we can't obviously preempt, but just judged on what we've seen and what we'll look back again in a few moments. Hard to argue with those words.
There's one more reason why I say this, and I've seen Fawaz Wanas ride lots of times. I know that's not his finishing style. That's like some jockeys, some apprentices, for example, they don't have the strength in the saddle, and they're not able to get down and dirty and ask the horse for maximum effort. Fawaz is. That wasn't it. That's the thing. We'll see it on the replay. Everyone at home can see it, and I imagine the stewards will be calling him in soon.
In the meantime, look, let's give recognition to the winner, who seemed to have this race shot to pieces a long way from home, was in a great position very early on, and I think as they turned in, I was waving a white flag in here with my selection. I think probably most other people were as well. Yeah,
he made a bold bid from the start, didn't he? It was a typical White Stable first-timer kind of performance. He made a bold bid, went straight to the lead, kicked off the home turn, looked like he had the race under wraps. Obviously, he got tired in the latter part, and foul care should have gone by, but Camilo managed to get that winner.
OK, let's get some more reaction then back outside with Hannah.
Here we go. Camilo Ospina, you've just ridden the winner, Jeddah Beach. Talk me through that race. He was on fire.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Always thank you very much to the sprint meetup in Abdullah, Talal bin Shara, in Al-Kameneheri, and this horse is working very good. Still not 100%, but today he can run, and thanks God he won.
Have you worked with this horse before? Have you ridden him on the gallops at all? Did you kind of get a feel of him beforehand?
Yeah, he's coming very comfortable in front. When I ask him, he keeping the same pace. He's no sprinter, but because I know this horse is no 100% today. I spoke with the trainer. We know the horse is no 100%, but he has to run, and thanks God he keep going until wire.
Yeah, well, I had a look earlier, and the horse was bought for quite a lot of money earlier this year in the Breeze-Ups. So obviously going into this race, you had that in your mind as well. This could be a special horse. Yeah,
no, he's nice horse. He's very quiet, he's different horse. I hope he will improve, I hope, and keep him sound, and then we'll see.
Yeah, well, when the 6th horse began to close the gap, were you worried at any point in the race?
No, in the last meter he stalled a little bit, but I tried to save him until 300 meters because I know this horse is still no 100%, but thanks God he keep going until wire, and he won the race.
Good stuff, well done. Thank you very much.
Yeah, look, it's great for him, but of course, as we were saying, the reflections on the race are only about one horse. Let's have a look at this again, and scarcely believe it the first time.
It's ridiculous. Look, Fawaz at this point, on the runner-up we're talking about here, white and red on the outside, he was asking for effort, and then stops. And Camilo's been obviously going for everything on the eventual winner. Look at Fawaz Wanas, red cap, white silks, horse with the white blinkers. There is minimal urging here. Minimal urging with the arms, not getting down, not using the crop at all, and then it becomes no urging. This is the problem. There's still 100 metres to run. He would have gone by, or at least gone very close to going by. I would go on.
Well, he would have been extremely short to have gone on to win the race. But
it's not just, and I hope the stewards are looking into it. As I say, it's nothing against Fawaz personally, but you do need to ride horses out to the line. It's transparency is the key, right?
So here's the replay. The winner is in front in a wonderful position. We can stalk the runner-up, who's in the white jacket with the red disc, sort of in the second rank, 3 off the inside. So handily enough. But for the most part here, when certainly this race progresses, those on Jeddah Beach are just counting their, well, celebrating and counting their potential winnings.
Yeah, he was very professional from the outset, jumped across, made the rail, which is exactly what Camilo and the White Stable would have wanted with Jeddah Beach. And he kind of put the race to bed, on the home turn. He did everything you want from a horse running over 1,600 metres for the first time. Early speed, tactical speed, acceleration, professionalism. He did a lot right. And, that price tag may seem small if he can continue to progress. Camilo said he wasn't 100%, but he'd been working well. So this is a great start for him. Obviously, he should have probably not won this race if the runner-up had been asked for maximum. But you can't take anything away from Jeddah Beach. He's done what I kind of was hoping he would do.
I'm just watching, the work from Fawaz at this stage to get his horse into a good position, because he's had to get after a couple, hasn't he? I mean, here, now he's gone by Quanum, who's dropping away, and starts to put daylight between him and the winner. So what can we... I mean, is it just a mad moment? I mean, it happened... It was over a curtailed period of time.
Yeah.
This wasn't in a flash, was it? So
this is my problem with it. You can see here, we're talking about the horse in the red cap in fourth, White Silks. The issue is you see this across the globe where jockeys may ease up before the line and they get caught. That's a mad moment. A mad moment isn't stopping riding 200 metres from the line after getting the horse into full gear and then losing by just over a length and a quarter, when if the horse was continued to be asked maximum effort, would probably have gone by.
Or
that's
any
not
sort
a mad
of effort,
moment,
really, to be honest.
That's not a mad moment. It's it's not a great look, to be honest. And the horse would have gone by. Look, ears pricked, plenty of energy left in the tank there, and the race is still provisional results. So I presume the stewards are talking to Fawaz, but it's not what you want to see, to be honest.
No, unfortunately not. But the stewards will do what they have to do, of course, and we will let you know of their findings as soon as they become apparent. Look, I want to talk about the horse who's crossed the line in front, because you were very keen on his chances before. He's wonderfully bred. We're talking about the going and getting these horses, like Omaha Beach horses, to sort of further enhance the whole story here. And it takes a little bit of a gloss off the finish, I suppose, in the way that race has been played out.
It does, because it doesn't feel like we got the result.
No.
Maybe, not even the result. The result probably would have been the other way around if he was ridden out to the line, the runner-up, but we don't know for sure. But it would have been very close. It feels like we didn't get the proper race. But that being said, the winner was a great purchase for Saudi Arabian racing. Having these US pedigrees here is great. You get a lot of sires that come across and live here as a stallion, but you don't get too many horses that are purchased over in the US for this kind of price tag. So it's great that the White Stable are doing that. And I know that he's not the only one as well. So if they can continue churning out these well-bred 2-year-olds, then they're going to have a fantastic year, especially next year when they become 3 and get to run in all the big races. Yeah,
listen, exciting times ahead. We will let you know, of course, the findings of the stewards regarding the performance of the runner-up. But in the meantime, we're going to press on. We're going to press on, and we're going to have a look at the runners for the Open, which is race number 7 on the card.
Thanks, Darryl. Yeah, we're over the mile once more, the metric mile, 1,600 metres. This is for local bred or indeed imported horses. It's an open race. So horse number 1 is Tudor, Abdullah Al Hussein. 2 is Wonder El Zab, Rakan Al Abeid. 3 is Dahi, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 4 is Los Andes, Camila Ospina. Horse number 5 is Moshwa, Abdullah Al Shra, I should say. Horse number 6 is Malafek, Hamza Saad.
Is it not the biggest
story? Is Maybury, Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 8 is Al Moasses, Mohammed Al Nassar. Horse number 9 is Al Urazimi, out of Sultan Al Mimoni. Horse number 10 is Norton Thorpe Boy, Osama Al Sharani. Number 11 is Pennywern Taverner, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 12 is Rada, Jimmy Carrion. 13's a non-runner, American Dancer. So 14 is next, G-Want, that's the amount of Fawaz Wanas. Number 15 is Microburst, Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 16 is 7 Drums, Khalid Al Mimoni. And number 17 is Curlin's Jewel, Mohammed Al Yami. We can get straight back to Hannah.
Okay, let's start with horse number 3, Dehi, ridden by Abdullah Al Farouz. Last seen in January, so is he fit? That is the question. 3 from 10, highest rated in the field. So if he's on form, he could go well. Looks like he's nice and calm in the parade ring, looks nice in his coat. There is nothing negative I could pick out. He's just thinking about it, having a little look around. Nothing too exciting. You can see on his hind end as well, those fitness lines behind are defined, and on top you've got the hindquarter marking, so beautifully turned out. Well done to the ones that look after him. They've done a magnificent job. Next up, not far to go now, horse number 4, right behind Los Andes. 6-time winner, including course and distance. This horse looks nice. I like his hind end action, although I have to say, take back my words there, the leg closest to me here looks a little bit tight. Like I said, that's the engine. We want that part moving correctly. Perhaps a good walk around this parade ring might loosen him up a bit. Behind, we're dropping back now to horse number 5. This is the Jimmy Jerkins runner, Monchoir. Nice, tall, big horse, quite leggy. Lovely muscle on his top line. You can see up the neck. So the top line, just so you know, runs from the neck all the way down to the horse's body. So some good muscle there. It might be carrying a little bit of condition, but it still looks very good. Hoping to catch up with Jimmy a little bit later on and just see what he thinks of this horse. But yeah, I have to say there's some really nice horses in here. One that I didn't note down on paper, but I have caught my eye now, is horse number 6. I've realised these are all in numerical order, but this horse looks extremely shiny in its coat. Remember, that is what's inside, all the nutrients this horse is having. Of course, you've got to remember that these horses are really well groomed. They've probably got some nice shiny products in, but you normally look at their coat to really see what kind of health they're in, and he does look absolutely phenomenal. So he is the best looking, I would say, in the paddock. My paddock selection for this moment right now is number 6, because I just think, wow, that is a serious coat. Back to you guys in the studio. That is my little selection here in the parade ring.
And that's quite encouraging, actually, because I've got to say, I was thinking about that horse as well, Melefek, and I think the horse can go well after a break, so all that's positive. But let's have a look at a couple of the others, and here's the shortest price favourite, sort of on the international early line, if you like, that we're going to see all day, and this is Dahi. Now, this is from January, but it was a very good race in the Gulf Cup, so the market thinks this horse is going to just bounce back.
Yeah, he's a very talented horse. He's unexposed. He was improving when we last saw him. As you say, 3rd in the Gulf Cup. It was a solid effort. Back in January, he needs to prove fitness, as both you and Hannah have touched upon. But he's the horse to beat on figures, and this is the best piece of form on offer in this race. So he deserves to be the favourite. It's just he's short enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were all quite stunned when we saw 8-13 was put up there. And here is Los Andes, who is also running, going back a little bit. This is in November, running 2nd over the trip and track.
Yeah, he's another solid horse. He's a 6-time winner, which includes a course and distance open here in November. He ran up to his best when 2nd 3 starts ago in this contest right here. Recent efforts have been a little bit lackluster, but you know, Los Andes has plenty of ability. If he can bounce back and Dahi underperforms, then he could win this race.
Right, I'm pleased to say that Jimmy Jerkins, who's got an interesting runner here, is now with Hannah.
Yep, Jimmy Jerkins joins me now. Saddles Monchoir. Lovely looking horse, looks great in the parade ring. What are your thoughts leading into this race?
I don't know. I mean, you know, he's kind of been in and outer, but he still looks like he's got something left in him. His last race I thought was very good, and he came from off the pace a little bit, which isn't usually like it. He kind of likes to be the pace setter in races. You know, I don't know. I just told the rider to, you know, if everybody decides to take it easy and he gallops to the lead easy enough, that's fine. If not, I think he's content to sit just behind. You know, he doesn't want to come from too far back and get a whole lot of dirt in his face. I know that, but if he's laying close enough to a contentious pace, I think he'll try. You know, and he won a race in Taif, an open race going 2,000, which I couldn't believe. He was galloping in front all the way. That was Sad's idea. I thought he was crazy, but he proved us, you know, he proved it right. And you know, and then he came back here and he ran a couple of decent races, tough races. They weren't. I don't think he finished in the money, but he wasn't beaten too badly, especially last time. I think he only got beat 2.5, 3 lengths for everything.
Well, let's hope he goes well today. Well, I just want to have a word on this weekend's racing. The racing is really ramping up, and I want to talk about a jockey booking you have on Saturday. You've got Sylvester de Sousa joining you. How did that booking come about?
I was strictly Sad and Saud's doing. You know, when the time rolls around, the big races roll around, they make phone calls and see who's available to come in. Last year it was Jimmy Doyle. I think it was the year before that. I wasn't here, but he came in from my Frankel also. So 2 years in a row he came in. But I think he's committed this year. And but you know, I don't know much about him, just coming from America. But he, you know, his record's very good, and you know, it looks like he still has what it takes. So I'm glad to have him up there.
Yeah, well, we know him well. He's a former champion jockey in the UK. Quick word on my Frankel. How's he looking ahead of the weekend?
He's doing good. You know, we had a little problems with him earlier in the season this year in Taif, foot problems, but it looks like that's behind him. I thought his prep race was very good. He was well beaten by by Wait to Excel, but he hung on. I thought he hung on really good to be second, even though he was well beaten. It was a good comeback race. So. And he's got so much heart. I mean, even in that race, he was getting outrun going into the far turn. And usually when a jockey's scrubbing on him that much, all the way that far away from home, it just doesn't look too good. And he kept going to finish second. This shows what the heart he has. He's got a heart like that grandstand. It's just huge.
Well, we're all very much looking forward to seeing him. Thank you so much. Let's go and watch your runner in the next.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's quite a race, isn't it? That's $1 million up for grabs in the Crown Prince Cup, one of 2 million real races to come on Saturday. 2 more to come tomorrow as well. Always good to hear from Jimmy Jerkins,
Great
who
value,
is
isn't
sort
it?
of, you know, a bit of heart on the sleeve, I think, sometimes when you're chatting with him to get his take.
Yeah, there's no fluff, is there? It's honesty, it's what he expects. And it also, I know some people don't necessarily love this and some people are completely different, but he doesn't always hype up his horses as this horse is going to win. He's always like, well, he's run okay recently, he was a trier, he might go in.
Yeah.
It's an honest take, and that's what we need, really.
And rated 90, so obviously this is a race where we're hitting the verges of 3 figures. Well, Dahi is rated 100. The top rated gives us a perspective as to the level of quality on show here. 8 to 13 about the favourite. That's I don't know what the current price is. I haven't got it in front of me, but I'm presuming it's not got a lot bigger, if anything.
No, I doubt it. Look, I have this race down to 5 horses, to be honest. I know it's a relatively big field. How many are there? There's 17, maybe 16 in this field, but I have it between just 5. Dahi is the overwhelming favourite, and he's the most likely winner. There's no doubt about that. If he can reproduce anything like his victories last year, or even that 3rd in the Golf Cup, he will take this. He is the best horse, and he's still open to improvement as well. So my head tells me Dahi, but my heart doesn't tell me Dahi. My heart tells me I should play Al Moasis each way at 40 to 1. That should be my recommendation. Now, the question I have for you is an inter-studio challenge. Does an each way selection count as a winner if it places? That's what I want to know with you.
Does an each way selection count as a winner if it places? I think you're rewriting the rule book here, Tom. There have been many rules for tipping competitions over the years, but
I'll tell you what, I'll do it a different way. I think Dahi will win. He'll be my pick in the competition. But Al Moasis is a value play at 40 to 1, horse number 8. Look, he's a course and distance maiden winner. That came 12 months ago. He's regularly fallen short in open company, and this is an open race. However, I think he's going to be running home powerfully from the back of the pack. We have seen already today that the speed has not held up in the majority of races, and it wouldn't surprise me if Al Moasis picked off a few at a massive price. I don't think he'll beat Dahi, and he probably won't beat the likes of Los Andes and or Monchois, but if he ran in the top 4 or 5, I wouldn't be surprised, and he could easily grab 2nd or 3rd in this race. So keep an eye on the 8, but my selection for the competition purposes will be Dahi.
I get that, and that probably is the way to go, isn't it? Although I'm not going to tip Dahi, I'm going to tip Malafek, who I think can go well, as I say, after a break. Hasn't run since March, was in great form back then. Hannah was very positive in the paddock, I think, about how that horse was looking as well. So that's going to be my way of playing this particular contest. But they are gathered down at the start. I don't know if Hannah is on hand. Is she to input her suggestion. So 3 for Tom and 6 for me, and we can hear from Hannah.
You can hear from me, don't you worry, I am still here. Well, you know, you are right, Daryl. I really did like the look of that horse, and this has absolutely blown my notes in the wind, out of the way, because this horse was not in my original paper selection, but number 6 looked phenomenal. And like I said, that coat was so shiny, despite products, despite the nutrients that this horse is being given. Well, the nutrients, yes, it's working really well. It looked really good. It looked ready to rock and roll. So that is my selection. I do think the 3 horse Dahi is going to be hard to beat. But just to confirm my selection for this race, number 6, Malefic, I am going with you, Daryl. It's back to you guys.
Thank you very much. So we're looking forward to this, aren't we? 1,600 metres, local bred and imported horses. It is open quality, a little bit of quality on this Thursday, as we've been saying. This is just a drop in the ocean compared to what we've got for you over the next 2 days. So make sure you're watching all across the weekend.
Should I quickly touch on a couple of ex-Brits that are in here?
Yeah, great idea.
Horse number 10, Norton Thorpe Boy, used to be trained over in England. He was very prolific, actually, for a period of time, but since moving over here, he hasn't really been able to replicate that. I believe he's under the handicapper's thumb right now, and his mark is about right. Running an open company, therefore, because he's not good enough to win a 0-85 or something like that. He could settle for minor money. He could run home for a place, but at 16-1 from a wide draw, he doesn't appeal. Pennywern Taverner, another that used to be trained over in the UK. He finished last of 20 in a handicap last month and is quickly back to the table. 66-1 is about right there. And a horse that we love on this channel, horse number 14, G-Want. Used to be trained by Mick Appleby. Seems to run every single week over here, but is very consistent and also inconsistent. He's consistently inconsistent. He runs home well at big prices for minor money, often, but sometimes he'll disappoint in races where he should actually win. He's a hard horse to really get a grip on. But look, he's got the ability, if there is a real pace collapse, and G-Want will play a part. But he's a big price for a reason. He does find winning tough. So there are a couple of the outsiders. I suppose Maybury as well. Horse number 7, another ex-Brit. Midfield finishes in handicap and open company recently, but his losing streak's now up to 18, and when that happens, I think you do have to take a back seat on horses like this.
Thank you, Tom. Always good to mention a few other horses as you've been able to do, just to give you an opportunity out there to consider maybe 1 or 2 that you may not have otherwise done so. Right, they will move into the gates very shortly. So race 7, if you want, is the start of the second half of our programme. So if you only have just found this programme this afternoon, do not worry, there is still lots more to come, and they are beginning to move up to the gate now with 1,600 metres in front of them, and we can rejoin John Blance.
Thanks, Daryl. Dahi remains a very short price favourite on the international markets. The 5 has just gone in, Morchois. This is the 4, Los Andes, about to go in. Los Andes in the hands of Yusuf Al Hussein, not a jockey with a particularly big percentage here, or particularly as well known as some, but gets a decent ride here. Los Andes clear second favourite on the international markets. Pennywern Taverner goes in. Pennywern Taverner could be the last. Stand by. They're ready. 100 metres again, they're off and racing. Pretty good start. Maybury's a little bit slowly away and is towards the back of the field in the early stages. Another one who's a little bit behind them is Curlin's Jewel as they make their way through the first 200 metres or so. G1 has gone forward, the red sheepskin noseband there, the black and red colours. Also prominent is Dahi, gets into a nice early posse as well, the 3 horse. Towards the outer is Al Moasses in the light blue with the white caps. That's your leading trio. Right down on the rail is Malefic, or Malefk, who's towards that inside at the moment as they head on through the first 2.5 furlongs or so. Right towards the outside, Pennywern Taverner is very wide on the track as well. Also there in the early part of the race, and relatively prominent, is 7 Drums, just trying to get up the inside. So as they sort themselves out and start to make the swing for home, it's Dahi that's gone on, this pretty short priced favourite, to Al Moasses around the outside in second. Al Moasses and Dahi, these two now just going on by about 3 lengths. To in third position round the inside rail, Malefic. Malafek, who's now getting rather tired. Beginning to stay on is Monchois. Plenty to do from there. Right round the outside, trying to get involved as well, is Los Andes, another one who's quite well up in the international markets, but needs to get going. Down towards the final 300 metres they go. And it's Dahi, the leader, goes on by about 4 lengths. Now they're getting onto a decent stride down the centre of the track is Los Andes, but has it got a mountain to climb? Inside the final 200 they go. It's Dahi for Abdullah Al Fayrouz, still well clear. Los Andes in second, gap to Monchois in third, racing up towards the line. Dahi getting a little bit tired, but is just about going to hang on. Dahi has beaten Los Andes, that's your 1-2. In third position was Monchois, and the fourth horse home looks like that one was Wonder El Zam staying on. Dahi, the winner, beats Los Andes. Tom Collins, another winner for him. The VT department were all over that one as well, as indeed they were with Los Andes too. We know how to single out these horses for you. If you're watching this telecast in the world, if you're new to Saudi Arabian racing, you'll need a little steer in the right direction. And we think we've got a pretty good team here to do just that. Dahi's won 1 minute 41.46 seconds, the winning time. 4 wins now from 11 starts for that one. Second was Los Andes. They paired off from the rest as well, as the market suggested they might. It was tight for third. They did just go the way of Monchois, with Wonder El Zam staying on for fourth. So that was your 1, 2, 3, 4 in our big open race of the day. Dahi's a promising individual, rated 100 prior to today. He might get a few more points for that in the fullness of time. Arabian horses coming up next.
Well, job well done, wasn't it, from Dahi, the shortest priced favourite of the day, and putting behind him an absence that went back to the beginning of the year, albeit was in real exalted company.
He was, yeah. He was running in good races. He's come back. They found a nice spot for him in this open contest. They didn't have to go too low in terms of race status, but they dropped down from a cup to an open race. There were some good horses in here, but he is a better horse than them. He wasn't 100% today, or I highly doubt he was, but he was able to put it all together. And albeit his margin was eroded towards the end, he still did it nicely.
Yeah, he certainly did. And he justified the market confidence, albeit we were sort of quibbling about whether he should have been quite that short. But I guess if you're supporting a winner, you're not too concerned after the event. And yeah, I guess through gritted teeth, I've got to say 3-1 to you, Tom.
It's a good start.
Yeah, but me and Hannah are going to fight back. We're going to try our very best. I think we might be up against it, though. But Yeah, look, we can see it again from the gate. Dari was drawn in stall number 5 in a good position early in the white and the green cap as well, just stalking that early speed.
Yeah, it was in a great spot, just in behind the pace. G1 actually found himself in the front, which is ludicrous, really, considering he's usually comes from last.
Yeah.
And Almoassis was up there as well. He's another usual deep closer. So he had a different complex picture towards the start of the race than I was anticipating. But Dahi was always in a great spot, one off the rail, able to move to the rail in due course. And from there, he was never really in doubt. The likes of Monchois, Los Andes, they're in the third flight here, just about 3 lengths in behind Dahi. Monchois on the inside actively trying to avoid trouble. There is a bit of interference there with 7 drums. Fortunately, both horses are A-OK. But they're, at this point, trying to give up 4 lengths to the class horse in the race. It's just very tough to reel a horse like that back in.
And the first of the sort of big guns to give way was Melefek, who clearly has blown up and maybe needed this a lot more than I was anticipating. But as you say, apart from that horse, the main rivals to the favourite were the ones who would try and their best to try and get after the leader and close it down.
Yeah, they were the only 2 to really make up any ground, to be honest. Monchois and Los Andes, finishing 2nd and 3rd respectively. The likes of Almoassis, who I put each way, and as a big long shot in here, kind of fade out of contention. Wonder Elzam right at the bottom, just about to drop out of your screen, eventually finishes 4th. He plugged on at the 1 speed after being up with the pace early. Dahi was the only one to maintain that gallop from start to finish. The other horses had a lovely toe into the race, and maybe that is another reason why you should take an extra tick next to Dahi's name.
Yeah, I think that's more than fair, isn't it? So yeah, Dahi landing good speculative, or more than speculative, market interest beforehand, and just I suppose showing us the gulf between. Unintended pun, the gulf between the race that he ran in last time and this kind of level. Yeah,
exactly. He's a slightly different quality of horse, Dahi, and it's just good to see him back, because we have mentioned this already on the channel before. Horses first time up, especially off long-ish layoffs like 6+ months, they can just falter a touch. They lack fitness and they're just very rusty on the track, and most of them do get beaten. We have actually seen a couple of really nice horses lose first time up this season as well in Riyadh. So horses seemingly need the start. That's not the case for Dahi. Yes, he may not have run to 100. Los Andes, for example, is rated 93, been beaten a length, carrying the same weight. So maybe you could say if Los Andes ran to 93, Dahi ran to 94, which wouldn't be too far off the mark considering Monchois is 3 pounds lower than Los Andes and wasn't too far back. But Dahi's going to improve 6-7 pounds from this, and we'll see better from him next time. Yeah, most definitely. So, yeah, it was a good performance, but as Tom says, there is plenty more, of course, to come. Now, Hannah's been on a bit of a wander around the racecourse. No idea where she is, but we're about to find out.
Hungry, you might like this. We are at the food stands. Now behind me, this is a brand new company, okay? This is fizzy drinks. We've got some cola there, some fruity drinks, bit fizzy. You can give us a wave, ladies, behind there. They're working very hard. So yes, this is all very brand new. It's very exciting. On to the next stand here. I've heard that this chicken and rice on this stand is very good. And let me tell you something, if it's the first time you've seen me, let me tell you right now, I love tea. And guess what's on this stand? Tea, yes. So here we've got some nice tea brewing here, and I have to just check the name of this. It's Karek. So this is a mixture between coffee and milk here. So you can come and get some nice tea and some nice coffee and milk. This is the chicken and rice in here. It smells delicious. If only you could smell it through the camera. I know you can't, so you just have to take my word for it. And then we've got some more stands along here doing similar things as well. We've got some lovely sweets, some drinks if you want some water to keep yourself hydrated. I don't know if you can see as well, but we've got some crisps on a stick. Now, I've had these before. These are amazing. It's quite nice for a little snack. Walk and have a munch, which is always lovely to do. And you can go and see the racing as well. Honestly, I can't, the smell is so good. It smells brilliant. We've got some more food here. I'm not quite sure what this is. I'd love to have a look, but I don't know if you can see the bread. It looks similar. What can I ask? What's this? What's that? It looks like a pita bread sort of thing. I have to say the Arabic bread.
The chance to come. Maybe you're not too far from Riyadh, and maybe you've always fancied coming. I mean, no excuse needed, Tom, is there, to get over here and just sample this?
Yeah, exactly. It's not just the racing and the atmosphere of the track and how good the venue is. There's also plenty of nice things like the food. And I have to admit, I have had that chicken and rice before.
Have you?
Quality biryani, guys. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. We've got two more days this week, so I might be thinking about that ahead of tomorrow. Please do get in touch. Love to hear how you're getting on this afternoon, if you're getting involved in some of these horses. Lots of comments coming through, actually. Silvio, thank you, Silvio, has been in touch to well, I'm hoping say well done. Louis back on, I think, as well,
nice.
which is good.
Louis had some success earlier as well, didn't he? He had that winner.
Yes.
So Louis, keep finding those winners. That's what we want.
Yeah, or just follow Tom's picks and you'll be doing all right if that is the case. So yeah, please do get in touch. We would so love to hear more from you. Right, we're moving on to the Arabian Horses Desert Bred Open, and John's going to be dealing with this with his feet up, because there aren't many runners, John, are there, unfortunately?
Yeah, we've had a few defectees here in this race, 4 non-runners in all, so we've just got the 5 to go to post, which is almost unheard of here in Saudi Arabia, but there we go. 1's a non-runner, 2 Mursal Al-Khaladir is the man of Thab Al-Timya, 3's a non-runner, 4 is Asilat Al-Yamami, man of Osama Al-Sharani, 6 is Radar Al-Khaladir, it's the man of Abdullah Al-Saidi, horse number 7 is Sariyat Al-Khaladir, the man of Mohammed Al-Hubail, and horse number 8 is Tuhamiyat Al-Khaladir, Adil Al-Faradi aboard the international markets warm order, that one and the 6 dominating the international markets with these non-runners as well. So just 5 of them going to post as we head back to the studio.
Yeah, and if you were trying to narrow it down a little bit, I think the Al Khalida runners, they're going to dominate the market. At least 2 of them are, aren't they, Tom? So
yes, this race has unfortunately torn up with 4 non-runners, but yeah, 2 horses look the clear standouts. We have a form horse in Tuhamela Al-Khaladir, ridden by Adel Al-Faradi, and we have Radar Al-Khaladir, who's open to improvement. They're the 2 to really focus on. The other 3 would be considered outsiders in this spot. The one thing I would love to find out, which we're not going to find out right now,
okay,
is what's the difference between an Arabian Horses Open and an Arabian Horses Desert Bred Open? I would love to know what a Desert Bred is compared to a normal
I would so love to know that as well.
If you guys know at home, whack that in the comments. We'd love to know.
I mean, that might be a long-term project for us to get the answer out to you, but we will endeavour to find out, the difference between an Arabian bred and a desert bred, yes, as you say. Now, has the market, the international early market, got it round the right way? Because horse number 8, to Hamiyat Al-Kharaida, is odds on, and Radar Al-Kharaida is odds against 8 to 13, 6 to 4 were the prices. Right way round?
Yeah, I think it's the right way round. Tahemia Al-Khaladir is a 7-year-old. It's the more proven quantity in here. 2-time winner, much like Radar Al-Khaladir is as well. But Tahemia has £9 in hand on official figures. And when it comes to Arabian horses, especially in open company, £9 can equate to a little bit more than £9 in thoroughbred racing. A good Arabian horse is a little bit different to a good thoroughbred horse. There's a bigger disparity between being good and bad in Arabian races, including the desert breds. So I would take the 8 over the 6, and I'm surprised actually that Adel Al-Faradi's ride to Hamiyat Al-Khaladir isn't shorter.
OK, that's interesting. So 8 to 13 to take and lock it in. And I'll be fascinated to hear your thoughts on these horses, Hannah, because, just to give us a feel back here and at home, the difference between these runners. How are the desert breds looking?
Well, as you heard me earlier, I was very excited to see these purebred Arabian horses. A very small field, as we can see. Only 5 will go to post today, but nevertheless, we can have a good look at them. We're going to start with number 8, Tahemiyat Al-Khaladir. I've always put down that the Al-Khaladir horses, if they're out of Laith Khaladir, they're always ones to look at. So I've got this one out of Laith Khaladir, as I said. 1 of 3 in the contest. That's if the rest aren't scratched. Have to check that. Last time, this horse horse. Wasn't a special performance, but got capability. With regards to its body, there's not a great deal of muscle. They're quite a small frame. Wouldn't say there's a lot of definition on that hind end. Have to wait till it comes out of the light, because where I'm standing, the light's shining on it. Its fitness muscle isn't too defined, so definitely some work, in particular if you want to build the hind end. Uphill is always perfect for that, but I don't know how many hills are here, so yeah. Horse number 7 we're going to next, Sarihat Al Khaladia. On his toes, having a look around. Again, quite a small frame. I tell you, these Arabian horses, they are so beautiful to look at. A typical high head carriage as well. Not from this horse, number 7. He's just having a little look around. Lovely coat, definition in the hind end. On his toes, would like to see him walk just to see what that, if he's fluid in his walk, but he's chomping on the bit. Can see some of the white in his eyes as well. He's really thinking about it. Hope he's not going to do anything naughty. Have to keep an eye on him. Next up, we're going to go to horse number 6, Raider Al Khaladia, another Laith Al Khaladia horse. And a grey. If you like greys, you're in the right place. We've got 2 in the field, but this one in particular does show the typical Arabian breed with the high head carriage. You'll also see as well when they put their tails up, they're beautiful, beautifully stunning horses. This horse is 2 from 4. Success at Taif this summer. Back up in trip following a run back in October. Finished ahead of Timiyat Al Khaladia last time out. Then we're going to go to horse number 4. Oh, look at this one. Isn't this gorgeous? A lovely high head carriage. Not necessarily the best for racing, but if you do like your purebred Arabian horses, that probably is something that you do admire. But it's got look at him looking at the camera. I'm sure you've got a great view of him here. Ears pricked forward, looking nice and alert. He's chomping on the bit, so he is thinking about the job ahead. Probably feeling a little bit anxious, but that's okay. Some muscle definition behind. Not as much as some of the other horses, though, mind. But it's looking, well, it's looking fit. Tummy's tucked underneath. Good sign that there is muscle and fitness there. And finally, we're going to go to the final horse in the field, horse number 2, Mursal Al Khaladia. Currently 14-1 in the international market I have here. He was having a bit of a jig jog earlier. Lovely chestnut. He's chomping more so on the bit, so I'm hoping he's going to behave himself. But yeah, he's very alert, ears pricked forward. This is another thing you'll find with horses. The horses that are in front, they'll have their ears forward. If you've got horses in a line, and say the one horse at the back, it might have his ears forward, and that's because naturally horses are in a pack, and so they're all keeping an eye on each other. I'll explain a bit more about that maybe tomorrow, because that's always interesting when you look at horses' ears. But this horse is very alert, high head carriage, typical purebred Arabian there. You can see its fitness lines on its hind end there. Perhaps could do with a little bit more muscle. Tummy looks a little bit not as tucked in as I would like to see, but I'm a fan of these purebred Arabians. They're so great to look at. That is all the horses in the field. If we can have the cameraman to drop back to horse 7, you'll see that the 7 horse is still on his toes. So I'm hoping he won't run out of energy by the time he gets to post, because that's not what we want. But yeah, that's all of them, I'm afraid. That's the 5 that go to post. So very soon we'll hear the bell, and then the jockeys will climb aboard, and then they'll be heading to post. I hope that gives you guys a better insight into this, but I'm very much looking forward to this race. Guys in the studio, it's back to you.
I've got to say, that's the most comprehensive guide to an Arabian desert bred race I've ever heard. I think it's probably the first race I've ever seen. I've got to hold my hands up. Desert breds, which we'd love to know a little bit more about. I'm sure we will be able to find out and input that to you in due course. Now, I want to go back to the favourite, to Hamiyat Al Khaladia, who has had 34 races and has only won twice.
Yes.
But that is obviously not concerning the market, and I guess it's not concerning you either, Tom.
She hasn't been the most prolific, you are right, and her recent runs aren't exactly the best you'll ever see, but she's not been running in Desert Bred Open, she's been running in Open Company. Against all Arabian horses. She's been pitched in against some of the best Al Khaladia stables horses throughout her career. She's run against the boys regularly as well. Of course, there is one horse entire in this race, Mursal Al Khaladia, but it's generally against the girls in this spot. So this is just a much better and easier race for Hamiyat Al Khaladia, and it feels just likely that this is the time where she's going to win. Adele Al-Faredi rides her for the first time since June 2023, which I think is very interesting. And most interestingly, that day he won on her, and he's back on today. It looks like they've booked him to win on her and get a third victory next to her name. Look, the unexposed Riyadh Al-Khaladir is obviously the big threat, the big grey horse there on the left-hand side. But Riyadh Al-Khaladir needs to improve, whereas Tahemiyat Al-Khaladir, if she just runs to her rating, as we see Adele getting on right now in shot, if she runs to her rating, then she should win.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? You know, you turn it around, the amount of experience that the favoured has got, add up the efforts of the others, and it doesn't come anywhere near the number of 34 runs that she has mustered previously. So that's a sort of, you know, the alternative angle if you want, as they make their way out.
And one last thing on experience. With Arabian horses, they get better with age. It's not necessarily like thoroughbreds where they can peak at 3 or maybe even 2 in some cases. Arabian horses are late maturing types and they get better as they get older. So yes, the experience angle, 34 runs does mean that the horse is exposed, but as a 7-year-old, she could still be improving rather than she's improved at 3 and now regressing, you know.
We should touch upon, shouldn't we, the fact that the 2-horse here, Mursal, I think you were leading me in, weren't you? Mursal Al-Khalida is a 12-year-old who has only had 2 starts. That's been off since March. So, I mean, wow, that's most unusual, to put it mildly.
It's hard to know what to expect, really. He's a flashy individual, that's for sure. When we see the 2 in shot, as we can see, horse number 6, Riyadh Al-Khaladir, go to post. When we see Mursal Al-Khaladir, you'll see that he is flashy. You won't miss him in the race. He made all on his debut, but only 2 horses took part. It was a match race, and the other rival was just not overly talented.
Right, okay.
Last time up, he wasn't able to back it up in an open contest. 9-month break. I mean, there's a lot not to like about Mursal Al-Khaladir, I have to admit.
Yeah, you just wonder what he's been doing all this time, but never too late, I suppose, in life to do anything, even if you're
exactly. If he enjoys racing, why not?
Yeah, listen, he come there full of confidence, having, as you say, disposed of albeit the one rival last time, but will be a big price, and just adds another element of interest to this. This contest. So they are heading on down to the post, meeting 64 here, the longest meeting in terms of the number of days here in Riyadh this year than has ever been the case. So we're looking forward to continuing to bring you the coverage all the way through to, well, the sort of third week, I think, in March. So it's a long old season ahead still.
It is. We've got loads of good races to come. It's also the most amount of turf races in a year here in Saudi Arabia.
Turf back on Saturday.
And
3
turf
races.
is back. So I'm very much looking forward to that. It's great to see the grass course looking in fine fettle. I was here, not this week last year, but last year, if that makes sense. And the grass course, the grass coverage wasn't great. So they've done a great job this year getting that grass up to speed. Obviously, they had turf racing last week for the first time this year when we weren't here. But it looks fantastic. And not only am I looking forward to it because I love turf racing, as you do as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also, it's a different dynamic. You get different kind of races. You've got properly turf-bred horses, European horses that have been imported in. And it's smaller fields, between 8 and 10 runners in the most case. So it's completely different to the dirt racing here, and it provides that extra angle.
I was just reminding myself of the winners of the first 2 turf races. I needn't have looked down, actually, from last weekend because Espina won the first and Al-Faredi won the second.
Yeah.
So
half of the course.
Change of surface, no change in pecking order. That's for sure. But we're looking forward to that. 3 races quite early on Saturday. So if you're going to be watching, which we hope you will on Saturday, with the Crown Prince race, of course, one of which is a local domestic Group 1. That's the first local Group 1 of the campaign as well. And some ridiculously huge prize being up for grabs there. And of course on Friday tomorrow as well. I suppose we better get the selections in. I kind of know which one you're going with, I think.
Horse number 8. I understand that she's a short price. Tahemiyat Al-Khaladir. She deserves to be a short price. She warrants to be even shorter than 8 to 13, actually, if that is still available. She's got £9 in hand of her nearest rival. She's way better than the other 3 in this race. Adele Al-Faredi is an extra angle, and I just wouldn't be surprised if she sat on the shoulder of horse number 6, Riyadh Al-Khaladir, and just kicked clear in the home straight. It is definitely between those 2. Are you with me, or are you with
I'm not going to gain any leeway if I go with you, and I probably won't if I go against you. I fall further behind. But I am going to go with the alternative, Riyadh Al-Khaladir. Just going back to the fact that I totally understand what you're saying in terms of the class, but 2 wins from 34, that worries me a little bit. I'll take the alternative, so I'm going to go with the 6.
Do we have time for me to quickly run through the 3 outsiders? We've talked about horse number 2, so I won't go into Mursal Al Khaldia. Horse number 4, Asilat Al Yamamiyah, never run before, first-time starter, 5-year-old debutant. The connections had 2 in this race, but they scratched horse number 1. It just looks unlikely. I'd imagine will be last early on and will probably stay there. And the other horse is horse number 7, Sarihat Al Khalidiyah. Same connections as the favourite, to Hamia Al Khalidiyah. Could be used as a pacemaker in this race. That wouldn't surprise me. He's a course and distance winner here from last December. Winless in 4 subsequent outings. Again, look, it's just got loads to find on official figures. But being the stablemate of the 8, there could be some team tactics at play here. It wouldn't surprise me. And if that was to be the case, that would just strengthen my reasoning for liking the 8.
Okay, so we're equally divided, one way and the other in terms of the 2 market leaders, and here is the decider of the rubber, if you like. Let's get Hannah's selection.
Well, I am siding with you, Tom. The 8-horse Timyat Al Khalidiyah, of course, Laith Al Khalidiyah. So that's always one to pop down and put a circle around it. I thought it looked really nice in the parade ring. She's got the capability. Of course, as ratings go, she's at the top and obviously fan in the market. I was attracted to the 7-horse, Sarihat Al Khalidiyah, until I saw a jig jogging. And I've actually, I said it before, hopefully if they go to post and they're a little bit calmer, as what I can see on the screen, she's still jig jogging around. So that for me was a no. So yes, I am going with the 8-horse. They look to be nearly going in. So I guess we'll be heading over to we'll go to John. We'll go to John. Lance, it's over to you. Who are you calling home?
Thanks, Hannah. Yeah, probably the favourite here. Tuhamiyat Al Khalidiyah does have the form in the book, if not the strike rate, as Darryl has pointed out. But if you're new to Saudi racing, it's they take a bit of getting used to, these Arabian races, but you do grow to rather like them in the end, and they're not always the most difficult to predict. So we will see. Certainly, often you can narrow the field down pretty quickly to a very workable shortlist. Tuhamiyat Al Khalidiyah goes in. This is horse number 7, Sariat Al Khalidiyah, who's a much bigger price on the international markets. So we're over 1,600 metres, and we're nearly ready. In goes Sariat Al Khalidiyah to stall 3, which is essentially stall 1 now. And they're off and racing. Small field of just 5 making their way through the early stage of this Arabian Horses Desert Bred Open contest. And it looks like Sariat Al Khalidiyah is kicking on here and taking up leadership, pacemaking duties maybe for the favourite who sits in 3rd, Tuhamiyat Al Khalidiyah. In between the pair, we've got Riyadh Al Khalidiyah, who's pressing on. Bit of a gap back developing then to Mursal Al Khalidiyah, and right at the rear of the field is the debutant Asilat Al Mami, who's right at the rear of the field, and a good 8 or 9 lengths behind already, and that margin appears to be growing as they make their way down towards the end of the back straight. And it's Tuhamiyat Al Khalidiyah, who, having not taken the lead, is now just about drawn alongside the other 2, Riyadh Al Khalidiyah and then Sariat Al Khalidiyah up the inner, and they are now well in advance of Mursal Al Khalidiyah and Asilat Al Mami, who's right at the rear of the field. So these 3 are pressing on. And up the inside, it's Sariat Al Khalidiyah, to in second position Riyadh Al Khalidiyah. It's being nudged along now to Hamiyat Al Khalidiyah round the outside, the white distinguishing cap there. Not going as well as you would like if you've lumped on at the short prices. One that is going well is Riyadh Al Khalidiyah, and that now moves into the lead. Riyadh Al Khalidiyah to Sariat Al Khalidiyah in second. To Hamiyat Al Khalidiyah, the favourite, is getting going, but plenty to do inside the final 400 metres. Riyadh Al Khalidiyah in the hands of Abdullah Al Saidi, out in front by about 4 lengths. To Hamiyat Al Khalidiyah in second, and then Sarihat Al Khalidiyah in third, whose race has been run. They're very well strung out here, I think it's fair to say. And in the end, it's Riyadh Al Khalidiyah, who has just had the 4 runs. There was the potential for further improvement to come. And this is exactly what appears to be the case as they race up towards the line. Riyadh Al Khalidiyah, the easy winner, to Hamyat Al Khaladia in second. Third horse home was Sariyat Al Khaladia, and they were miles clear of the other two, who have been comprehensively outclassed, and they've been headed in by Mursal Al Khaladia. Darryl Williams has been pretty consistent with his selections so far today. Plenty of horses who've run very well, 1 or 2 winners as well, and he's got that one right. Was happy to oppose the international market's favourite to Hamyat Al Khaladia, who really, if you had a sizable wager, I don't think you were ever particularly happy. Got off to a slowish start, took a lead, then Adel Al Faredi decided he wanted to get into a prominent position. Maybe wasted a bit of petrol doing that, and then got tired after that wide run round the bend and was never really at the races. So Radar Al Khaladia has won, 1 minute 55.35 the winning time there, but they were coming in at intervals in race number 8 on the card. We've got a maiden coming up after this, so we're back to thoroughbreds for race number 9. Still plenty more after that as well. Right now, though, very shortly, we'll be back to the guys in the studio.
So Radar Al Khaladia has comprehensively beaten Jamiat Al Khaladia, the market rival. Some of us saw it coming.
Very well done.
Thank you. I feel real good about, actually, not because I've got one over your selection, but because I've picked a winner of a Desert Bread Open.
Yeah.
I'm adding that to my CV, Tom.
I'll tell you what, you're 1 out of 1 in Desert Breads. Unbeaten.
Yeah, anybody wants a tipster? Yeah. Desert Breads, I am available.
Limited opportunities, I'd suggest.
I'm not sure how many there are, but anyway, listen, as we say in the world of horse racing, a winner is a winner, regardless of the race.
Yes.
If you supported, backed, whether that's financially or just because you wanted to cheer that horse on, it does feel quite good, actually.
And was dominant as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
No fluke about this.
Yeah.
We sat on the shoulder of the pace setter, or what we consider to be the pace setter, in Sariyat Al Khaladia. At that point, both the eventual winner, Radar Al Khaladia, and Hamyat Al Khaladia, they were alongside each other. They had every chance. Radar just kicked on the home turn and proved way too strong. It wasn't much of a race. It was basically 2 horses, a pace setter and 2 that couldn't really run. But that takes nothing away from the winner's performance. It was a solid effort. 3 wins now from 5 career outings. What more could you ask for?
Well, I mean, I'd say that was my angle. I know this is obviously after the race. That was my angle, was the strike rate, wasn't it? So what was 60% against the rival who's got a, whatever 2 in 35 is as a percentage, but less than 6. So,
yeah.
Look, anyway, that's worked out that way, and as one with plenty of credit as well for connections. So that was very good to see, and something a little different on the programme. Now, what have we still got to come? Let me tell you, we've got a maiden coming up next. Then we've got Apprentice Handicap, which will be quite interesting. Arabian bred maiden, and then another handicap to come at the end of the day. So those are our remaining 4 races. We have been talking about what is to come at the weekend. Funnily enough, you weren't here yesterday, but Hannah and I turned up just to sort of get a little feel, our first assignment here. And of course, the news had broken about the World Cup coming to Saudi Arabia in 2034. And there was a real buzz there. There was lots of people here. There were big cheers and celebrations. It was, I think the producer, actually, I think I've got it on tape somewhere. Tape? No such thing. I think I've got it recorded somewhere. Was what a day to be here. So yesterday was a great day to be here. And Saturday will be a good day to be here as well.
Exactly. I'm a little bit gutted I did miss yesterday, just purely for those celebrations alone. The World Cup coming here is massive, isn't it? Obviously, we're talking about the rise of horse racing. It's the whole reason for the channel. But football, and especially the World Cup, is just huge globally, isn't it? So all eyes will be on Saudi Arabia. They'll produce a fantastic tournament, I'm sure. Second only to the Olympics, really. And I wouldn't be surprised if that made a journey here as well in the future. And insofar as Saturday's racing, again, it's going to draw big crowds. What a day to be here, right?
Yeah. Now, listen, we're talking about because everybody's got to start somewhere, haven't they? So, for myself and Hannah, this is all quite new. Look, hopefully you know us well enough to know that we've done similar kind of things to this in the past. But this is all a bit different. You're becoming a not quite an ever-present, but yourself and Rory, who's our other analyst on this programme, you guys are clocking up the miles, aren't you? The air miles, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is my 9th stint here. Rory's done slightly less but longer stints, so we're equating the same amount of time.
He likes to bed himself in for a while, I think, Rory,
he does. It's very enjoyable. Every time I see something new, see more desert-bred horses, for example, this occasion. Didn't see them last time. It's always a great experience. The people are lovely. The weather's lovely. Albeit, I wouldn't want to be outside right now. Do you think it's a little bit chilly for Hannah?
Well, I tell you, we had a little bit of an conversation and joke earlier about Hannah's coat because, I mean, you said coming in, but right by race 5, she would be in for her coat. Here we are.
I've heard rumours she needs it now.
Yeah, but she's done very well because that's 4 races on.
Yeah. I'm impressed.
So, Hannah's coat will be making its way out to her very, very shortly. I'm not sure how, but we will get that sorted out. You don't need to worry about that at home. Right, now, John, he's got the heaters. The heaters turned up. There are lots of heaters actually across the way, so maybe he's taking the heat from one of those. I don't know. Let's go back to John and get the runners for race number 9.
Thanks, gentlemen. Yes, this 9th race on the card, big field. Abrak Jadela is the top one there, the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. 2 is Al Kayas, that's the mount of Abdullah Al Odib. 3 is Holt on the Nile, Eddie Castro. 4 is Jilwan, Fawaz Wanas. 5 is Morkib, Victor Gutierrez. 6 is Quintus Maximus, Abdullah Al Azari. Horse number 7 is Rich Harry, Alexis Moreno. Savage, Abdullah Al-Qradis is horse number 8. Serendi, Muhammad Ali Ami is horse number 9. 10 is Sonic, Khalid Al-Memoni. Horse number 11 is Super Fluidity, Adel Al-Faradi. Horse number 12 is Thu Al-Nur, Naif Al-Anazi. Next up is Aitarat Al-Jabal, Ayad Al-Tarizi. 14 is Hamra Nut, Salman Al-Rashid. Number 15 is Juman Al-Khair, Hamza Saad. 16 is Sebrania, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 17 is Sinar, the international market's favourite, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Horse number 18 is Sathar, that's the man of Abdullah Al-Lofi. 19 is Tahiyati, Muhammad Al-Nebsi. And number 20 is Tanasob, Osama Al-Sharani. So 20 of them got a post. Sinar is the best of these on official ratings and is the international market's favourite. We can get back to Daryl and Tom, who are in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, getting a look at the runners making their way around the pre-parade, and we've got another sizable field, haven't we, Tom, to deal with another maximum field of 20 coming up. These are local bred and imported runners in this maiden 3-year-olds only. The trip is going to be 1,800 metres, and the early market, the international early market, was very much doing towards Sinar, horse number 17, that I think John just referred to as obviously the top rated off of 74.
Yeah, I've got this horse 4th in when I was writing the race comments and some analysis. And it's surprising, the price. I don't feel like many prices have been too far wrong today. We've had a couple that were maybe too short, a couple that are maybe a little bit too big, but I'm surprised that Sinar is sub 2-1, let alone 11 to 8. It seems very, very short. Now, I understand that from a ratings perspective, she's clearly the horse to beat. You go down the race card, horse number 7, Rich Harry's 62 rated, horse number 11, Super Fluidity 64, Though Al Noor's 68, and Sinar's rated 74, so she's quite clearly got...
I can sort of back you up on that because, yes, of course, look, as I said earlier, you've got to start somewhere if you're trying to analyse a race without necessarily going through all the data and all the form lines. So this horse is rated 74, but not that long ago, Sinar was rated 84.
I know.
So
and
this horse is going backwards.
Exactly. The 2-year-old exploits would make Sinar way the horse to beat, but the 3-year-old performances, they've been middling. Not enough to suggest that she warrants that rating of 74, and therefore the big market grip she has in the international betting. Yeah.
Look, she ran fourth in I think I've fair to say a similar race to this last time out, but. 10 without a win, so a maiden of fairly long-standing status as we watch the runners making their way round. So, OK, so you're not with 17. I'm certainly not with 17. Who do you like?
I like a horse at a big price. Horse number 2, Jcsa. Well, I say big price. I hope it's still 12 to 1. He's had the 5 starts. 3 of them he finished 5th. The other 2 he was a little bit disappointing. He produced an eye-catching late burst when last seen. Do
you know that race was just behind the favourite?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
that's what you've obviously watched that, and you've gone, who's this making a late run?
And there was a big market. There is a big market discrepancy between the favourite and Jcsa in here. Not much separated them on the track last time. Blinkers are fitted. This could be the key to getting this horse into a position early, so he doesn't have to run from way out of it and close. He can hopefully sit in the middle flight, maybe even prominent enough from a good draw in 3. And throw it down in the latter stages. If he can reproduce last time out's effort, he won't be too far away. And at 12 to 1, I'm happy to have him as my pick.
Yeah, I can see exactly how you've come to those conclusions. That's a case of market not really reflecting what happened when those 2 horses met last time. I think I probably will stick with what I saw earlier, Serendib, horse number 10 on the card. Who had been off for a long time. Actually, we will have a look at that VT, I think, in a moment. I'm not quite sure I can hear the gallery at this stage. Oh, I can. They're back. I thought it was me. So let's have a look, actually, because this is the run last time out. And I thought, got sort of picked off, but was rallying. And the first 2 have kind of fought out the finish in the end.
Yeah, he was posting a big career best. This day, obviously it was only his 3rd outing, so there wasn't too much of a sample size, but he got straight on the front end. He was able to fight all the way to the line, just gets beaten by a well-bred white stable horse in the end. He's an interesting runner in this event. Do you believe this performance? If the question is yes, then he has a major chance. If the answer is no, purely because he was on the front end and he may have been flattered by the result, then you would look elsewhere. But at 10 to 1, I mean, is
there also such a thing as the bounce factor in racing over here? I don't know. A long time off before that run,
there could be, especially considering he had a hard race that day from start to finish. But I imagine they're going to employ similar tactics from a wide gate, try and get across, make the front, or be close to the pace and hold on.
Anyway, there we are. There's a couple that we've sort of thrown into the mix as we get a closer look at Abrak Jcsa, number 1 on the card, who will be one of the big prices. I think 20 is on the international market, but we can get a closer look at 1 or 2 that have caught Hannah's eye here.
Well, Tom, you'll be pleased. We're going to first look at the horse that you quite fancied. Number 2, Jcsa. As you said, finished 5th here on course reappearance. I would like to see a little bit more muscle in the hind end. It's not as fluid in the hinds specifically. Goodness me, I'm losing the will to speak suddenly. But it's a nice looking horse. It's looking good in its coat. I'd like to see it a bit more shinier. I'm now reminded about the shine I've seen previously and another one in this parade ring, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. I think this horse could do with a little bit more fitness. It's not as tucked up as I'd like to see underneath, but it's got the blinkers on. It is having a little look around. Its nostrils are flared, so it's taking it all in, but I'm sure the blinkers will sharpen this horse up. Next, we're going to go to the 7 horse. Bigger frame, this horse. This is Rich Harry. Alex Moreno takes the ride on this one. So this horse was actually in the United Kingdom, was trained by Alice Haynes, but it's now here. And in the parade ring, it's got a lovely looking coat on it. More muscle here, as you can see. You see on the top part, just above its dock, its tail. So just on the top half, there's a bit more meat there, let's say. But it's looking nice. Just having a gentle chew, looking around, thinking, what are these cameramen doing near me? But yes, that's a nice looking horse. We are going to move on now to number 12, Though Al Noor. Let's see it. Oh, I like this horse. This is a bigger, rangier type, playing with its lip there. Not sure if it's had a lip chain on, but it is playing with its lip. Having a little look around. It's one of the more calmer horses in the parade ring. This is a coat that is extra shiny. And when you're in the parade ring, you can really see the difference. I mean, people always talk about the coats, but I can't express enough actually how important it is, because you can see a difference despite products and whatnot that goes on and all the hard work that the grooms do. You can see a difference. So this horse does look great. I like the muscle behind. It's walking nicely, and actually it's got a better hind action than some of the others in here, so I do like that one. I think its legginess might be able to cover the ground a bit better than some of the others too. I do like a leggy horse. Then we're going to go to horse number 17. Nice chestnut here. This is Cena. Now, he's really looking around. He's playing with his bit. He's got some, I want to say he's got some nice muscle on the back. He has got nice muscle, but I would like to see a bit more. This hind action behind, if you can see in the camera, do you see the leg closest to me? It looks a little bit, it's tight, basically. So these are all things that can be really easily sorted out by physios and things like that, because remember, these are athletes. And just like humans, they need to see physios too. They're building muscle, so you will see a lot of these hind ends will be tight behind, but that horse in particular. Now, this may not impact the horse on this particular race, but as its career goes on, it could do. So it is just something to keep an eye on, how physically capable these horses are. Now, they're the horses that I've been looking at in the parade ring. I just want to mention one, well, a couple actually, who are having a little bit of a moment, let's say, in the pre-parade ring. The 4 horse was actually grounded to a halt. And it wasn't messing around badly, but it was having a look around, and I did think, oh gosh, here we go. The 10 horse, the grey, that actually had a little rear. Not a massive one, nothing to worry about, but you see, the thing is, these horses want to keep moving. They're athletes. They want to get on with the job. So when they did all stop, he did have a little rear. And in the pre-parade ring, I think he's settled down now. I can't actually see him from where I'm stood, but I see him there. Yeah, he's just having a look around, but he's calmed down a lot more. So that's just one to note down in your notebooks, how they've been behaving in the parade ring. So that's the action we've got here. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Lots to take in, lots of horses to find out more about. Thank you very much, Hannah. So they are about to make their way down. We've talked about many at the top end. I don't think we've talked about super fluidity.
Horse number 11, no.
Horse number 11, no. I may have struggled over that name, more so than some of the others, but there we are.
Yes, the Mount of Adel Al-Faridi, US bred by Quality Road, which is a dirt-based pedigree. This horse has a good chance. He was winless in 3 starts before moving here.
George Bowie, wasn't
yes,
it? Yeah,
exactly. Unplaced on both occasions here, so, you know, on that basis alone, he's tough to fancy, but he's 6-1. Maybe that's because Adel Al-Faridi's on board.
I mean, that, if it wasn't already apparent, has certainly been hammered home here today. As in any jurisdiction. Yeah. You put a certain jockey on a horse and the price is never going to be that big. It's
the same in the US with Ira Ortiz. It's the same in the UK if Ryan Moore, or back in the day, last year or the year before, Frankie, when he was on a horse, they'd always be shorter than they would be without that rider on. So there's no surprise that horse is taking money. And it could be the same for horse number 7, Rich Harry. Gets Alex Moreno, who hasn't had a winner today, which is surprising. Considering he's often in the winner's circle. But this run has been competitive in the low-level handicaps, wasn't beaten too far on the local debut last time either, so could be one for a shortlist. But again, on what we've seen in Saudi Arabia, it's tough to suggest this horse should be 7-1. There is at least a lot of potential there with him, and these connections do strike hot with 3-year-olds. So I wouldn't be surprised if he played a part, but at the prices, I much prefer Al-Qiyas, horse number 2, who's 12-1, as opposed to Rich Harry, who's 7-1, and Super Fluidity, who's 6-1.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at this. I kept some stats for last week's jockeys. I couldn't go back through the whole season. It took me too long.
Yeah.
But Alex Moreno had 2 winners last Friday, 2 winners last Saturday, but he had a blank Thursday.
Right.
So
he does do better when he's on better horses. It's interesting.
well, that could sort of help that argument along a little bit, couldn't it? But, yeah. Still time for him to put himself on the score sheet this afternoon, or are we calling it early evening now? I guess.
Yeah, we've got. I mean, it's 7 p.m.
Yeah.
It's got to be evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, people watching in different places.
Sure.
Middle of the afternoon. I've kind of lost track of time, Tom. You told me it's 7 o'clock in the evening, and
Didn't feel like 7, does it?
I'm quite stunned.
I would be stunned if I wasn't still thinking about that chicken and rice that Hannah showed us earlier.
Yeah, that was quite
Dinner time.
painful, really, wasn't it?
It was.
It was a little bit too much teas, really. There, I think, to be honest. Well, I think it was the tea that got me.
Yeah.
As much as anything else. But anyway. If you could make sure they stay open until the end, because we might be visiting. I'm sure that won't happen.
Should we talk about a couple of the bigger prices?
Yeah, because I love the big price chat when you found one. Yeah.
Horse number 3, I think it's got a good chance in here. Halt on the Nile, 20-1. Shala Aladiani trainer. Eddie Castro rides. Again, a rider.
Eddie's only ride of the day.
Interesting. He's stable jockey for Prince Sultan bin Mishal this year, taking over from Wigberto Ramos. So that matches up. Now, Halt on the Nile is 20-1 for one reason, rated 44. Okay, and you're looking at this race, and yes, they're all lowly rated, but 44 suggests he's got maybe upwards of £25 to find with the best. That being said, came from the clouds to finish 4th on the penultimate outing in a conditions event, a non-winners of 2. Last time he ran deplorably, but he can easily bounce straight back. He was in an open race last time, a conditions event the time before, drops into a maiden today, the easiest task he's faced, 20-1. I wouldn't be surprised if Halt on the Nile played a role. He's not my pick. He was my 3rd selection, as in my selection to finish 3rd, when I wrote up this race yesterday, narrowly preferring Al-Qiyas and Rich Harry, but I think the price is a little bit insulting of his chance.
Okay. Well, I got the feeling you had another one at a bit of a price, or not?
I did, yes, but now I've got to find it. Horse number, bear with me, horse number 15, Jaman Al-Khair. The first 3 runs were very disappointing. However, there was a clear career best last time up over the 1,400 metres. If you want to... Look, in races like this, you have to find angles because the form just isn't there for the majority of them, so you have to find why they may potentially improve.
Yeah.
Over 1,400 last time. The step up in distance could be the reason for Jaman Al-Khair to play a bigger role in this race. But we need to, because on figures, she's got plenty to find. I do prefer Halt on the Nile to her. But they're 2 long shots that have outside claims.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned obviously Al-Qiyas earlier, the 2 as well. I mean, they're all prices. Look, we're not going to advise you how to play this race wherever you're watching, but yeah, you know, if Tom's long shots were all to run well, there could be a way to play. I don't think we've talked about the Al Noor, have we? The 12, who is one's a bit stronger in the betting. Been sliding down the weights a little bit, although went back up, I think, after the last run. I have to say the weight's the handicap mark. So deservedly on the sort of shorter list, or
I
not?
suppose so, yeah. 92 seems relatively fair in a race where it's hard to make a case for plenty being shorter than 10-1. The first 3 runs for this colt were solid. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, seem to be improving. The last 2 not so good, including a heavy defeat on the penultimate outing, but that was in a much deeper race. Last time was a seasonal reappearance, so you can maybe expect some improvement from there. Naif Alanazi gets on board, a good inside draw. Screams of a horse who's going to be ridden aggressively. I wouldn't be surprised if Al Noor was up there in the early stages. Whether he's good enough to win this race, I don't know. I mean, he showed enough, I suppose, on that 2nd place finish on his 3rd start last season, but I don't know. I don't know.
You obviously remain unconvinced.
Yeah,
so,
especially at the price. I'd want to see a bit bigger than 9-2 on Al Noor.
Okay, they are gathering down at the start. There is Serendib, who is going to get my vote. Just gone through a picture there in the sort of limey-coloured jacket. We showed you the VT earlier on, but say the concern, probably a few concerns, but one is how that horse will go 2nd time after a lengthy absence. So heading round behind the gates.
Would you like a last-minute international market update?
Have you got an update? Oh,
I
good.
do.
Yes.
Sinar is a drifter from 11-8 out to 13-8, which isn't surprising given our opinion on that favourite. Al Noor 9-2 out to 5-1. Al-Qiyas, my selection, 12-7, which is a pretty hefty cut. Rich Harry also 7-1. Super Fluidities on the drift out to 8s. Serendib 10s. Halt on the Nile, 12s from 20. As I say, that price was definitely wrong.
Yeah.
And it's 12 to 1. Sonic, 20 to 1 bar. So there are a few movers. Sinar, the favourite, is drifting. Could easily win, but isn't one for either of us at short price.
Yeah, I think we've kind of outlined that, didn't we, a little bit earlier on. So who are you taking as the selection?
Horse number 2, Al-Qiyas, is my pick. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. Brilliant.
My number 1. I was surprised at the price. I still think there's value at the current odds, 7 to 1. He does have to improve, but as we've already talked about, the discrepancy in price based between him and Sinar isn't warranted based on that run last time. And with the blinkers on, you could expect some improvement from Al-Qiyas.
Okay, so two for Tom then, and 9 for myself. And Hannah, what have you got?
Well, I think I am going to go with an each-way shot here, and actually it's one that Tom has mentioned. It's the 3-horse Halt of the Nile, leaving the parade ring. I had a real good look at this horse, and it looked very, very well. So I think that is actually the one I'm siding with. 3 runs under its belt, not yet a win yet, of course, as it is a maiden, but I don't know, I did really like the look of it. And again, this is why I like to have it down in paper, but it's also so important to head to the parade ring and see what these horses are like in person. So yes, my vote is going for the 3-horse at 20 to 1 on the international market. I don't know if it's changed since, but that's what I have here. So I think that is a nice each way fancy. That is my selection. What do you make of that then, guys in the studio?
Well, I mean, we're not shocked, are we? Because you were talking about Hail on the Nile. Sorry, Hail on the Nile.
Are you okay?
I am.
The word halt is now called.
Halt. Yes, I can pronounce Arabic. Well, I can't. I'm trying my best, but yeah. Horse on the Nile,
yes.
Eddie Castro. So no, we're not stunned by that.
No, not surprised at all. Could definitely play a role in this. He does need to improve, but as we've already talked about, the last 2 runs came in much deeper company. Drops down now, gets a good rider. Trainer's in good form. Yeah, I can certainly see it. And it would be interesting if Halt on the Nile does win, because then we'll get an interview with Eddie, and that's always worth a lot.
Oh yeah, that would be worth it, wouldn't it? Just for that. So,
do you remember? Obviously, for anyone who doesn't know, we've covered US racing for a long time. You more than me. You longer than me. Do you remember Eddie Castro in the US?
Yeah, I mean probably not as well as you'd remember, but
he was a very good pilot, wasn't he?
I mean he was a great rider, and it's just good to have someone of his ilk riding here. That's the thing, isn't it?
There was. I'll keep this brief as they are loading, but there was rumours that other US riders were going to come over this season, and maybe next, the likes of Joey Martinez, who's a work rider in New York, and some others as well. So, yeah, there are some interesting potential opportunities here, and hopefully we see some more US-based riders come over.
Thank you, Tom. Right, here's John to call them forward and to call them home.
Thank you very much, Daryl. Yeah, there's Sinar in shot, the 17 horse there. The other yellow saddlecloth belongs to Jill Wan, as they are going in, as I've always said, very quickly. Sabra Nia goes into gate 1. Sinar is well drawn here, stall 4. Looks like we're just about ready. Again, an incredibly quick loading process completed. I think we're completed. Off racing, lovely drone shot as well as they leave the gate. Rich Harry a little bit slowly away, but now working up into a more prominent position as they make their way through the first furlong or so of this 1800 metre contest. And good early speed shown by Serendib towards the centre of the track. Rich Harry, that was interesting, was quite slowly away and a scythe through the field to get into a good early posse. Whether too much petrol's been spent already, only time will tell. Sonic is prominent as well there, the grey horse with the yellow sheepskin noseband, the red and yellow colours. Also prominent in the run is Halt on the Nile in the dark jacket, another one sporting a sheepskin noseband towards the outer. Even wider than Sonic is Shathar in the green colours. Another one that's quite wide is Tanner Sob as well. And there's a pretty well strung outfield too, going all the way back to Aitarat Al Jabal, who's just about the back marker, and Savage hasn't got too many behind it either as they make the turn, this long sweeping turn. It's Rich Harry, Alexis Moreno. He wanted the lead, didn't he? And he's out in front at the moment to Tayati, who's now racing around the outside in second. Right up the inside there in third position is Serendib, who made that good start. Followed then in fourth by Sonic, who's just taken back a little bit. Then up the inside, we've got Holt on the Nile, who's being driven along as well. None goes better than this leader, though. Rich Harry, who's clear at the moment, has lobbed into a 5-length advantage as they make the turn for home with just over 400 metres left to go. The rest have got to get a wriggle on. Serendib in second, followed by Sonic in third. Now being produced down the centre of the track, Tanasob is getting going. Also one that's trying to get going, that is Super Fluidity. But this 7 horse is still miles clear. Rich Harry, slow start, worked hard to get a prominent position and is still well clear. This one's not stopping in a month of Sundays. Rich Harry, this has been a very interesting performance. Well clear in the race to the line. Rich Harry in splendid isolation at the wire. Rich Harry for Alexis Moreno, the easy winner. Tight for second there between Serendib and also Sonic. They were in second and third. Judge will be required. We'll get the fourth shortly as well. Rich Harry, easy peasy. And like I said, you'll see when you watch the drone shot, it was quite slowly away and had to work to get the lead. And normally under those circumstances, it's not always easy for horses to maintain their run all the way to the line. But Rich Harry was reasonably well rated compared with one or two of these, and has been more than good enough. I mean, that was just well, the referee would have stopped the fight at the furlong pole if it was a boxing match. 1 minute 56.65 for Rich Harry. Can't keep Alexis Moreno out of the winner's enclosure for too long here at Riyadh. What was the winning margin? It was a long one. Still waiting. Jilwan's got second in the end, stayed on pretty well actually from the back. Sonic in third, and in fourth it was Serendib. So that was the 1, 2, 3, 4 in the end. But Rich Harry, a very easy winner of race number 9.
So Alex Moreno gets the winner. Rich Harry on, 16th time of asking. On plenty of runs, of course, with Alice Haynes over in the UK, but scores well here. And there was no way back for the rest, was there, Tom?
No, he broke slowly, but Alex was keen to get to the front, and it seems like a very good decision. Now, the authority in which he won suggests he could probably come from behind anyway. But look, Alex knew he was on the best horse here. He rode him out to the line. Second start in Saudi Arabia, career best effort. He was second on my shortlist. It was gutting, but 7-1 in the end. It's a very fair price, and it's good to see Alex getting a winner on the board. You can see him slowly away outside, white diamond on black silks.
Yeah.
But he instantly finds when Alex rushes him up. Like, it's not like Alex was under the pump for a long way. It was just a couple of shakes of the reins, instantly picks up his stride, manages to get to the inside position, and no horse drawn inside broke well, so he was able to get across to the rail, and from there, it was a one-horse race.
Yeah, listen, it was a good manoeuvre, regardless, you say, enhanced by the fact that with the slow break, but wonderful position at this stage of the race, and the orange saddlecloth there leads them down the back. Who else we had? Serendip, didn't we? Was pretty close up there, just on the outside. But yeah, soon became apparent the horse that we should have been on, I guess.
Yeah, and Nasser Fawaz does pick up some of these. He's the trainer of the winner, Rich Harry. He picks up quite a few horses from England and then runs them an awful lot over here. And you can see form dip in and out on some of them. Rich Harry's only had the 2 starts here, was well raced for his former connections. So it'd be interesting to see how he's campaigned, but it's good to see him off the mark, and he's obviously better than his rating of 62 suggests.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I mean, he was on sort of 61 with Alice Haynes for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, has been able to win off that mark, albeit in a maiden. Here, win very comprehensively. So the handicapper will no doubt have to take the necessary action. We were trying to keep an eye on your sort of selection on, I say launcher, it wasn't. It was your selection, Al Kayas, who was trying to make some headway through the field from the sort of back end.
Yeah, I think he finished 7th in the end. It was an okay performance. It wasn't what I was hoping for. I was hoping he'd be a lot closer, of course, but he ran okay. He just took a lot of kickback in the middle part of the race, had to be tipped wide. He did make some moves, as you say. You can see him just on the outside, but he's so covered in dirt that it's hard to actually pinpoint the colours. He's right in the middle of the shot with the blue blinkers and blue cap, not the one that you can see in bright silks in around 5th, but just behind him.
Yeah.
He stayed on okay, but look, he wasn't good enough to win. I'll tell you what we did get right. We opposed the favourite, Sina, who was very disappointing in this race, not in the top 7 or 8 home, and kind of has to be treated with caution moving forward.
Yeah, I think we were sort of praising ourselves, but we were kind of hinting that was a force favourite, and I think that certainly proved to be the case, continuing to go unfortunately the wrong way at the moment, but that does not apply to this winner here. And well done to Rich Harry, and Alex Marino is on the score sheet. So yeah, sort of many of the leading riders have had their winner, haven't they?
There's a standard Alex Marino celebration crossing the line. It's been a quiet day for him, not just in terms of winners, but in terms of rides. I believe he's only got 1 ride remaining, and that's in race 12 on a long shot. So that might be Moreno done in terms of the winner's circle.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we weren't able to get a chat with him, but if he does win the last, we'll be able to talk about both of his successes. He'll have winners tomorrow. He'll have winners on Saturday. This is Alex Moreno we're talking about.
Yeah, again, another regular visitor to the winners in closure. So hopefully, Hannah will get a chance to catch up with him. Just had a few technical issues, unfortunately, ahead of the what would have been a lovely interview. But we'll try and put that right if we can a little bit later on. Right, we're going to move on. We're going to have a look at the runners now for this. Has been interesting race. This is the Apprentice Jockeys Hands and Heels handicap coming up, and do you want to take us through them from top through to the bottom?
Thanks, Daryl. Yeah, apprentices, but names you've become rather familiar with. You've been watching Saudi racing for as long as, well, the likes of I have, and I'm sure quite a few of you out there have as well. Polaris, Tariq Al Mansour is aboard. 2 is Al Nasser for Krona, Tharb Al Timyat rides. 3 is Hamdi, Abdullah Al Kradis. 4 is Safia Ruma, Osama Al Sharani. 5 is Wafi Al Zouk, Abdulaziz Al Yesh. And horse number 6 is Al Moatazar, Hamza Sad. Horse number 7 is Kebab. I'm getting hungry now. Mohammed Al Yami. Horse number 8 is Moradan Isa Al Shamari. Horse number 9 is Mota Sameh Salman Al Rashid. 10 is Bahez Rakan Al Ubaid. 11 is Mabdak Abdullah Al Khamis. And horse number 12 is Wad Al Bandari. That's the mount of Yasser Al Bakawi. Horse number 13 is Lasco Mohammed Al Nasser. Horse number 14 is Kanajer Feras Al Sunyatan. And horse number 15 is Kaltar Abdullah Al Saidi. So 15 got a post for this apprentice jockey's hands and heels race. Back to the boys in the studio.
Yeah, always interesting wherever in the world you watch apprentice races with hands and heels only involved, because it kind of gives you a feel, doesn't it, for, I suppose, those that maybe are going to sort of progress further, and maybe those that still need to hone their trade a little bit more. In terms of the riders here, then, many of them are claiming £1, which is obviously the minimum allowance, 1 kilo, sorry. And my figures here tell me that means they've ridden between 31 and 50 winners. Mm-hmm. So they're the more experienced riders. Do you have any sort of apprentices that you particularly are sweet on? Or
Yeah, there are two.
Okay.
Two very good young jockeys. Thar Baltimiat should have been in that list, really. It should be 3, but he's just, in my opinion, obviously just my opinion, a cut below the other two.
Okay.
Tariq Al Mansour, who rides Polaris in here, he was great last year. He hasn't had as many opportunities this season, which is surprising, but he still claims the kilo, and he's basically a fully fledged professional, but he's only 16 or 17, and he lacks the experience.
Goodness.
The other rider has been the real shining light of racing here in Riyadh this campaign, and that is Abdullah Al Saidi, who rides horse number 15, Kaltar, who wouldn't be without a chance in this race. His bottom weight rated just 63, but she's 12 to 1 on the international market, and she won last time up. With confidence now, not only flowing through her rider, who's been in great form, but also through the horse. It wouldn't surprise me if Kaltar played a part. But those two, I would say, are the best. There are more experienced jockeys in here that perhaps haven't had as much winning luck as those two recently, but have ridden in probably more races. The likes of Rakan Al Ubaid, who rides horse number 10, Bahez, and a couple of others too. So it's a good race. I'm looking forward to it.
It is. We'll show you some VT clips shortly, but we're going to head back to Hannah.
Okay, here we go for race number 10. Well, what an opener this is with this horse here, number 1, Polaris. Looking a little bit on its toes, ready to rock and roll or just disappear. I'm not quite sure, but he looks as if he says, look, I need to get going. This is a leggy horse and looks race fit, and this is the one that caught my eye straight away, not just because it came into the parade ring straight away, but because of how athletic it looks. I had a look at the front on of this horse as well. Nice chest, plenty of room for the heart, which is what we like to see in a little bit of longer races than sprint. So that's a horse I like the look of. Now dropping back to horse number 2, Al Nassar Fakrona. This horse looks to carry, you can compare the two now, so you see what I'm talking about. This carries more condition than the horse in front. But I did have this horse noted down in my notes, so I wanted to have a look at it. I wouldn't say it's as ready to go as the one in front, but it's got the blinkers on and the noseband. Having a little look around there, it's got nice muscle on its neck as well, if you can see. So that's of course part of the top line. But yeah, that belly just, it's not, you can't call it a belly, but it's just not as tucked up as I'd like to see in a fit racehorse. Some more work to do on the hind end, I'd say, in terms of muscle. Now we're going to drop down to horse number 8 to see where this horse is. Horse number 8 for the White Stable broke his maiden last time out under Camilo Ospina. So this horse at number 8 is very calm. You can see his neck is out, nice and relaxed. A longer looking horse. He actually from here looks as if he's carrying, or has, sorry, a bit of a winter coat. It just looks quite fluffy underneath. And that's one of the questions I had actually, which would be good to ask Tom about these horses. Do they get winter coats here in Riyadh? And I have to say, although the weather is beautiful in the daytime, it does get chilly at night. So it wouldn't surprise me that these horses do get a bit of a coat, but this one is fluffy on the legs and underneath. Beautifully turned out, hindquarter markings as well. Some effort has gone in there. Actually looks like its tail's been crimped. It probably hasn't, but that just goes to show the effort that's put into these horses as well. But out of the 3, I am looking at the one horse because that's the one that looks race fit and ready to go. But there's plenty of others in here that look fantastic. So we'll see if we can get a glimpse of those. A nice big field, plenty to get our teeth stuck into. And just actually while I'm near the horse number 1, the one I was talking about first, that really is on its toes. This is what I was saying earlier. It wants to get going. It wants to get the job done. But hopefully it will keep its calm, won't lose too much energy. We don't want it to run its race before it's even started. So yes, we'll keep an eye on horse 1. I'll keep you guys updated. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, apprentices get their chance to shine. Is their stage, Tom, for the next few minutes. And as far as the market is concerned, what I think makes this a good race for apprentice riders is that it's very competitive. So, therefore, look, the market's probably steered a little bit by the riders involved to a degree, but there's no, I'm trying to get the right words here, there's no massive edge in terms of one horse is that much better than most of the others. So it's the jockey's chance to show what they can do.
Yeah, and you can see this virtually every handicap over here. You have so many horses in a certain limit in terms of their rating. For example, if we ran this in the UK, a 0 to 70, you could have horses rated as low as 55 in there. And
yeah, we still down to 63 here, don't
exactly.
we? So.
Sometimes in 0 to 80 contests, you'll get horses, the whole 20-runner field will be between 80 and 76. It's incredible. Super competitive. Very hard for us, because we've got to find the winner, and not much separates them. And the thing is, you don't get too many handicap blots, because trainers like to run those types in open races. They don't really look at the handicap rating.
Yeah, of course.
They go for the bigger prizes. So these are all much of a muchness in terms of their ability. And the great thing, as you said, is not only have they got all these riders got an opportunity, it's not like they're on the outsiders, but also they could be the difference here. One tactical manoeuvre could determine whether they win this race or finish third or fourth, and that's the great thing.
Yeah, and I think for me, because you've got so many apprentices in that final band, that final position before they become fully fledged riders, claiming the 1 kilogram, therefore, I'm sure competition is rife between them. You know, they go out there, and these races are massively important. You want to beat your contemporaries. You want to sort of edge that little bit closer to fully jockey status.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't get as many opportunities, do they? Especially the likes of Asa Al-Shamari, for example, who rides the favourite in here, Moradin. I suppose Tariq Al-Mansour and Thab Al-Tilmiyat would ride in quite a few races throughout the course of a week, but for some of these 3 kilo claimers, they don't get the opportunity. So they've probably been waiting a long time just for this contest and hoping to strut their stuff and get that elusive winner on the board.
Yeah, just for the record, 3 kilos means you've ridden between 1 and 15 winners. 4 kilos, not sure if anybody's claiming 4 here. That would mean you have yet to ride a winner. Right, some videotape. Moradin's a good place to start, isn't it? Because that is the international favourite, and this was a win in a maiden. It was over 1,800, so it's another 200 metres a day for the White Stable last time.
Yeah, he's lightly raced. He's a very well-bred gelding by Premium Tap. You've seen Premium Tap's progeny do very well over here over the last couple of years since we started this channel. He was outpaced at a crucial stage on his first 2 outings, but this day he was much better. Sent forward, made the running, kicked off the home turn and just grinded it out, as you can see. Now, he does bear out in the home straight. You can see he's around 4 horse widths off the rail at this point. That is a slight concern. It just shows that he was getting tired, but he's a major player today.
Yeah, I did like him. He toughed it out well. And this is, where are we? This is Hamdi, isn't it? Who finishes third. Rassam ran earlier, I think, was in the form finishing second as well. What are you making of this piece of form? Seemed
to improve when dropped down to 0 to 70 this day, and it's a similar contest today. So the fact he finished third suggests he's well capable of running a place yet again. The issue is this trip seems to stretch his stamina. Watching that footage there, it looked like he was going to come through with a big late run and close up towards the leaders. It didn't happen. He flattened out in the final 100 metres. I don't necessarily think that he's going to be well suited by this. He may shape nicely in the middle part of the race, as if he's going to come and play a major role, but I believe he might weaken out of contention late on. He could grab third, he could even grab second, but he's not a win contender for me.
OK, not a win contender. So the obvious question is, who do you think might be the win contender?
Well, I had 3 on my shortlist, all of whom I believe are worthy of a big mention. Moradin is one who we've just talked about for the White Stable, just going out onto track there with the green cap. He would be my number 1 pick in here. I think the price is fair, 130.
I'm now on the floor, unfortunately, in pieces, because unfortunately I need to agree, and I'm trying to...
Hey, I'm not fully down yet. Don't worry.
Okay.
Horse number 2, horse number 1, who was second on my shortlist, is Polaris. Jockey booking of Tariq Al-Mansour is a massive positive. He broke his maiden at the 4th attempt. That came over 1,400 metres. This is obviously a lot further, 2,000. He has the requisite stamina. We saw him win at Taif over the 1,600, and he was strong at the finish. So Polaris wouldn't surprise me if he was to win, and he's 14 to 1. maybe a good each way play. And the other one on my shortlist was horse number 2, Al Nazafa Corona, who's 5-1 for Thab Al Timyat. Much better effort last time. He was off the mark at the 13th attempt. Now that came over 1,200 metres. It came in Taif and it was in September. So there are lots of question marks now going over 2,000 metres in Riyadh in December. That being said, he has sporadic form in the past over this distance. He's run well here before. I wouldn't be surprised if Al Nazafa Corona played a part, though I actually preferred Polaris to him, and Polaris is 14-1 and Al Nazafa Corona is 5-1, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, I'm going to be boring, unfortunately, and go for Moradin. I'm sorry.
No. Listen, there's no need to apologise.
He is the most logical winner.
I'm kind of steering with sort of how I saw this earlier on, mainly with my selection today, rightly or wrongly. So I'm going to be with Moradin, and if we're both right, that's good for everybody concerned.
Yes.
So we're both with the 8 this time around. Moradin. The question is, are we going to get the hat trick up with 3 selections for the same horse? It hasn't happened so far.
I am going with the horse that I really like the look of. I'm going for number 1, Polaris. I really like that horse, like I said. I mean, I said so much about it because there was so much to like, and actually I got a really good opportunity to have a look at it front on, which I'll be honest, I haven't had many chances to do that because the parade ring does get very busy and it's a quick turnaround, but I like to look for a good space. Their pectorials is what I'm looking at specifically. So you want to see nice muscle there, good space, as I mentioned, between the heart. Good space for the heart. That's what we want. So yeah, that's the horse I really do like the look of. The only thing that is concerning me was how it was behaving as it was leaving the parade ring. It did kind of get a little bit more agitated, more so than when I was talking about it. So I do hope it has gone to post and starts to walk around calmly. That's all I'm going to hope for. And then let's just see what happens. But hopefully I should have a winner. Let's see what happens. Over to you guys.
Well, we're rooting for you, Hannah, as much as we can. Obviously, because we as a team now on the same horse. I feel we are together, Tom.
Yes, we are
with Moradin here. Whether it's the right call, we were going to find out, of course, very very shortly. So yes, 100 to 30 on the initial prices, and Al Nazafa Corona was 5-1, 7-1 was Al Tazar, number 6 on the card, and 8-1 was Wafi Al Zouk.
Should I run through all of the others?
Yeah,
a quick line?
Yes,
quick line,
why not? We've got time, haven't we? Yeah,
okay, so we briefly discussed Polaris, Al Nazafa Corona, Hamdi we saw footage of. So I'll start with horse number 4, Safia Ruma. Handicap debut here after filling some midfield bursts in the recent open races. Stays further than this, but watch horse number 4 from the outset, out in stall 12. This is for John Blance as well, if you can hear me. Often slowly away, Safia Ruma, and not just a stride slow, 3 or 4 strides slow. So,
John will now have a line ready for that.
Yeah, and then when the horse breaks on turns, I'll look like an absolute fool. But Safia Ruma, often slowly away, and that's usually the issue there. It's hard to win when you're giving up that much ground. Horse number 5, Wafi Al Zouk, Taif maiden winner back in September 2023. Not seen since February, and probably doesn't want the trip either. So big stamina concerns and fitness worries there for the 5. Horse number 6, Al Murtazar, finds winning just generally tough. 1 victory from 36 starts. Hamza Saad's a good young rider as well, claiming the kilo, but it would be difficult to suggest this is the most likely winner. Plus, he finished behind Hamdi last time up. Horse number 6, Kebab, is a big price, 25-1. 1,400-metre maiden winner here in December. Again, tough to like, coming off an absence. We've discussed Moradin in great detail. That's mine and Daryl's selection in this race. So we'll move on to the ones at the bottom of the card quickly. Motasima, horse number 9, 14-1. Course and distance winner, so distance is not a problem. But there is a 13-race winning drought at the moment behind a couple of these last week, and therefore can't be recommended. Horse number 10, ridden by Rakan Al Ubaid at 7-1, is worthy of a mention. Prior effort after the most recent 1,600-metre contest showcases limited stamina. 2,000 has to be a problem for Bahez, so I'll be looking elsewhere. Horse number 11, Mabdak, is hard to recommend at 33-1, just no recent form. Horse number 12, Wood Al Bandari, 11-2 in the international market. It was a maiden winner here over the 1,800, but that came back in January. Recent efforts have been better over the shorter distances, so stamina has to be a concern. Horses 13-14 are tough to have a strong opinion on. They're 25-1, and Kaltar has a good young rider, but is a sprinter.
I've finally got international prices
Hey.
updated. So Moradin being very well supported, 5-2. It's been all rates down from 100 to 30, not one swift mood. Al Nassr for Corona 11-2 and 6-1 bar, but they're moving in. We better get back to you, John.
Thank you very much, lads. Yeah, not that many more to go in. Al Nassr Fakrona to come forward. Also moving in Moradin. Still out the back as well is Canager, who's on start number 34. 3 wins. Evidently a good mount for an apprentice jockey, though. As the 8 goes in, Moradin, the cast team horse for this particular race. Safia Ruma goes in, made a note of the slowly away comments as well. Keeping an eye out for that. Canager is the one that's just a little bit out the back. The 14 horse. The 8 to still go in is Moradin. The 1 to move forward is Polaris. And the 3 is Hamdi. Abdullah Al-Kradis on that one. So they're about to load. 4 more left to go in. The 3 is Hamdi. The 1 is Polaris. 14 is Canager. And the 8 will be Moradin. Looking for second win at start number 4. Still relatively unexposed. Going for the 1 horse as well, Polaris and Tariq Al Mansour. Just a little bit reluctant to come forward, Polaris. Polaris is in. Already, gates back and away they go. And I think Safia Ruma is not only slowly, where it's barely started. So a real Hamlet cigar moment for that one in the starting stalls as they make their way through the early stages. Canager is out in front. Also prominent in the early part of the race is Al Nassr Fakrona. That is your leading duo at the moment. Followed then in third by Moradin, the international market's favourite, who's got a lovely spot there in third spot. Followed then in fourth position by the two-tone blue of Bahez, who's also prominent. Then towards the outside, Kabab, who's really rather wide on the track, and that might not be particularly advantageous when they get to the bend. Followed then by Polaris, who's in mid-division at the moment. Very, very wide on the course is Mabdak. Another one that's pretty wide on the course as well is Wafi Al-Zouk. The last of those that remain in the race by any, serious way of being in a race is Lasco. And also towards the back of the field at the moment is Motasame. So they make their way towards the end of the back straight, and it's Canager who's kicked on here, the 14 horse, to in second position Moradin, just being nudged along now by Essa Al-Shamar. Then round the outside, the spots of Al Nassr Al Fakrona, followed then right up the inside by Bahez, who's making a little bit of headway now for Rakan Al Abeid as they start to make the turn for home. This little quintet have just moved on from the rest of them now. The one that's heading the chasing peloton is Kabab, still going okay, but it's got a bit to find from there. So they're making the turn for home, and it's Canager that leads them to a now driven along Al Nassr Fakrona in second, rather tired in third Bahez. Round the outside, Polaris is coming home strongly right down the centre of the track and building up a good head of steam, and it's Polaris who goes to the front and quickly goes on by a couple of lengths to a rather tired in second Canager, who's not finding a great deal from the back of the field, staying on his Lasco in the mauve jacket. Also getting going late is Hamdi, and Hamdi is absolutely flying home. Polaris, Hamdi, Polaris is tired, Hamdi takes aim, Hamdi has collared Polaris in the run of the line. Hamdi beats Polaris. Lasco finished in third, and the fourth horse home could well have been a fast finishing Kaltar. Hamdi, Abdullah Al-Kradis. He's timed that to a nicety, hasn't he? And whether by accident or by design, he was a long way out of his ground in the early part of the race, but that has proven to be a good place to be. Once again, one of those races you see 2 or 3 horses making a bid, and sort of changing leadership, and you think one's made the decisive move, as it looked like Polaris had, but in the end, it wasn't a decisive move because got tied in the closing stages. Hamdi, who was on start 58 today, ladies and gentlemen, and has now won 5, so it wouldn't be the greatest strike rate of all time, but everything's fallen into place today for Hamdi to win. Polaris in second, Lasco finished in third, and the fourth horse home was another fast finisher, or a less slow finisher than some of the others, Kaltar, who's finished in fourth. 2 minutes 12.90 seconds. Hamdi wins the Apprentice Handicap.
So there is our winner, and that is Hamdi, and a dramatic change of complexion to race number 10 with Polaris, who was seemingly coming through to win, just getting picked off in the closing stages, and Hamdi has claimed the victory in the Hands and Hills race there. Tough one for our colleague.
Yeah,
I think.
Hannah.
Yeah.
That was a real tough one. Polaris made a bold bid. I would have been a little bit annoyed if he did win, I have to say, because he was the last off my shortlist at a big price, 14-1. He came into the race like the most logical winner. Tariq Al-Mansour gave him a great ride from off the speed. He just got tired late. He was very weary, and unfortunately, for Hannah's sake, Hamdi ran by. We did see the footage of Hamdi last time, and I said I don't think this trip will suit. That being said, they have all finished extremely tired.
Yeah, haven't they just?
They've gone too hard early. Moridan Al-Pick was up with the speed. He's faded out of it. The horse, Al Nasser Fakrona, yellow, just at the top of your screen with the yellow blinkers, was up with the pace, looked logical turning in, and again faded out of contention. We should quickly mention as we watch the start here,
the four, yeah.
Sophia Ruma just didn't start, isn't even with the field. Had been very slowly away in the past as I touched on, but I don't even think the horse broke at all from the gates today. So back to the drawing board with that one.
Yeah, unfortunately so. And I suppose the question will always be, in a race like this for apprentice riders, Hands and Hills, you say, the speed's played out too quickly. That's something, I guess, that could always be the case in a race like this?
Yeah, well, they were led by the sprinter that was stepping up in distance.
Yes, of course, because, at that stage we're thinking, well, we're in a stalking position with Moridan on the inside and won't be worried about the one in front. But
yeah, they've gone too hard. 3 horses have got a length over the remainder of the field, who even if you were in 4th or 5th, I think you were probably going too quick at this point in the race. The eventual winner isn't in shot at the moment, Hamdi. Polaris actually is the runner-up. He's in 5th. So, you know, he's probably done very well, actually, to finish 2nd in the end. Just confirmation, by the way, horse 4 did refuse to jump. This is from the stewards. Is a confirmed runner from a betting perspective, but did refuse to jump. That was Sophia Rumour. Yes, back to the review. The eventual winner is right at the bottom of the screen right now, Hamdi, kind of in the brownish silks, 3 off the rail towards the bottom, looking for a gap behind tiring horses. He's not exactly closing out with great verve, is he? I mean, he's just one pace and somehow he manages to get on top. It's a race where they've gone too quick. The one that wants to be gritty and gutsy in Hamdi has stayed on by them.
So I guess in reality, we could almost sort of just ignore this form.
I would say so. It's easy to read too much into a race like this, isn't there, with a complete pace collapse. Hamdi obviously made a good bid to come and win. It's gone between horses there, which takes some courage from the horse. In my opinion, Polaris ran the best race in 2nd, just because he was closer to the fast pace. But I don't want to take anything away from the winner, Hamdi, who's steadily built up this season, gone from unplaced 8th, 6th, 3rd, now winner.
Yeah, we saw the VT, didn't we, beforehand, running 3rd over the 1800 last time, and the return to 2000 has certainly done plenty of favours to Hamdi here.
Look at the leaders at this point, though, Daryl. They are legless. Polaris isn't exactly striding out, but he's going further clear of those who were up at the speed.
Yeah, I mean, any dissection of the numbers, the sectionals, whatever the fractions, will tell you that I think what you've said yourself here is just that. I don't know. I think sometimes in a race like this, for any number of reasons, but perhaps the fierce competitiveness of the race and the desire for these apprentices to get closer to losing their allowance. But well done if you found Hamdi. And Hannah's got someone to talk to us with.
Lucas Gaitan joins me now, saddles the number 1 horse, Aldam El Kir. Tell me about this horse then. So 2 runs yet to get off the mark. What are your thoughts?
Well, he did a pretty first nice race in Taif. First time out, he was 3rd, coming from behind. Then in his 2nd start, he didn't do as we expected. I think he was not liking too much the track there, so we gave a little break, and now he's looking much better.
He is indeed. Well, I was just about to have a look at him in the parade ring, so let me hear it from the man himself. What are your thoughts on how he looks in the parade ring? He's looking rather smart.
Yeah, he's a very nice, good-looking horse. So well, he's looking stronger and bigger than he was looking in Taif. So we expect a very good race from him. I think this number 7, Mubarak Shahania, he did very, very nice races against winners. So probably he's the big threat.
Well, you've got jockey Camilo Ospina on board. Now, he doesn't normally ride for you. Talk to me about that booking.
Well, in Taif, we had a couple of 3-year-old Arabians running all together, so we had to split a bit the rides, and we thought in Camilo, and we respect this ride for him. So the 2 starts, it was Camilo who rode this horse, and well, today the 3rd, and we continue with him. Yeah.
Well, good stuff. I'll just let you know that in the international market, it's 2-1. So best of luck. Thank you very much. We'll be looking. Straight to John Blance then. Let's go.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, we've got this Arabian Horses maiden race coming up when Lucas Gaitan smiles like that. You think he's got a pretty solid chance. Adam Al-Kir is horse number 1, the one that they were talking about there in the parade ring. Camilo Ospina aboard. 2 is Amkidar, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 3 is Awam Al-Kud, that's the man of Ayad Al-Turisi. 4 is Barik Al-Kata, man of Abdullah Al-Kradis. 5 is Lamiral Lamajori, Abdullah Al-Ofi. Horse number 6 is Laith Al-Shuhil, the mount of Naif Al-Nazi. 7 is Mubarez Al-Shahaniya, Fawas Wanas. 8 is Abid Al-Shahaniya, Adar Al-Faredi. 9 is Ra Al-Munther, Tariq Al-Mansour. 10 is Surdad, the man of Thab Al-Timyat. 11 is Shebel Al-Serier, the man of Osama Al-Sharani. And 12 is Asilat Al-Kiarat, Khalid Al-Mimoni. There's still a couple more. Horse number 13, Atharia, Abdullah Al-Saidi. And it is Hanuf Al-Shahab. Mohammed Al Nasser. Greg, the producer, was very keen to get to Hannah, so time to get out to her now in the parade ring. Over to you, Hannah.
There we are then, on horse at number 1. Just spoke to Lucas Gaitan, so it's a good time for you to check out this horse now. Beautifully turned out, loving those quarter marks behind. Lovely horse, Lucas is pleased with him, so what more can you say really if the trainer's pleased? But he does look great. The bell has just gone for the jockeys to get on board, so I'll whiz through these. We're going to head now to horse number 8, Obid Al-Shania. Adel Afaredi takes the ride. This horse, I had this down on paper, carrying a bit more condition than I'd like to, but you do find, well, I've seen today that some of these purebred Arabians, they do alter in sizes, but I would like to see more muscle on that horse and looking a bit more race fit ready. But there are plenty of debutants in this race, so lots to look at there. A couple more that I noted down was horse number 5, 9 and 11. If they come round again, I'll just give you a bit more of an insight, and hopefully that can be a couple of little notes you can put down in your notebooks when you're looking at these horses that haven't raced before if they don't win today. So let's have a look at horse number 5, Lamirul Lamorgi. Here we are. Oh, this is a nice looking horse. Bit more muscle I'd like on the hind end. It's really difficult when they come into this light here because actually it's quite hard to see. But it's got the blinkers on. Nothing stands out to me in any negatives at all. So hopefully that one will run quite nicely. Its hind end looks not the best, but it's walking okay from the front end. It's relaxed. It's not looking like it's, considering, you know, it's all still quite new to some of these horses, it's looking all right. Who have we got next then? Horse number 9. Do excuse me while I undo my papers. So the 9 horse, this is a smaller framed horse now. Could do with a bit more muscle on the hind end. Quite a quiet horse, actually, quite placid. So I would like it to perk up a little bit if it's going to post, because, you know, we've got a race to run here. But still, it's got the, I mean, at home I'd call it a grackle noseband, but I think here you call it a cross noseband because it's like an elasticy kind of thing. The horse in front, actually, getting a bit agitated here, just kicked out. So this is what Callum says. You've got to watch out, guys, because they do kick, and you've got to stay well clear from the hind end. But listen, he's walking nicely. This is number 8 now I'm talking about. But now it's back to you guys in the studio. That's a little bit more of an insight for you, I should say.
Thank you, Hannah.
How do we pick up from that?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, Arabian Maidens coming up here. Top end of the market. We're talking about the top of the market, actually, now, before we go on. Adam Al-Kia, the top horse, has shortened just a smidgen to 15-8 in front of number 7, Mubaraz Al-Shanaya, who is steady 11-4, and Laith Al-Shalil, number 6, has just been nudged out a touch to 7-2. So the one is strengthening as favourite at this stage.
Which is unsurprising. And I think it's going to strengthen even more when we give our opinions here.
I was suggesting you're going that way then, yeah.
Yes, I do like Lucas as a runner. His strike rate is unmatched, especially in a maiden. When he puts his horses in open company, you face the Al Khalidia stable horses. There are some other good runners, the likes of Vizier, who represent different connections. But in maidens, you generally don't face the tip-top connections of Arabians. And Lucas has found a great spot for this horse. He's rated 77, which does leave him £4 to find with Mubaraz Al-Shahaniya, horse number 7 in here. But he's a lot more unexposed, only 2 outings compared to the 8 runs from the 7 horse in this race. He's drawn better. He gets Camilo Ospina again, which is a big positive. And as Lucas said, last time he was disappointing. They thought he was going to run a lot better than he did. The previous start, I thought, was hugely encouraging, plugging on from a really poor position, actually, over the 1,400 metres in Taif. This kind of trip is a lot more in his wheelhouse, I believe. And he's open to so much improvement that Adam Al-Khair has to be considered the major player and the favourite in this race.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, without seeing the prices earlier, the 3 I'd shortlisted were the 3 market leaders, which was probably not that odd. Because,
what order did you have them in, though?
Well, 167, but
I did too.
I'm not sure necessarily whether that's the order I want to steer with, although the more I think about it, if I can forgive the top horse the run last time, then that seems to be more of a logical choice than I think the first one I'd dismiss would be 7.
Agreed. Despite the fact that he's the highest rated in the contest.
Yeah.
look, he's got the lead. He's got Faraz Wanas on board. He's had plenty of chances. The reason why he's top rated and the reason why he's got the mark he has is because he's been running in open races and group races. So the handicapper would naturally pitch him a little bit higher because of the horse he's been competing against. And he's not been beaten overly, well, I mean, he has been beaten a distance, but he's not been beaten that far. It's just whether he can do it in this grade. I prefer both the 1 and the 6, notably the 1. The 6 less so, but if you forgive that run last time from Laith Al Shuail, then, I mean, this colt's also got a fair chance, and Naif Al Anazi's on board. So there are positives there. It's just I believe this trip will suit Adam Al-Khair more than it will suit Laith Al Huail, and that was kind of the defining factor.
We might be agreeing again then, I think, on that basis. But we can watch them make their way down to the start.
He looks lovely, by the way, the 1. In the prelims, he looked great, brilliantly turned out as well. You don't often see patterns on the hindquarters over here, but there were.
No, that was really good to see,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I don't actually know if there is a prize for the grooms. There is on Saudi Cup Day, but I don't know if there is generally. But if there is, the 1 should be getting it.
Just wondering, maybe somebody's getting a bit of practice in ahead of the big day if they get the opportunity to use their skills come the middle of February.
Yeah.
So those 3 dominate the market that we've talked about, and the only other one that was sort of dabbling in single figures was Obid Al Shanai, who is horse number 8, who's not seen a race course. Adil has been on. He likes the 6, so we're 6 even. So we're slightly dismissing.
Adil is regularly involved in the YouTube comments and always likes Gaitan horses. That is surprising.
Wow,
I believe he actually works for Lucas, so that is even more surprising. But anyway, Adil likes a 6 apparently.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a sign.
Well, that is, Oh, now we've got a dilemma, haven't we, in terms of selections and choice. What about the first time of the 8 then?
Only 8 to 1 in the market because of the jockey booking. Adel Al-Fredi taking the ride. I did look for some pedigree. He's a son of Tayal Al-Khalidia, who was a fair horse on the track, but hasn't actually produced that many subsequent winners. The trainer for Abid Al-Shahania hasn't had a winner in 14 months, which would be a negative for me.
Well, that's a long time without a success. As the runners arrive down at the start.
The only other horse I feel like is worthy of a mention is horse number 14, Hanouf Al-Shahaib. Had the 5 outings, has been relatively consistent in defeat each time. She's probably outclassed by the market protagonist here. There's no doubt about that. But I wouldn't be surprised if she ran home 4th or maybe 5th in this contest. She seems to be slowly improving, and she should stay the extra distance.
There's a good old saying in the international betting market, which is, it goes along the lines of something like, "Jolly's over, jolly's over." So 7 to 4 now from 2 to 1 is. I don't quite know what it means, but I do.
We'll be saying that to Blancy, hopefully, to John in a second when he calls the race and Adam Al-Khair comes in front. We can be like, "John, it's over."
Yeah.
Game over.
No, John, it's over. Johnny's over. So I think we're both on red, aren't we here?
Yeah, horse number 1, Adam Al-Khair, selection for both of us. Hopefully a winner for Gaitan, hopefully a winner for Ospina, and a winning interview. It'll be the full package.
I think this is as close as we're going to get to all agreeing, because Hannah's just had the conversation. So are you with us, Hannah?
I am indeed. Yes, look at that. We're all together. Hopefully I can get a winner on this one. How unfortunate was that last race, but never mind. We go again. So, yes, I really like the look of this horse. And, of course, with Lucas giving that extra encouragement, I mean, you can't really go wrong. But just to mention on what Tom said about how beautifully turned out the horses are, they really are. And I do hope that the grooms do get some recognition, because they do such a good job. And it is such an important part of the race day, especially for them that look after the horses all the time. So they did a tremendous job, but I'll see if I can find that out, actually, if there's some sort of prize. Obviously, I've not heard that today, but you never know. We could have a best turned out. But, yeah, back to my selection. I'm sticking with you guys. We're all in it together. So it's time to head over to John Blance. Are you with us or are you without us, John?
I'm very much with you, Hannah. I've sat here too many times and seen Lucas Gaitan horses, especially in Arabian races as well, look very, very good. And I think the fact that he's confident this horse can step up on the previous effort will do for me. So Adam Al-Khair is the selection, the rather boring selection from the commentary box as well. As the 5 goes in, L'Amiral Marjorie. They're all ready. Stand by. Gates back and away they go. They are racing. Quite slowly away was Awam Al Kould. Not a bad start from Adam Al Khir, the horse who's pretty well supported on the international market, nestles in second at the moment. One that's got on is Serdad in that bright green jacket. Serdad just about the leader. To Laith Al Shuhil, who's on the inside of Adam Al Khir, who has got an excellent position. You can't really complain about where Camillo is there, just off the back of the speed. Here comes the 4 Barik Al Khater to now get into a slightly more prominent posse. Also there is Lamirel La Majerie, followed then by the yellow, red and black colours of Shebel Al Serriere. There's a at the back, Al Munther, whose rider Tariq Al Mansour has lost the irons and is now going back through the field and is really struggling. And another one for whom that could be said is Awam Al Kould, who is slowly away and continues to bring up the rear. So they're heading towards the turn out of the back straight, and the lead is with Laith Al Shuhil in the hands of Naif Al Anazi. 2 in second position, Adam Al Khir. Round the outside, Serdad is racing kindly in a share of second spot. Then right up the inner is Lamiral La Majerie, who's racing in fourth now and making a little bit of headway. One that's getting a first mention is Mubaraz Al Shahanir. The white and red colours getting a little bit closer. Then after that, towards the outside, Kedar is trying to get nearer too. But as they start to make the turn for home, the 6 Laith Al Shuhil is the one they've got to get to. Favourite now, Adam Al Khir, just being nudged along a little bit round the outside. One that's making interesting progress is Lamir Al Majerie as they start to level up for home now, and this 6 is pressing on. Laith Al Shuhil, Naif Al Anazi is now 3 lengths to the good. Over in second position, Lamir Al La Majerie, followed then round the outside in fourth by Mubaraz Al Shahanir. They've turned for home now. A bit of the old tail swishing going on for this leader, Laith Al Shuhil. Still leads though. 5 hasn't got past yet, Lamiral La Majerie. Down the centre of the track, Mubaraz Al Shahanir is trying to throw down a challenge, but was just interfered with slightly there as Lamiral La Majerie just wandered off a true line. Down towards the final furlong they go. Lamiral La Majerie leads now by about half a length. Make that one to Laith Al Shuhil in second. Inside the final furlong they go. Lamiral La Majerie by a couple of lengths and just going on as they race up towards the line. And it's Lamiral La Majerie for Abdullah Alofi to win. 2 in second position, Laith Al Shuhil. The third was Mubaraz Al Shahanir, and Adam Al Khir has finished in fourth. Second Arabian race of the day goes the way of the 5, Lamiral La Majerie. Abdullah Alofi aboard and was always relatively well positioned, just off the speed. Once again, it's been a race where he didn't want to be right on the sharp end. Lamiral La Majerie on debut as well. Wasn't overly fancied in the international markets, but that's a nice beginning to a career, I think it's fair to say, because there's been some quite well-rated runners in that race. No world beaters in the Arabian horse world, but still some not bad horses, and they've been well beaten. Laith Al Shuhil's a pretty good form yardstick in second, Mubaraz Al Shahanir in third, and Adam Al Khir has finished in fourth. So that was the 1, 2, 3, 4 nice performance by a horse and jockey there in race number 11, an Arabian horses maiden, and we've got a nice little local bred horses handicap to round things off as our 12th and final race. Be sure to stay tuned for that.
So number 5, Lamiola Majori has won the penultimate race on debut. I think we can just about be excused for not necessarily considering that horse first time up.
Yeah, very difficult to find Lamoureux La Majori. First up, blinkers, tongue tie. Trainer hadn't had a winner for a long period of time. Just a very, very tough horse to find. Good ride, Abdullah Al-Alfi, who maybe it was a sign that he was on board. You know, he's one of the better Arabian horse riders over here. He rides a lot for the Al Khalidia stables and has some great success on some of their best horses, including Asfan Al Khalidia. So he's probably the best Arabian horse pilot, or the most equipped to ride in these Arabian horses. That being said, that's probably the only positive I could have found looking at this horse's profile coming into the race.
So in hindsight, was there a little bit of meat in the price in terms of just the jockey? Or was it always likely to be a big price anyway?
Yeah, I'd say always likely to be a big price. Maybe if Adel Al-Faradi was on board this horse, you get single figures, but aside from that, I don't see a reason why he would have been shorter than 20 to 1 anyway. He was just hard to find. With that being said, he's done the job well. You can tell he was a little bit wayward in the home straight, drifting out to his right before changing leads. But once he did change leads, he was on the straight and narrow, and Abdullah is allowed to kind of ask him for a little bit more, and he finds to beat the two experienced horses in Layth Al Shuail and Mubaraz Al Shahaniya back into second and third. Our selection, Adam Al-Khair, he seemed very one pace around the turn. He plugged on okay, but it was game over from an early stage for us.
It was. I think you knew your fate. Here's the break from the stalls.
He half missed it, didn't he, from stall 3?
Yeah, I wonder whether he sort of... Yeah, he got himself a pitch quite quickly thereafter, didn't he? But
yeah, he lost probably two lengths maybe from the start, a little bit of momentum, but Abdullah was keen to get him up into a prominent role, and at this stage of the race he's in 4th, tracking both the runner-up and the 4th place finisher.
Yeah, in a good handy position in behind the speed at this relatively early stage of the contest. The dark colours, of course, was the favourite, Adam Al-Khair, who has got amongst them, but quite wasn't to be. I mean, it was a race that the betting suggested a three-way go here. You can see Mubaraz Al Shania is in the red colours, or the white colours with the red, just at the bottom of the picture there. And I'm looking for Layth Al Shahil.
He's just in... But it's actually leading at this point.
Oh, he's on to the front now, yes. Sorry, in the beige colours, yes. Moved to the front.
Naif Al-Nazi being super aggressive, which is unsurprising for Naif. That's how he rides. He gave his horse every chance. Layth Al Shuail just came up short. I thought Mubaraz Al Shahaniya looked the most logical winner turning for home, cruised into contention. As you can see right now, currently in 6th in the red and white split, but will make a nice move into 3rd on the turn for home, and still appears to be cantering. But just doesn't find much in the home straight, which is a little bit disappointing from that colt. He is rated 81, but as already suggested from both of us, that mark is inflated based on the company he was keeping rather than his actual performances. At this stage of the race, the first 4 are the first 4 that finish, but in a slightly different order. We get passed actually into 5th here, Lucas Gaitan's horse, Adam Al-Khair, but he fights back a little bit in the home straight. He just looks to me like he's a bit of a plodder, Daryl.
He
has no turn of foot. When they accelerated off the turn, he lost 3 or 4 lengths. Maybe that's a little bit disappointing again for the team based on that initial tight 3rd. But in the longer term, maybe they were thinking 2,400 metres, the maximum trip here, just to see him to best effect.
Yeah, there was that worry of the run last time as well, so that's been further enhanced. Look, I think at the end of the day, a newcomer has proved too good for all the others anyway. I mean, most of those who've had an interest have probably either gone with one of the top 3, and I think we've all come up against the newcomer, and that happens.
Well, if you took the newcomer out of this, if you took the eventual winner, Lamoureux La Majori, out of this race, we'd be saying, well, it's kind of to form. Layth Al Shuail beating Mubaraz Al Shahaniya, beating Adam Al-Khair. Not much separated them on ratings. Maybe this first-time starter is therefore worthy of a mark in, well, if you're suggesting the others ran to their ratings, maybe he's worthy of a mark in the 80s. Now the question is, did they run to their ratings? Probably not. But he's still going to be a 70, 80 rated horse, this winner. It's not like he's beaten a poor group. It's a great start to proceedings for these connections, and I'm sure they'll have some good fun with him.
Yeah, it's the perfect start, isn't it, for any horse and connections to win first time of asking, and that is exactly what Lamoureux La Majori has done in the Arabian Horse maiden. Just watch the finishing stages of that contest once again as the winner moves to the front and takes control in the closing stages of the 2,000 metre distance. So we've just got one more to come, which will be the local bred horses handicap. I can tell you there is a big field and it is probably the most open race of the day. So if you like a little bit of a test, then have a look at the runners and form an opinion. And we're going to find out more, I think, about the runners for the final race.
Yeah, they're going 11-2 the field on the international markets. Riyadh Majd is the favourite, and we'll go through the rest of the... Now the Hush. Horse number 13 is Sata Salman Al Rashid. Horse number 13 is Sata Salman Al Rashid. Number 14 is Julani Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 15 is Kadir Ali Al Musad. Number 16 is Sabil Al Khair Osama Al Sharani. Number 17 Our Jez Alexis Moreno. Number 18 is Next Hamza Saad. 19 is a non-runner. 20 is Shehanat Lina Yusuf Al Bakawi. And horse number 21, last but not least, is Al Nasha Oshkana Mohammed Al Nevsi aboard for the final time this evening. It's back to Hannah in the parade ring.
Thank you very much. Well, we've got the camera on horse number 1. So this is one we're going to take a look at. Now, I don't know if this horse was spooking at me earlier on. You can see it's got the earplugs in as well. So I don't know if this one's going to be spooking at other bits and bobs. It's walking a lot better now, but when it came in, it decided to stop numerous times. So I've had to take a step back. But it, all in all, looks a nice horse. I like the shape of his body. I like the muscle on the top of his neck as well, looking nice and round there. And like I said, a lot calmer than earlier. Good muscle at the engine area. I'm going to call it that from now on, the engine area. The hind end looking good. It's walking quite well as well, which is what we like to see. So let's now go to, excuse me while I change the page, we are going to go to horse number 3, Motsaheb. Hadn't shown much in his career. It's got the cheek piece and the tongue strap. Let me just add that too, so it's easy for you guys to see. I'm just going to come round now to the side so I can see as well. Want to make sure we're looking at the same thing. So yes, horse number 3, just having a little bit of a look there, having a bit of a play with his head, but nothing too much to give you a paddock negative or anything like that. Got the cheek pieces and the noseband just to keep him looking straight forward. The thing is, and you'll see this as well on the wider angles, the paddock is full with horses, right? So a lot of them aren't walking as well as they could be, proper walking out, because that's what you really want to be looking at to see the horse properly, but you can't because it's so full in here. So from what we can see though, could do with a little bit more muscle on... No, it's quite muscled actually. Now I'm looking at from this hind end. I like the look of this horse. That is horse number 3. Dropping back to horse number 10, Riyadh Majd. 4th on reappearance here in Riyadh, up in trip and could be in the top 4. That is horse number 10. It's got the blinkers on, a very calm and relaxed horse, and it's a good sign actually because the horse in front, number 9, is really not happy, and you'll see he's dancing around a bit, horse number 9. He's on his toes. He'll be definitely building his hind end up because he's right on his hocks. He's got his head curved right in, so I hope that's not going to cause too much strain on those muscles because he's got a job to do. But yes, horse number 10, which we are looking at right now, behaving impeccably considering the commotion going on in front of this horse. Horse number 13, let's have a look. We're going to drop back now. Got the blinkers on, playing around with its bit in its mouth there. Nimble looking horse, long legged, I'm sure will cover plenty of ground, muscled on the hind end, and I'm sure you can hear it. The bell has gone, so the jockeys are about to mount. But we may as well stay with this horse 13. You can watch the horses mount, and this will just, you'll just remind you how athletic these jockeys have to be to jump from the ground. Let me tell you now, I've tried to do that without a leg up, and it's difficult, and you've seen these jockeys do that without leg ups. They honestly are athletes on another level. I'm in awe of them, the way some of these horses tank off and they manage to hang on. So round of applause to them. Just to mention on the 11 horse, that is very on its toes, almost actually going sideways. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It's trying to put its head down and shake. So we do not want the rider to come off there, so we'll keep an eye on that one. But it's in good hands with the stable hand. I'm sure they know this horse very well, but that's one I'll be noting down that can be a little bit touchy in the parade ring. But that's all the action that I can see at the moment. I'll let you know if anything else is going on. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Hannah. So there's your final guide to the runners for today. The last race, local bred handicap here, 0 to 60. We have got a, well, Tom was saying earlier how condensed these handicaps are. We've got 4 of them on 60 and nothing lower than 52, or 51 actually, I think it is. The reserve gets in number 21, Al Nazar Oshkana, in the absence of 19 and the other reserves. The 21 does get a run, but it will be a big price. And, well, they're all pretty big prices because it's 11 to 2 the field on the international line with Ria Al Majid, number 10, just shading the 18 next at 6 to 1. And then, yeah, sort of plenty of 7s and 8s and 10s. It's very much that kind of race.
Yeah, it's a really difficult race. When I was previewing this event and analysing these horses, I found it tough to split some of them. Just of a note here, I think the 3's tack is just being adjusted as we're looking over our shoulders, and the 3 isn't in order in the prelims, and now it is in order. That saddle still looks very far forward to me.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
I'd be a little bit... hopefully they'll change that at the start anyway. Back to what we were saying. Yeah, it's difficult to analyse these horses and really find a pecking order of where they should be in the international market.
Let me just step in then, because the market has made a move, and considering how open it is, it's quite a significant one. Number 3 on the card, Motsahib, has gone from 7s into 5s and is now the clear favourite.
My selection as well, which is annoying because I didn't want the price to collapse. The bigger the price, the better.
Well, of course.
What I will say is the run last time from Motsahib is the best piece of recent form on offer. The problem is he's drawn 20 today. Now, a wide draw is not terrible. We've seen horses win from wide posts today. The issue is, in a 20-runner field, many of whom are very, very closely matched in terms of their early speed, their tactical speed, their full ability, he's going to need some luck, either from them to go very hard up front so that it strings the field out, or just some luck to get into a prominent slot. Otherwise, he's going to be very wide around the home turn. All that being said, he was my selection in the race, purely because he's lightly raced. He's only had the 6 outings. He produced a career best last time over the 2,000 metres, and the majority of these don't want 2,400 metres. I think that's fair to say. Motsahib, I think, will stay.
Isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
This is an extreme distance for these horses. 1 mile 4 furlongs. The majority aren't bred for it. The majority haven't looked in recent races that they want it. So I think stamina is key, and Motsahib has what I believe is requisite stamina for this distance. There is a little asterisk there. Is he going to be ridden forward to make the front to try and get rid of that draw? If that's the case, he may not stay. Because if you look here where the starting stall is, it's at the end of the home straight.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got a relatively long run, so you've got to use a lot of petrol to get to the front. And if you do so, you can be lacking in energy at the home turn. It's a 2-turn race. Don't have many of them here.
No, because of the circumference of the track, obviously. The other thing that interested me, or slightly concerned me with Motsahib, is the last run, which was over 2,000, ran very much the best race we've seen from him, I think, so far. But he did that off a mark of 51, and now he's on 60.
Correct. Yeah, he's gone massively up in the weights for it. You wouldn't get that back home, would you? A £9 rise for finishing second.
One of 2 trainers would be knocking on the doors, no doubt. Possibly was the case here, I don't know. But it's quite a revision, isn't it?
It is, it really is. And yeah, he can still run in this kind of company, but obviously that means he's carrying a lot more weight. So I'm unsurprised that Connections are using a 2-kilogram claimer in here to take some of that weight off.
Yeah.
He will need to be at his best. He'll need to reproduce last time's effort, plus improve for the step-up distance to win. I do think he's the most likely winner, but if I was to put it into percentages, he would have like a 1 or 2 percentage edge over a couple of others. It's not like he's a clear standout in this race. He will be my selection, but I don't love him in this spot.
Well, he's shortened it to 9 to 2 on the international market, so he's very much the one they want to play. Can I put mine in?
Of course you can.
No, okay, so, I mean, no strong opinions, that kind of race, but I'm going to put next in horse number 18, who has made the frame a couple of times, including over the 2,000 metres when last seen in November. Now, the one thing I take from that, as well as a little bit of relatively solid place form, is a slight drop in the weight. So this horse actually gone down a couple of pounds on the back of that run. And given I'm concerned about the big rise for, I think the horse you're going to tip. That I saw as more of a positive. So yeah, I'm leaning towards 18. It's 13-2. It's hovering.
Very interesting. We've had more comments apparently on the YouTube, which is great news.
Oh, Ricky's on. Ricky likes the 9. A surprise, Ricky.
Yeah, Mil Baru, 25-1. Good rider on board though, Abdullah Al Saidi, from a nice draw. Other than that, I don't have many positives, but it's a tough race to make a strong selection on.
I think it's Mez who Med likes the 13, who's a big price, and the 3, who obviously is the favourite. So
the 13 has proven course and distance form, so is a likely stayer, which is, you can't say for many of these, but it's 33-1 based on the poor recent efforts. The 3 we've already talked about, Mozzaheb in good detail.
Yeah.
Can I throw a couple of others?
Of course, yes.
Into the shortlist. Yeah. In my analysis, the last off my shortlist before coming down on my selection was horse number 16, Sabil Al Khair. It's currently 12-1. Look, again, with all of these, there isn't a lot to love, but I thought he stayed on gamely for 6th over the 2,000 metres last month. He's also proven at this trip, which, as I say, you can't say for all of these. He could grind home from a place, but he is 0 from 16, which isn't overly lovable. Horse number 20 is equally appealing, competitive over shorter distances so far this season. This one isn't proven over the trip, but looks worthy of an attempt. I don't know whether he'll stay or not, but horse number 20 at 7-1
that
could be a player.
was behind the favourite, not far behind the favourite last time.
Yes.
So, yeah, now the favourite's getting so well backed. You could.
And the only other horse that I had 4th in was the market leader, not now. It's horse number 10, Riyadh Al Majd. Rakan Al Abeid rides, takes off the 2 kilos. Just a bad draw for this horse, but he returned from a 16-month break with a really decent effort over the 2,000 metres last month. If he can reproduce that run, not bounce, and build on it over this longer trip, then he could play a part. But, with all of these, there are big question marks. I'll take number 3, Mozzaheb, and you're going with?
I'm going with Next, and that's the call for you, Hannah.
Number 10 is the pick for me, Riyadh Al Majd. That's the horse that I noted down last night. And look, in the parade ring, I'm happy with that one. Just to note on the one horse, the one that I was saying was looking a bit unhappy. That's Hush. I was about to say Rush then. Hush. I don't know if that's loaded already, but I was going to say, I wonder if that will be loaded last, because it was shying at all sorts before it even got to the track. It was shying at buckets and all sorts. So I wouldn't be surprised if that one is going to load last, if it hasn't already. But yeah, that will be my selection number 10, because it's now time to head over to John Blance for the final time this evening.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, they are almost all in, as the guys were saying. This is a long race by Saudi standards. This is Manas going in. The 1 is Hush, for all you Kula Shaker fans. I'm sure there are lots of you out there. There is Hush going in. Stand by. Showing my age now. They're off and racing. Good start made in the early stages by Kadir. That one has got into a good early posse. One that's rushing across from a wide draw now is Mozzaheb. And right down on the inside, the green colours there of Jcsa and Alexis Moreno. These two are shifting in the early stages as they make their way towards the winning post, still with a circuit of the track to get around. 14.39 early sectional from a standing start. That's sharpish. Then we've got Kabat, who's racing in 3rd. Right up the inside in 4th position is Aishman, the white and green colours. Interesting now that Moreno wants to let this leader go. He's not interested in getting involved in an early speed battle with the 3 Mozzaheb. As they make the turn, one that's relatively prominent is Ayash, right up the inside there, the yellow and red colours. On Ayash's outside, prominent in the run as well, is Manas in the white and red jacket, just a little bit wide on the track. Followed then by Al Najm Al Kaseb in the blue jacket, the blue with the white braces and the blue cap. The field field, sorting itself out. Now Shahanat Lina towards the back of the field. Al Nazar Oshkana is also towards the back. The two in the same ownership there are both a long way out of their ground at the moment. And another one for whom those comments could apply is Waj Alderea. So they're down the far side. Noticeable that quite a few happy to still sit in a pretty wide racing position. It's the three Motz ahead. We've just come back to the field a little bit now. In second position, Kader in those beige colours, followed then by Jcsa, the green jacket, who's racing in third. Fourth position now, Aishman in the white and green jacket, just getting a little bit nearer, but just rushed along to do so. Then Ayash, who's in the yellow jacket, followed then on the outside by Ri Al Majd, who's now making nice headway. Spot the black and orange colours there, the sheepskin noseband, moving into around about fifth spot. One or two shillelaghs up in behind as they're beginning to get out of their ground, some of those who started slowly. However, they're making the turn now at the top of the track, and look at this. Riyadh Majd go has sluiced into the lead. Riyadh Majd and Rakan Al Obeid has eased into a 4-length advantage in the twinkling of an eye to Aishman, who's racing in second but now looking rather tired. Ayash round the outside in third, followed then up the inner now and trying to stay on by Sabil Al Khair, who's got the running rail to help. But look at this 10-horse go. Riyadh Majd is well clear. We've grown used to one or two that have set sail for home a long way out, stopping in the closing stages. Well, this horse could stop and it would probably still win. Riyadh Majd is miles clear in the latter part of this race. Shahanat Lina from the back of the field is going to stay on for second, but racing up towards the line, it looked a competitive race on paper, but it's been blown apart by Riyadh Majd. To in second position, Shahanat Lina. It was close for third there. We'll sort that out in the fullness of time. But goodness me, easy win, and well done to Hannah as well. She spotted this one and was keen to side with it. And Riyadh Majd on start number 21 has got off the mark. If at first you don't succeed, ladies and gentlemen, try another 21 times or 20 times and you will finally get the job done. And that's what Riyadh Majd has done there, and could have been named the winner quite a long way out. Although, like I said in the call, you have to qualify that a little bit by suggesting one or two have set sail for home a long way out and have been found out here at Riyadh this afternoon. But there was no chance of Riyadh Majd stopping in a month of Sundays. Has won by the lazy 8 1/4 lengths and has turned a competitive-looking handicap into an absolute procession. Shahanat Lina was a long way off the speed. I was somewhat dismissive of that one when they went down the far side. But Yasser Al-Bakawi has ridden more race horses than I have. He knew what he was doing, and that's finished off to go well in second. Third horse home was Sabil Al Khair, also came from quite a long way back. We just have to wait for the fourth as well. But Riyadh Majd, a very easy winner. And Rakan Al Obeid, the jockey who really just had to make sure he found the gaps, pointed the horse in the right direction, and has won very easily. Ayash has finished in fourth. That was a decent effort from that one. Close to the speed throughout, but Riyadh Majd has won our final race here today, and of course, as the guys in the studio have been saying, terrific racing to look forward to both tomorrow and Saturday on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia YouTube channel. Today was very much the hors d'oeuvre, the main courses coming up on Friday and Saturday, and the team will be with you for that and take you through all those big races. But it's been an enjoyable 12-race card here today. We've had some terrific finishes. I wanted to rather easy winners. A slightly controversial finish as well. Hopefully we'll be getting more on that shortly. But no doubt about that winner, though. Riyadh Majd, the easy winner. Back to the gang.
Yes, we've just seen race 12 there. A fantastic handicap for the local bred horses, 0 to 60. And a winner for you.
Hallelujah. It's only taken till the lucky last. I mean, I was so close earlier, but I'm delighted. And you know what? It's been so interesting to see all of the horses in the parade ring and actually have a really good look at them. But the thing is, when there is a really big field, it is tricky to see them all.
Tough. It's so tough to see them all, to judge form, to pick the winners for both of us. Like, our own jobs are very difficult, especially on Thursday when there's a lot of horses, as you say. Well done there, because that horse is absolutely bolted up. Riyadh Majd was favourite this morning on the international market. drifted into the going up to the off, but you said it looked lovely in the prelims, so it was surprising.
Yeah, it did. And actually, it's what I said as well earlier on, when they were walking around, it was hard to see them walking properly because there were so many of them. So when they stopped and they were all a bit hesitant and things like that, but I liked the look of it. And, you know, there was a couple more that I noted down, but I thought, right, I thought I've got to have a winner at some point today, right?
You avoided that drought, the big zero, the duck egg that no one wants. So well done. You were unlucky with Polaris earlier on. You probably should have been celebrating a winner there. Actually, you were celebrating because we could watch.
Did you see me?
We could see you from the studio, and then the hands went on the head, and it was all sad in Hannah's camp. But very well done with the winner in the end. It was a one-horse race. Rakan Al Abeid from basically the turn in had the race done. The runner-up was a reserve, which was horse number 20, Shaheen Atlina, beaten 8 1/4 lengths. Back in third was Sabil Al-Khair, who was the last off my shortlist actually. But they ran okay, they just were no match for the eventual winner.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I was going to ask you because I missed your selection.
Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that.
I was so busy homing in on my own. But I have a question to ask you though, Tom, because obviously it's my first day here. So I've been wondering, what is the difference with the thoroughbred horses and the Arabian horses in terms of performance? I've heard you say before that the purebred Arabians can be slower.
Yes.
So can you just talk us through that?
Well, there are numerous different factors. I mean, the Arabian horses don't have a turn of foot generally, so they're very much a plodder, one kind of speed horse. I mean, Arabian horses over the years have been endurance animals, haven't they, rather than thoroughbreds who are pure power and speed and velocity and all those kind of adjectives that I can come up with.
They're very good for endurance riding, as like you said. Yeah.
They are, and Arabians also have a different nature in terms of their appearance, as you've already seen in the paddock today. It was a really nice card, and it was nice to end with a 0 to 60 handicap, albeit it was pretty one-sided in the end. These races are usually pretty competitive. Daryl's with us.
He's joined us.
I got lost. I can excuse myself first visit here, just getting lost on the way across. But I'm sure you've been reflecting on an amazing day's racing, and we've loved your work in the paddock, Hannah, today, giving us a real insight to what's going on that end.
How fabulous is it here? I mean, you know, I was just saying to Tom, it's our first day here, and it is so phenomenal, this race course. It's very pretty. The standard of horses are great. They all look great. So it's been a real honour just to be here and see all the action, and I'm sure you feel the same.
Absolutely.
But warmer than me.
Well, you've done very well to get to the end of the day.
I can't believe the coat's not been on. That is unbelievable.
Why did you not bring it out?
Probably a bit late in the day now, but we could adjust that. That's one minor adjustment for tomorrow. Have we reflected, Tom, on the best performance of the day so far?
We haven't, but we should do it now. It's in the Fillies Open in race 2, a horse called Alpha Salaya, who was ridden by Adele Al-Faradi. She came in as one of the top horses running on the card today, rated 96. We had a couple in the hundreds, but Alpha Salaya was one of the most consistent. And she finally got off the mark after a couple of runners-up efforts. Look, it was a one-sided race, wasn't it? We all kind of liked her. I say we.
I know.
At the top of the show, guys, if you're watching this right now and we're talking about Alpha Salaya, Daryl and I both tipped her. At the top of the show, Hannah, you said this is the one horse you're looking forward to today. And then you tipped against her. What happened?
I know, okay? I can't say enough and knows because I know. And when she was going around the proving, I had a good look at her. But it was just because I was undecided. She was on her toes, and I thought, is she burning out too quick?
Sure.
But no, she was just ready to go, and it just goes to show, because look, absolute fantastic performance. So I was wrong. I was thoroughly wrong. What a horse, can't take anything away from her. But yeah, I was still excited to see her.
Yeah.
Just went somewhere else.
You're going to regret that,
I know.
Yeah, the changing of your mind is something you should never do, I guess, in any walk of life. But listen, you know, you were there, you were able to witness what she looked like, okay, selections are one thing, but you were able to portray her image in the parade ring and subsequently afterwards as well. In terms of, lovely to hear from different connections, wasn't it? I mean, you were able to talk to lots of people for obviously the first time today and just get a flavour for the racing here at Riyadh.
Yeah, everyone here is very friendly and it's really nice. Everyone's very welcoming, and they say, listen, you can come and chat to me, which is great. And it's always nice to be welcomed somewhere you've never been before. So it was delightful, and it was really great to talk to Lucas, especially as I'd seen him, and watched him over the weeks on the show. So it was really cool to kind of hear from him in person.
But you did have to interview Lucas while he was wearing a coat, and you weren't wearing a coat.
Yes, exactly. And I was kind of thinking, can I have that coat? No one actually, my lovely cameraman offered me my coat.
You also almost had the Holy Trinity in terms of jockeys today. You had Camilo Ospina. We almost had Alex Moreno, barring a technical difficulty.
know.
And it was nearly Nath Alanazi. He was close in a couple of races. So you will get that over the next couple of days.
Yeah.
Well, the great thing, of course, is there are 2 more days, as you say, Tom, and the racing, you know, cranks up a notch tomorrow and then again on Saturday. So a nice little flavour for us newbies here today, but it's going to be even better, isn't it, over the coming couple of meetings?
Yeah, indeed. And it's going to be very exciting on Saturday, isn't it?
Really exciting. Jimmy Jerkins, you got to speak to earlier, and you talked about Sylvester coming over and riding for him, Sylvester de Souza, of course. You talked about Mike Frankel briefly, which we'll get into more detail when it comes to Saturday. It's going to be a big day, and I'll tell you what, did you enjoy Jimmy Jerkins' interview the most?
I did. He's very lovely. He reminds me of a family member, you know. He's really nice to talk to. And this is why I keep saying, and I'm not just saying it, everyone is really friendly. And it's so nice when people are like, you know, come and chat to me. Because that's, of course, what you guys at home want to hear. We want to hear it too. So, yeah, all in all, a very, very good day.
OK, so hopefully between us we've portrayed the essence of a day's racing here in Saudi Arabia at Riyadh. And we're looking forward to doing it again in what? How many hours it is now?
Yes.
Not too far away, is it, from coming back tomorrow and doing more of the same?
Yeah, we'll come back tomorrow. Hopefully some more promising horses. We need to go back and study the card, guys. Jeddah Beach, I really briefly want to mention at the end.
Please,
the first-time starter for the White Stable. Cost 370,000. We've already talked about how the race ended. Not ideal for the runner-up, and we can go back and watch the footage there. But Camilo rode this horse really nicely, and he's got plenty of potential.
Yeah, and it was lovely for him to get his winner, of course, after what happened last week and hitting the 1,000 winners as well. A real mixed week last week. So, as you say, he was on the score sheet, and most of the jockeys you expected would be amongst the winners were able to do so today as well. I think at some stage we're going to have to say thank you very much for your company, and we will do it all again tomorrow. So make sure you join us here on the English-speaking service from Riyadh. We really do sincerely thank you for your presence today and look forward to your company across the weekend.